습관처럼 난 아침이 오면 내 옆에 네가 있는 상상을 해. 함께했던 기억을 지우는 건 엄마요. 좋았던 날보다 더 아플 거야. 어린데도 이곳에 어린데도 남아 흐릿해져만 가는 네 흔적 속에 묻힌 채로 나는 Alone in the dark. 아무것도 들리지 않아. 반겨주던 네 소리들만 어제처럼 난 길 걷다 보면 모든 게 날 부르는 소리 같아. 함께했던 기억을 지우는 건 엄마요. 좋았던 날보다 더 아플 거야. 돌아와 줄까 아니다. 내 생각할까 You want. 함께했던 시간이 지나가도 I'm still here. 널 기다리는 날 넌 모를 거야. Alone in the dark. 이곳에 Alone in the dark. 남아 흐릿해져만 가는 네 흔적 속에 묻힌 채로 나는 Alone in the dark.
끔찍한 뭐해 너 가끔은 뭐해 친구들 다 부러워 나 말고 놀자 미치자 Just follow my lead We going 럭도 춤출까 볼륨을 높이고 I'll take it to red 떨리고보다 더 뜨거운 곳으로
하루의 스트레스는 뒤로 하고 내일 걱정은 잠시 접어도 yeah. Oh baby it don't matter 오늘은 걱정 마 Oh baby 나를 따라 밤새도록 Shake it out 흔들어봐 걱정하지 마 All night Shake it out 흔들어봐 모든 날 따라해 I'm gonna left right 이 리듬을 타고 Shake it up 밤새 즐겨봐 Left right 이 노래를 따라 Baby one more time 밤새 춤춰봐 세상이 널 힘들게 한데도 지금처럼 다 털어버려 툭툭 별일 아닌 듯이 다 잊어겠듯이 후회하지 마 Let's dance up all night 밤새도록 Shake it out 흔들어봐 걱정하지 마 Shake it out 흔들어봐 모든 날 따라해 Left right 이 리듬을 타고 Shake it up 밤새 즐겨봐 Left right 이 노래를 따라 Baby one more time 밤새 춤춰봐
Let me get out of here. Sick of dumplings, Dion driving, yeah. 너무 쉬어 여기 나가면 모두 가라 엎어쳐. 일상 공공망치 draw, looking for nails to disappear. Boys, 우리 목소리 키워줘. Waited long enough, 최근 시간 15년. 빛이 보여, feel the mind, and with life up the bus. 우리 가던 무관심자들 이제 모두 세척하던 놈들 이제 고개 숙여. 다음에 스케줄면 정은 right, 맑으면 대답도 못해. 영어로 하는 척 하다 걸리면 혼난다 그래 지금 당장. We don't play game, we just not a gotcha game. Rivals good, no doubt, here we be the Reds, you be wrapped. Quit acting like you came up from the slums. 네가 작은 목걸이 looking hella dumb. 1300 수직 상승 모니터에 on your TV 넌 랩 못해 넌 못 비벼 지가 못하는 줄 아나 봐. 집 가서 적시나 닦아라. 어차피 하지도 못할 거 왜 자꾸 들이대 고천이 버릇. 이 새끼들 여기서 뛰놀다 맴매. 너가 백날 침 튀기며 뱉어도 절대로 못되니까 쌩쌩. 어서 가 벤치나 대워 넌 우리랑 안 맞아 레벨이여. 경험치 미달의 코디가 필요해 패션이 테러범여. 이제는 이해가 돼 어쩌면 넌 얼른 불러야 돼. Ambulance 달려와 빠르게 봐봐 그 사이렌 색깔은 whole team with me 이게 나 do not think 혼자는 너무 비비디 너 뒤져 비슷한 벽 너는 무슨 내 벽 그냥 맞드는 듯포 그냥 흘려나 너 진 그게 딱 너한테 어울려 쉬운 애니까 좀 빌리자 락은 나 곁에 두지 않아 너 같은 바보 일삼 제대로 너 차일러 혼나고 나서 네 형한테 일러 니건 오래 타자 내가 AK 니건 fresh 타자 두루 AK 무대 위 discharge 무슨 테이저 건마 주주 무대 위 매너 그냥 내려가 주실래요? 조금만 기다려 완전히 뒤에서 따라오게 만들어줄게 씨앗 사랑은 씨앗 에이스는 너 사랑해요 없어 너 그리 어려워 대체 뭐를 했어 네가 말해줘 응답 수신 거긴 말해줘 잘못 걸지 말아줘 없어 너는 그리 어려워 대체 뭐를 했어 네가 말해줘 무엇보다 수신 거긴 너네 둘 전화 걸지 말아줘 맞춰가기에만 바빠 지루해진 일상들만이 반복 내리던 반복 참지 못해 감정 의미 없이 지나가는 시계 줄을 감춰 멈춰 있었어 꽤나 오랜 시간 나를 바라보는 시선들을 피하기가 너무나 어려워졌어 이젠 그냥 몸을 맡겨 보여줄 테니 기다려 번뜩이는 반전 걱정이 너무나도 지나쳐 나는 필요로 해 유일한 내 삶의 방식 밖에 나가 밑때가 올진 아직 모르겠지만 선명한 내 비전 누가 뭐라건 내 앞길을 막지 못해 나를 불사를 갈거로 장애물은 터미널 깨지 않기 바랬던 내 꿈 이제 눈을 떠야겠어
여전히 난 내 삶들의 벡터.
Go back to the my stage. We're just lives in January. 걔네들 열정과는 달라. Our vitamin energy. Hey, stop and from like 킁킁야. 흘러내린 나의 심장박동. 끝없이 이어지는 길을 걸어. 나 인생이 my favorite.
많은 단어들이 나를 짓누르지만 등을 보이지는 않아. 내게 보인 믿음과 기대야만 하는 것들을 알고 있어. 난 아픔들로 인해 나는 더욱 단단해져가. 넘치는 잔에 꿈 얘기로 하루 꼬박 세웠던 밤에 그 시절에 내가 어쩜 가장 주고 싶었던 모습일까. 한인 맘속 깊이 자리 잡은 미련인가. 두려움과 싸워 가진 것 없이 태어나 여기까지 왔고 나는 빈손으로 갈 거야. 잃을 것도 없으니 내 목소리는 더 커져. 언젠가는 내밀어준 손을 다시 잡아. 빛이 없는 방 알 수 없던 아지 앞. 내게 문제만을 제기하던 나의 삶. 눈에 뜨지 않기만을 바랬었던 지난 날들 그 시절로 나는 절대 돌아가지 않나.
Go back to the my stage. We're just lives in January. 걔네들 열정과는 달라. Our vitamin energy. Hey, stop and from like 킁킁야. 흘러내린 나의 심장박동. 끝없이 이어지는 길을 걸어. 나 인생이 my favorite.
What are you gonna say? You're gonna knock on the door. And when they open the door, what are you gonna say? Happy birthday.
해커 번더
라보노 출격. damn it, real again. Chest, lifestyle. Let's get it, let's get it, let's get it. Okay, let's get it. 날 깊지만 내 fist 난 미리. All black out 안 보여 밤길에. Smoking on gas 안 내려다 get it. All of the ops 안 내려다 get it. Brand new kicks I'm clean I'm with it. 거주던 새끼 이제 낭비를. 다리에 wrist 손목에 감기고 똑다리에 알 손가락에 감기를. Trapping 어차피 난 trap을 한 번에 다 사고 I make that shit back. 시간은 쌓이고 돈도 쌓이고 쌓여 내 형 이름 stacks. 선물은 사지만 아냐 형 생일. 선물을 사지만 아냐 내 생일. 축하해 생일을 매일이 생일. 샴페인 나 밥이 또 반대 플래닝. 머리에 전둥이 돌아 like 팽이 놈 결국에 챙기지 back. 오늘은 팬디고 내일도 챙기고 생일도 아닌데 생겨 new back. 파티를 하지만 나게 내 생일. 마지막까지만 봐도 팬이 새롭게 태어나 이건 내 생일. Trapstar lifestyle shit let's get it. 라보노 출교. damn it, real again. Pull up. Trapstar lifestyle shit let's get it. Let's get it. Okay, let's get it.
Hermes 버클 보이게 색 24K보다 비싼 내 그램. 연금술 박여난 너처럼 damn. 마시는 거나 뿌려 샴페인. 생일도 아닌데 we getting paid. 생일도 아닌데 we getting cake. We make them cut like Central C. 내 떨은 sticky Ricky DJ Ricky yeah. 우퍼 치킨 캔디 flipping 우린 노랗더럽게. 인기 때문에 숨어서 나쁜 짓 the fame. Old Town Millie scored a gang 벌크루 사는 rubber band. 고시생처럼 전부 올인해. 나 안 해보지 나와 get it. 네 팬들 출처 only OG stacks. 안 해 pretty boy 내 코밑에 powder higher than the 너도 타고
라보노 출교. damn it, real again. Pull up. Trapstar lifestyle. Let's get it.
오늘 봤어 다 잊어버려. 또 오늘 밤에 늦게 손 위로 오늘 밥새 다 지워버려. 나서 다 지워버려. 오늘 밤에 I'm gonna drop it all. 오늘이 힘들으면 눈을 감고 춤을 춰. 뻔뻔하게 즐겨 말을 못 every day. Every day. Every day, it's my day. Drop it low. Every day, 볼륨 높이고. Every day, 모두 함께 미치고. Every day, it's my day. 나 전부 다 챙겨. Drop it low. 의사님 어딜 아파 내가. 이젠 음악이 내 약이야. 모두 흔들어 내 가슴이 더 떠지도록 모두 흔들어 빰빰빰빰. 오늘이 힘들면 눈을 감고 춤을 춰. 뻔뻔하게 즐겨 말을 못해 just living it up here. 나쁜 순간도 잔을 부딪혀. 잠깐 숨 좀 돌리고 들려. Let's party tonight. Every day. Every day. 난 멈출 수 없었어. Every day, it's my day. Drop it low. Every day, 볼륨 높이고. Every day, 모두 함께 미치고. Every day, it's my day. 나 전부 다 챙겨. Drop it low. Sweet like sugar, I bet you like that. I'll cut you off. Playtime's over, take a step back. Think you've had enough? If you push me to my limit, there's no telling what I might do.
problem. You can get it, I'm a problem. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. Leave you the party. They shouldn't have got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started. I go the hardest. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Game over, don't start with me. Envy me with your jealousy. Be me, you will never be. My strategy is a winning streak. Game bread, I'm deep in it. I see the vision and go get it. You want it, I come with it. I'm so relentless. Extreme focus, no limits. Nothing nice, no gimmicks. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. I'm a sharpshooter, head hunting. Anybody, anywhere, anytime I double dare. In rare form I came. No pain, no gain, nah. You can't win if you don't sacrifice. Through the blood, sweat, and years, it's a way of life. Yeah, it's the way of life. Above it all, you gotta sacrifice. Yeah, they got me started, now I'ma finish it. Leave you the party. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started. I go the hardest. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Bottom line, I'm on top. Got the game on lock. My point is, I won't stop. You can't take my spot. Can't play with a legend. Everything's predestined. Start with me if you wanna lose. I'll finish you and make another move. It's nothing, just another day. You violate, get caved in. Broke down, you can't win. I can't lose my attitude. Best man on the planet. Dynamic, do damage. Go hard with a passion. Greatness is my status. You don't want no problems. You can get it, I'm a problem. You don't want no problems. You can get it, I'm a problem. You never win if you don't sacrifice. Pay the cost, it's a way of life. You can't win if you don't sacrifice. Through the blood, sweat, and tears, it's the way of life.
Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. Here we go. We got it all. Still we go hard, reach for the stars. Move like a boss. We need a charge, take it too far. You might do it large, but you missing parts and we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Foot stuck to the gas and we ain't breaking. Had to switch it up so we gon' shake it. Practice always lead to perfect paintings, paint this. Whole team on my back, now that's a statement. Say what you want, but when I'm on directions, we never get caught in the maze. Climb to the top of the mountain and lift up my wing, that's just cover for shade. I've been on duty for days. Play slip and slide through the rain. Success always edge out the pain. You better follow the train. You better follow the. We got it all. Still we go hard, reach for the stars. Move like a boss. We need a charge, take it too far. You might do it large, but you missing parts and we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Got that ditto, got that too okay. Claim it's love, but I can see what's written on your face. Walking to the stage, I might wear a cape. I'm like here to stay. I'm like here to stay. Boy caliente, like I'm on fire, don't try to tempt me. Wanna learn the ropes, I can be a sensei. And we all about dollars, we ain't talking sensei. Make sensei, break that gay, cut check say. They upset, eh? Boy's mad. Break it. Break it. Break it. Break it. You only see smoke until it's lit, and we lit.
have to pack it up. On the brink of a brand new age, better buckle up. Hey, oh, let's go, have you had enough? It's coming like the fire and rain. When it's over, they will know my name. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. Wind up tight, then I let it go. Light it up loud, come and get the smoke. It's system overload. Flying way too high like an overdose. Time to lock and load. It's all systems go. Pressure breaking down and there is nothing moving through. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, volume 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, volume 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, volume 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, volume 키워. 이제 넌 뻗고 저기 친구들은 땀을 얻고 있어 shot. 만약 입고 있다면 fat 버는 걸 추천해 섹시해지졌다. 빠르게 knockdown 이유는 탈진. 재미없는 들은 또 그 발진. 우린 tell same thing 앞질러가지 또 그 처음 보지 물건놀이 이건 너무 usual up 말해 못하겠어 맡겨놔 어차피 no 갈 수 있는 건 멀리서 watch 거기에서 내도 돼 나 친한 척 여기 너무 또 내 목은 텁텁 카리형 가져와서 소스를 뻑뻑 Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up volume 키워 Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up volume 키워 Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up volume 키워 Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up volume 키워 우린 hot 뜨거 like the summer 우리 앞에서 너 까불다가 burn 구린 것도 내고 모른다고 너만 일상 빈공내도 안해 절대 자만 갈 길 멀어 아직 기름을 더 뿜뿜 Then we burn it up 버섯처럼 let it burn We making classics Air Force One 쟤네 난참 지났어도 Hold up 이제서야 왔어 우리 season 봐버렸어 아예 새로운 인기를 거절해서 갑이 아닌 우린 딜은
겁이었나봐야 한데도 피
적셔 옷을 마치 킬빌 아님 데드풀 우린 직진하지 why they making false moves 막 춤춰도 우린 바다 길이 박수 일상공원 이제 돼버려 나 가수 Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up volume 키워 Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up volume 키워 Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up volume 키워 Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up volume 키워 Burn it up 뜨겁게
캡을 태워버려 배로 벌어 배가 부를 때까지 turn it up 안 들리니 볼륨 키워 시끄러워로 참아고 막 찢어져도 죄송 지구온 나나의 범위는 일삼 no doubt no doubt 뒤따라와 지금 제일 핫한 팀 일삼 no doubt 부정 못하지 넌 burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워
Hey you, how's the world look from way up there? I miss you, but I'm getting scared. 'Cause you used to be glued to me so perfectly, filling all the in-betweens. Now there's nothing there. How am I supposed to be yours when I can't see your face? How am I supposed to not miss you with all of this space? 'Cause you say you need me there someday, but how am I supposed to be close to you now? Worlds full moon. It's always when I feel it most. Can almost hear you say that I'm not alone. 'Cause we used to be spinning out like Mercury, but now there's no more ground beneath anymore. How am I supposed to be yours when I can't see your face? How am I supposed to not miss you with all of this space? 'Cause you say you need me there someday, but how am I supposed to be close to you now? It's cold tonight, darling, are you cold tonight? I just wanna hold you tight if you're really mine. 'Cause I can keep shouting across the galaxies, but would you do that to me if you're really mine? It's cold tonight, darling, are you cold tonight? I just wanna hold you tight if you're really mine. 'Cause I can keep shouting across the galaxies, but would you do that to me if you're really mine? It's cold tonight, darling, are you cold tonight? I just wanna hold you tight if you're really mine. 'Cause I can keep shouting across the galaxies, but would you do that to me if you're really mine?
No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. They slaughtering the sheep. Jumping out the window cause I'm born to fly. Sliding up on you, caught you by surprise. If it's do or die, I will survive. By any means necessary, stay alive. I built it from the bottom, now I'm sky high. Weapon in my hand, I'm a bad man. I've been around the world, I had a plan to conquer the mountains in the Badlands. If you talking fear, I don't understand. I feel like a god, here I am. Stronger than a titan back against the walls. If you come against me, I kill them all. No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. It's a war in the jungle. It's blood on the leaves. No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. It's a war outside. It's blood on the leaves. Yeah. Super villain in the flesh, that'll never change. A hero in the city, yeah, they know my name. Go against the law, ain't nobody safe. Gotta fight through the night just to save the day. This is what it is, this is what it takes. I'm on the right time, I ain't never late. I have no fear, cause I know my fate. I got a bullet for the devil right in his face. If you riding with me, this the freeway. Crush the head of a snake, the king way. They slaughtering the sheep. The blind lead the blind down the dead in the street. No mercy for a weak killer. It's blood in the street. It's a war going on. And they slaughtering the sheep. No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. It's dark outside. Yeah, it's dark outside. No light for the sheep. Ain't no light. No mercy for the weak. No mercy. It's blood on the limb. Yeah, it's blood in the war. It's a war in the jungle. And they slaughtering the sheep. And they slaughtering the sheep. Where the blind lead the blind. Right down the dead street.
Never knew it was a habit. All the sins they're killing my ghost. Will I ever go find it? Get away that nobody told. Tell me why you went around with me to set me free. Do I need to wait a little more for the right time? Do I need to kill somebody for my life? Now cover me, ecstasy. Go and dance for me, bounce for me, make love for me, ecstasy. Stay with me, need to run
dead. If you want it, come get some. I will not come out as the victim. Hella options when we press, you can pick one. A, that's a fist to your face, get your bell rung. B, you can run, but you cannot hide. C, we gon' put you where they will not find. D means you done when you come outside. Hold up, let me give you time to decide. I'm like Nemo, have you down in an enemies? Gotta murder my enemies if they planning on ending me. I won't give them that victory, they be lacking the empathy. Put my shrooms like a symphony, now you going for infinity. So please, carry on, carry on. This ain't what you want, want. One phone call, have your bones for my dog. So problems what you want, be my guest, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. You can't get it back when it's gone. Better come with it, we bring in the drama. We bring the smoke like you up in the sauna. No kuna matata, just stitches and doctors. Sick in the head, I blame that on my father. Just a few dollars will solve all my problems. Making sure you fresh to death in your coffin. Gave you the option, but you kept on talking. 4th of July, had to get this shit popping. I am the target, I will not miss. Stir straight for the head like some clippers. No target practice, got no time for practice. I'm just like AI off the 6. Turns, losing your balance, now you start to panic. Looks like this damage is too much to manage. If you still alive, then we leaving you stranded. Not leaving the bandage, no water, a sandwich. That's ruthless. Hard to talk shit when you toothless. Should've been down with the movement. Now you on the ground, not moving. If he still had a brain, he would use it. Gave you a chance and you blew it. Stupid. Hold on, Cairo, let me get back to the music. Back with this shit with these accurate hits. Flip on your head like gymnastics and statistics. Far from a slave, but we mastered the hits. Check out the scale, this is real as it gets. It don't get realer than this. So come and try me and shit. Now your face feeling the fist. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. You can't get it back when it's gone. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on. The problems what you want, bring it on. Bring it on.
Don't get your hopes up.
Middle of the night, everything keeps passing by, just passes us by. But we're young and wild, we stay awake just to feel alive under city lights. Nothing can change our minds, yeah, people might ask us why, but don't
You can't hold it, no. I'm leaving ashes wherever I go. I strike matches and just to see the smoke. I let go, turn loose. You better run when I'm lighting the fuse. I'm all in, I can't lose. I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to catch fire. I see no flames getting higher. 'Cause I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to catch fire. It gets hotter, close to the sun. When you're a renegade, up on the run. 'Cause there's victory in the palm of my hand, and I'll be the last one to stand in the end. It's getting dark now, so I'm gonna let the spark out. Let go, turn loose. You better run when I'm lighting the fuse. I'm all in, I can't lose. I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to catch fire. I see no flames getting higher. 'Cause I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to catch fire. Fire. Let go, turn loose. You better run when I'm lighting the fuse. I'm all in, I can't lose. I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to catch fire. I see no flames getting higher. 'Cause I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to catch fire.
Unstoppable, phenomenal, awakening, the animal, unshakable, optimal, it's happening, can't control, feel it, feel it, feel it. Feel it. Feel it. Feel it. Feel it. Feel it. All this power. Power. All this power. Power. All this power. Stronger, calmer, faster, conquer, keep on going, never surrender. Feel it. 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 All this power.
Annyeonghaseyo and welcome back to Seoul, South Korea for the last day of the World Swiss stage as GAM is so ready. In fact, I would say the atmosphere looks a lot more upbeat than Team Liquid's. Just kidding, of course. Different ways of preparing for such an important match.
I mean, you're not just kidding.
They're
much more active.
I'm just, I'm careful. We've read into smiles a lot, so I'm just careful. Different teams have different ways of preparing. Let's go NA, but you don't want to show your identity because that is a controversial opinion, and I don't think it should be.
Pronunciation is important too. Let's go nah.
Nah. Hello, my name is Shox, and I'm joined by Chronicler and by Jad. Again, this is the day for our 0-2 teams. They play a best of 3, and if you lose it, you're out of Worlds 2023. Your year is over. If you win, you live to fight another day.
This is where you don't want to be. The Swiss stage started 4 days ago. And this could be the last day. It will be like the fastest group stage exit in World's history for any of these teams.
Yeah, I'm going to push back a little bit on that one because obviously, it's a new format. But I do think that particularly the existence of D plus Kia here today is something that even given their subpar form in the regular split, many weren't expecting. So we'll see if they can fight back today.
Couldn't wait to bring it up.
I have to.
I know, you're already nervous.
I'm worried.
I get it.
It's contractually obligated to
he
talk
is,
about D plus Kia every day. Where's Def's Alpaca? Where is it?
No, I'm saving that. We need to. It is happening.
Yes.
Don't you worry.
First, though, as we are in Korea this year, our friends from the LCK broadcast have invited 2 LEC legends for some fun local activities. Let's check it out.
2023 월드 챔피언십 기념 로드 라이어티. So just in case there's someone might not know you guys yet, let's try introducing yourself.
안녕하세요. 쌍남자 박주입니다.
쌍남자 박주.
안녕하세요. 경둥이 양컷입니다.
경둥이
헬로 박주영이랑 양쿠스 형 한국에 와서 정말 반갑고 형들 내가 추천해줄 곳은 K 뷰티의 끝판왕 왁싱샵이야.
왁싱 살론.
Shit. I got scared. It's okay.
You good?
It's alive.
안녕하세요.
우선
Like bro, I'm not gonna make a single sound unless for content. Every sound I make is for content.
Yeah, I believe you. I trust it. 시작할게요.
Okay, the horn is coming. Okay, 괜찮아.
야, 괜찮아.
Yeah, let's go. Oh.
Okay.
Bro, it hurts.
This is good content.
Showmaker, I'm very upset. If I meet you in solo queue, you will lose LP because of me. You will see.
Thank you, Showmaker. Great content. Showmaker is
I just love Showmaker. After him kicking me out of group stage last year, and then kicking me out of semifinals in 2020.
And also he kicked to the waxing place.
Yeah, and then he kicked me to the waxing place.
수고하셨습니다.
Amazing. I want to see more. And we can, because actually it's all out on the LCK Global YouTube. And actually a new episode just dropped where they try some local cuisine as well. Did you ever get that done?
No, and there's a lot of great stuff to do. If you're in Korea, for Worlds, you can go see the Han River. There's amazing food. Obviously, K-barbecue is the obvious one, but there's the cultural village, the temples, and then Showmaker sends them to a waxing salon.
Yes.
I think there's a small element of revenge.
It's epic. It's actually
it's
epic.
good. Yeah, it is also very Showmaker who loves to do things for the content.
Exactly. Perks and Jankos were here for a while, getting to know everything in Korea. But we're going to get to know the teams that are playing right now. And we're going to pull up the Swiss bracket because there are a lot of possibilities, and it might be hard to see how your favorite team gets through. So how are we going to approach this?
Well, we're going to approach this. We're both going to write down a team on our whiteboards for who we, I don't know, think, predict, want.
Hope. For me, it's hope.
Okay. To advance.
Yeah.
I can go first, and I'm going
Energy. Okay.
With energy, because listen, they're already in that 2-1 pool.
Yeah.
And look at this. Now, I will say I do not speak for North America here, but personally, this is the draw that I want because that's the highest chance.
Yeah.
That's the highest chance of making it through. Also, it's the highest chance of international humiliation, but I'll take the quarterfinals. It hasn't happened in years. Yeah,
Can I respond first? Because I have this.
And you also want to play against Energy.
No, I don't, because I have a different mentality.
Okay.
And I think back to kind of the biggest, so our biggest moments, right?
Yeah.
Like, give your team some credit. They play worse if they play versus worse opponents. Our teams, I think they do.
Oh, you want to play T1 because you've beaten them before, right?
Not necessarily. I just want to have I would like to have a matchup that, okay, oh my God.
Do it.
If
Yeah.
this happens and they get angry.
Oh.
I believe in them.
Scout
I believe
Caps.
they can do it, and I don't want the easy route. I don't. I'm not LCS.
All right. Well,
I was joking. It's all, we're all struggling.
I'm going with D+, because I love this team. I was a very
you got a
emotionally
lot of circles
invested.
to draw now,
I
my
got a
friend.
lot.
Yeah.
So obviously, first you beat this. This I think I'm not necessarily worried about. Then I think you go to the next bracket. All you want to do is dodge Weibo, because I don't trust either of those two teams.
Okay.
And I do think that if you look at the pool, odds are that you'll be able to get a good matchup, right?
Yeah.
But then the real crux comes towards the 2-2, because that's where D+ will have to do something that they haven't done all year. They're basically going to be forced to beat a team that's better than them.
But then there's one final thing that you want to have happen here, and this is looking forward to that final day of group stage. See how 6, 7, 8 are all in that tier?
Yeah.
2 of these teams will have to play 1-2. So you also want to get lucky in that draw and play one of the 3, 4, or 5 teams. So
It's so cool.
It'll be interesting.
Is there anything else you want to look at, Jad? Or
I would love to have, all the NA teams make it out, but that's we're being realistic.
It's hard, I think as we see, we've repeated it a few times, but in the traditional, you came to a faster conclusion in the old format, because very fast, you would get to like an 0-3 where you realize it was very difficult. Now you are getting to a similar difficulty stage as well in terms of the teams you have to beat to get out as well still.
Yeah, it's a volatile format that I think increases the chances of Western teams making it out, but there's also a format that doesn't feel completely unfair if an Eastern team gets eliminated, because they're still losing to 3 unique opponents, and you're thinking, okay, if they lose to 3 different opponents, then it feels somewhat justified if they don't get to go to bracket.
It's also, if you look at the performance of both the 4th seeds, who I think for both LPO and LCK are pretty far behind the 3 teams that are above them, because both Weibo lost multiple games for positions where they shouldn't have against G2, and I think in the early game really dropped the ball a lot against KT, could have maybe had a better angle there, and for D+, self-explanatory, they just haven't looked that good.
For me, personally, and I think that's a sentiment I see as well, it's just a really, really cool format to follow, but it is Elimination Day, and to kick off our very first best of 3, it is Team Liquid versus GAM, and we're going to hear from Core JJ after their loss versus Energy.
I think because we just lost, right now it's like very messy in our head, but we have 2 days, and then the next game will be a PO3 series, so we gotta recover from this disaster. Format is actually really fun. You play versus like random team every day, and unfortunately we are not showing what we can do, so I feel very bad.
Yoshik is still there in full vision while NRG have a free smite and look for the kill. Core JJ with the all in, but the numbers advantage there. Igna saves FBI. Meanwhile, Dokla dies downstairs. But look at Contracts on Dion, trying to run away. There's some spears in, but as he gets separated out, TL trying to get numbers advantage. Contracts will eventually die. It's the best fight we've seen so far from Team Liquid, but Summit needs to go down, and NRG have their targets in order.
At this point, when we are 0-2, it doesn't matter who we meet. I will make sure we can perform ourselves so that we can beat anyone. Thanks for supporting us, and then hopefully you guys can see the good game from us.
Definitely hope so. This is, I feel like, a big gut check game for TL as well. They should go into this as a favorite. Now, the question is, Jad, if they still feel as such after that NRG loss, which I think was just very, very annoying, especially after almost beating T1. The momentum swing was huge.
For sure. They're going to be very frustrated with that loss, but at the same time, they did lose 2 best-of-5s to Energy in the LCS playoffs, so even though they thought they'd improved, actually Energy still had their number. Some interesting things about this one. Team Liquid, in their Worlds history since 2018, have actually always gone 3-3 at Worlds. That also means they have never advanced to the group stage, but sitting at 0-2 with the new format, I think there is some room for a bounce back. And this got me thinking as well, in 2020, I was coaching that Team Liquid team, and we started 0-2. This Team Liquid team has also started 0-2.
Yeah.
And while we didn't climb all the way out of groups, we did manage to make a bit of a recovery. So every situation is different, but I wanted to talk a little bit about how we were trying to mentally recover. One thing we said, and it's really hard to let go of what you've been doing all year, but what you've been doing all year isn't working. So if you keep doing that, you're almost guaranteed failure. So you may as well try something new. And we came out at the time with 4 different things that we wanted to improve on. And I know this is 3 years ago, but we talked about lane prio above all else, pick initiation, have a level 1 plan, and have something surprising.
Sounds good.
Those were the 4 tenets we took into every single game. Dodo and QuartJJ were around for that. There's also a element of trying to share from past successes, which they have a lot of on that team. QuartJJ, Piosik have all made World Championship runs. So you need to draw on the past confidence, not think about the recent failures, and then you also need to have these clear plans. Something they did, I know this is a little, I don't have much time. They picked Syndra into Orianna twice. I do not think they'll do that for the rest of the tournament. Either they'll have Orianna themselves or they'll have a different answer for it.
I like it, a very clear path of what Team Liquid has to show.
A lot of different things, yeah.
A lot of different things indeed. And then there's GAM. And for the story for GAM, they've had a phenomenal year already. I got to see them in the makeup room a little earlier. They are in good spirits, and they want to just put on a big performance on what has already been a successful tournament for them.
And I hate to keep bringing it up, but I do think that when you look at a team like GAM, like for them, their tournament is already a success. And that to me is such a pivotal point when you go up against a team that you're favored against, because you are playing with 0 pressure, right? If something goes wrong in game, it doesn't matter. We've seen so many games already throughout the entirety of this tournament go back and forth, so mental resilience is a really big thing for me. And I also think the individual performance of specifically Levi and Kati is something that they're going to try and leverage here today. Because Piosik, as much as I love him, definitely is an inconsistent player, and APA struggled a lot in their last match, so trying to get a draft, tailor that towards trying to expose those weaknesses for TL. And once you're up 1-0 with no pressure behind you, might be able to get an upset.
Everything's possible. I got to talk to Molecule a little bit, who is an analyst also for GAM, and he said, yeah, you know, making sure that Piosik doesn't have a game like he had versus T1 will be very important. He also had something to say about draft. You know, we might remember that last year they pulled out the Karthus and everyone was surprised. They didn't have those same abilities this year because of the Asia games and kind of not enough time to prep, so they're not looking at going anything but standard.
Yeah, and I think Kachi is going to be looking to have an impressive showing. You don't need to have substandard picks depending on the level that APA is playing at. We saw Palafox getting a level 2 solo kill on Orianna against the Syndra, so they can draw on a little bit of confidence of hoping that Team Liquid isn't up to standards. And also, they are coming off of a best-of-5 victory not that long ago. Yes, they lost their first 2 games of the Swiss stage, but they've won a lot more this year.
They're always due an upset win, right? So
not only that, but I mean, it could be, and not only did they win against Team Liquid, I think they also looked better than they did at the beginning of play-ins, where you already saw such a big gap in the individual skill and how the team meshed together. So if you can keep that line going, even though, you know, with some of the opponents like Gen.G, what are you going to do, right? Like that match, I don't think that's really... Yeah, that... forgot about that one. But it isn't really going to get you down, and with that, I wouldn't be surprised if GAM at least get a win.
The battle of no pressure versus a whole LCS region's pressure on your shoulders, right?
Yeah,
so
the good news is Energy's got 2 wins, C9's got 1. So it's not all on Team Liquid's shoulders.
That's true.
Back in 2020, TSM was going 0-6. So it was even higher pressure.
That's actually a good point.
Pressure's
Everyone's
low
been
right
pulling
now.
their weight. The pressure's low? Sure, cope. Let's see which fans will be the first team eliminated here in the World's 2023 Swiss stage, unfortunately. And in our MasterCard fan predictions, which you can contribute to every day on X at MasterCardGG, it's Team Liquid with 73.8% of the votes and GAM with 26.2%. I think that is very, very reflective of the actual balance we think in this match.
For sure.
Well, with that, thank you to the fans for voting. We're gonna get into the match with their tournament lives on the line. 4 teams are entering the stage today fighting for that much needed first win. Let's kick off day 5.
BDS have worked so hard to get here, but man, don't care. It's an endless banquet once again!
It's a do or die, right? We've been to this situation many times this year. We just have to try to keep on going.
사실 뭐 한 목숨 남은 상황은 너무 많이 겪어봤어서.
Deft is able to find an incredible win over the reigning world
present for Deft.
그거에 대한 부담은 없고 오히려 두 경기나 좀 형편없는 경기를 했는데도 기회가 남아있다는 게 좀 감사한 것 같고 잘 잡아야 될 것 같아요.
If we make it through against an LCK team, it will be pretty insane. We can definitely do it.
여전히 이제 저희가 2패를 하긴 했지만 여전히 저는 저희 팀원들 굉장히 믿고 우승까지도 할 수 있다고 생각하고.
You should ban Garen, Darius, and Olaf. If you don't, you lose.
같은 처지가 됐는데 BDS도 보여줄 수 있는 최고의 모습으로 와서 잘 싸웠으면 좋겠습니다.
Unfortunately, we are not showing what we can do. I want people to remember we were not a bad team.
Gam all of a sudden are in a position of losing in under 25 minutes. 25 minutes.
Những cái lỗi lầm và những cái phong độ yếu kém của team nó quan trọng hơn là việc nghiên cứu đối thủ. Cho nên thì bọn mình chỉ cố gắng tập trung vào bản thân nhiều hơn.
Right now we have one right left.
Em nghĩ là cứ tận hưởng thôi. Mình muốn nói với những người đồng đội của mình là hãy cố gắng hết sức và đừng để bị nuối tiếc.
I will make sure we perform so that we can beat anyone.
Chắc chắn là bọn mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức ở trận cuối cùng.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the casting desk for the final day before we go into Swiss Part 2, the redemption arc for teams, because today's all about elimination. As myself and Derek, Kobe and Azale take you through this great tricast. And gents, I think we're talking about how GAM has such a cool symbol. Where's the TL? What do we do?
I can do TL, you do L, quick.
There you go.
I was going to say most of Team Liquid sign is like their World Championship rings, where they've got a couple of those now.
You're saying the redemption arc. It's also the execution arc for some of these teams, because we're in the lower bracket. Everyone with 2 losses, there's no more chances. For these teams, they're starting 0-2. If you want to get out of the Swiss stage, you need to win 3 straight BO3s.
Yeah, they said it best in that video. You do not want to have any regrets after coming to Worlds, working your whole year to play here. So leave everything out there in these games in particular.
And as we're talking about, you know, it's back-to-back-to-back. Now only BO3s for these 2 teams, but fighting your way out of the first one. To use that word momentum, I think is completely fair, considering that's what's going to require from TL, from GAM. And look, I've got 2 of the LCS casters alongside me, but TL's start up that ladder. So walk me through a little bit about TL, how they got to this spot. Kobe, you can start us off because this has been a journey.
Yeah, I think everybody has the exact same idea right now. Biggest story for Team Liquid is the mid lane. And the mid lane has been the biggest story for this team for the majority of the year. They actually brought in APA late. He was a sub in, came in late, promoted, changed with Harry there, and then immediately they had champion pool issues. So we will see here in game number 1. If GAM have done their research, they will ban Ziggs. Okay, good, they banned Ziggs. They have done their research. Following that, Cassiopeia is another really big APA champion. They're going to go for the Lee Sin instead, as Pioshik popped off and became God in their game versus T1, so they don't want to repeat there. But we'll see, because Syndra and Orianna, APA was already trash-talking in the all chat in pregame.
Yeah, absolutely. This guy definitely is a talker. But, you know, Cassio is one of those picks. Nico's another one of the picks. I don't think we've seen him bring out yet at Worlds, but it's definitely one of his comfort picks. He plays a lot of oddball stuff, even things that we haven't seen him bring out on stage that I'm not expecting. But, you know, when you look at this guy playing solo queue, he's playing Pantheon, he's playing Kled, he's playing Cassio, he's playing Ziggs, he's playing all kinds of stuff. That's not really the meta. And it is going to be another ban here towards Pioshik, who did have an incredible game against T1, and a lot of players I've been talking to really do have concerns about playing against Pioshik because they do know that he can get to those incredibly high levels.
And those have been, by far, his 2 favorite, most recent champions. He was spamming Viego. Of course, he had the T1 pop-off game, so a lot of respect there paid from GAM to the world champion. On the other side, Team Liquid up until now, they were red side both times. They didn't have an option to get APA Orianna. This is one of the premier picks in the meta right now, but also I know this is his most spammed in solo queue as well. So hopefully for Team Liquid, for him, they'll feel very confident on it. Orianna is obviously a mid laner that scales very well by enabling a lot of your teammates, and it also sets up carry top laners. Top laners is definitely something we want to talk on with these two teams because Kiaya is GAM's superstar, and they've locked in Rumble.
And we've been seeing a lot of Ignite Rumble. This is a really frightening pick, but at the same time, when I think of picks that can sometimes handle it, I think of Gnar. And when I think of Gnar, I think of Summit, right?
Agreed,
So I do think that's one of the guys from our league that maybe has the best shot of being able to have a strong answer to this pick.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the lanes once we get into the game that I'm going to focus on very heavily because both Summit and Kiaya have monster lane phases, monster stats, best in the league. The other one I would propose in addition to that top lane pick for Summit of the Gnar is the Aatrox. You can go the common Aatrox version is a decent way of trying to deal with it, but GAM have actually loaded up on a lot of AP here, also grabbing away the Maokai.
And I will say in addition to that, we've seen Summit on the Cassante that's actually just popped up in front of our faces too. If there's a neutralizing option, if there's something that I think in this tournament, like many others and in regular seasons, this pick has just been so good for so long, locked in for TL as they get 2 power picks.
And it is interesting, right? Because it's I think, weaker in lane than some of the other options that we were talking about, and Summit is such a strong laner, but I think that TL are coming into this, and they should feel confident about their ability to outplay in 5v5. They've got some really talented players, and I think that they're going to be feeling like they want to play standard in these early games. We'll see if they do continue towards this. Jarvan would be a really strong pick here. Good early game jungler, good options for Pyosik, also combines so well with the Orianna. Delivering that ball for the Shockwave is going to be dangerous, and it's going to mean that GAM is going to need to have safety on their carries. And Tristana, I think, is such a smart answer. We've been seeing this a lot more from the Eastern teams. I think it's super underrated by the Western teams because it does give you a lot of that safety. You have the Buster Shot, you have the Rocket Jump.
Plus, they have already got so much AP like we're talking about with the first 2 picks. You really do want an AD mid here, some threat, and Jace is banned. So Tristana really popping up in priority there. I'm assuming that is mid lane. Obviously, they could switch it and play a kill lane bottom for Slater and Pallet if they want.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing LPL and LCK teams now, you know, they are playing more of that Tristana bot, right? You know, regionally in NA, not a lot of teams actually did that. You know, the only team in our league that I can really think of doing it a lot was Golden Guardians with Stixxay. So, you know, TL obviously will have some experience playing against it mid because everyone plays it mid, but bot, not a lot of teams have really been doing it, even though I do think it's a good pick.
And I think so far in this draft, what we're seeing is the play styles, right? Especially with GAM, they are a quick early pace team. We know that from the BCS, we know that from GAM. This is a comp that wants to start running and snowballing over as we're starting to get rid of some of the solutions that could maybe go into that bottom lane or that hover pick that we're seeing with the ban of Kalista.
Yeah, I think they want to let Slater and Pallet have a good early lane phase by protection ban a few of these lane bullies against them so that Levi can go up top to Kiaya. I think that's when this team looks the best. Kiaya will smash that lane phase. He's on the Rumble. They need to get that Rumble snowballing and bring him down to some objective fights. Whittling down on those AD carries, though, expected to continue.
I feel like so far, again, well, Elsa actually taken away, that we're getting towards those B tiers, right? I mean, Kai'Sa taken. Not often do you see in the ban phase, usually going to be the Traderoo. On the other side, Xayah as well. I mean, we are starting to go down that list. Gentlemen, run me through what's kind of left here on for GAM to respond with what you're expecting, maybe another AD, maybe another support ban themselves.
Yeah, honestly, the Ezreal, I know everybody has really been shying away from it because a lot of European AD carries
They do not like that pick.
have had a terrible time with it, but that is one of those ones, if you're looking at a kill lane, and we're expecting melee supports to come in here, Rakan is still available, so they can go for a Rakan, for Nautilus, something like that, to have that pressure on bottom side. I think they need one more piece of initiation here for GAM, and try and go for, but if they go with the Zeri, then you can go Renata, you can go Lulu, you can have one of those more supportive, and then you're fully relying on Maokai though as your setup, and you really want to be able to keep someone in place on a Rumble Ultimate. So I think they need a little bit more structure.
I will say though, if we lock Neely here, I think Renata is so good because that's so much dive, you know, for TL, that being able to have the Renata and being able to have enchanters with double AD carry teams, I always think is really, really strong. Be able to go towards some really efficient itemization like the Ardent Sensor. It is instead, of course, going to be the Aphelios, so TL drafting standard, drafting 5v5, and expecting an engaged support here from Core.
Yeah, there's a lot of options still available for him.
Probably.
Okay.
just based on his comfort and what's banned out, that would be my expectation. Thresh is also another comfort pick, though, too.
Yeah, you would like point and click for Zeri generally, usually, but
that's why I thought Nautilus, to be honest. I mean, Core, like this is the pick that he was most known for, but really hasn't been playing it as much over the last couple of years. But when people talked about him when he was first coming into NA as a support, you know, he was winning on TL.
Pick, yeah.
This was his pick.
It also makes it really, really reliable for Yeon, because if Yeon only has to worry about Rumble Ultimate and Maokai Ultimate here, as you get, okay, there's the Rakan. Then the Thresh Lantern really provides so much extra safety from Aphelios. That's why it's one of the oldest pairings with this champion. But Palette getting that Rakan on last pick in this game, I think is just so huge here. That gives you the extra initiation with the Maokai, so you don't fully have to rely on that, and it should set up Kiaya for some big Rumble ultimates.
So I want to break down here, gentlemen. I want to know how these comps work, because again, when you've got two LCS casters on the desk, you better believe that they're going to tell us everything we need to know about TL. I see a lot of circles in this comp on the blue side, which has been so OP so far. So start breaking me down what TL want to aim.
One of the biggest storylines with TL, of course, with the substitution of APA coming into the lineup, is that then they were split in languages for their in-game comms.
I've heard,
but Pioshik and APA have not actually needed to use that many words to combine for a lot of their plays. They've shown synergy with like Lee Sin plus Nico, kicking them into the ultimate. So I have confidence in them that they'll be able to make good use of those circles that you're mentioning. Obviously, it's the Jarvan ultimate plus the Orianna. Jarvan EQ in with Shockwave and Jarvan ultimate are very, very reliable ways of initiating. If you get that onto the double AD carry backline of GAM, that would be ideal for them. Meanwhile, obviously, CoreJJ and Summit looking to peel for Yeon during this and let that Aphelios be the DPS.
It's also worth mentioning Kiaya is not playing the Ignite Rumble, so he's playing that more conservative approach here with the teleport. It is going to be Comet. But when you are not playing that Ignite, your kill pressure is that much lower, and I think Summit is going to be feeling so much more comfortable now, knowing that it is not that Ignite, because you can win all-ins against a non-Ignite Rumble as Cassante post 6. It's possible.
It's crazy to me because this is the solo kill king in the top lane of the VCS. When we go into Summoner's Rift now, when it's do or die. TL versus GAM, I mean, both have been at international so many different times, but never versing each other. Now in the battle coming through as connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab the exclusive experimentation emote. That's all you need to know. Go and get it.
Yeah, the only other really annoying thing for a Cassante versus a Rumble, especially a Cassante versus a Rumble and Maokai, is that it really dissuades you from rushing to your Iceborne Gauntlet because you need some early magic resistance because it's so AP heavy for the top side of the lane. So that's one of the reasons why you're not like as scared of those red side Cassante picks into these matchups.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, I think it's such an easy Merchandise rush for Summit when you're playing against Rumble, Maokai topside, right? Like, I think he's still going to be able to get some really effective MR in early, and then we'll see where he wants to go with his Mythic. But if you are an NA fan and you're looking for a little bit of hope, a little bit of cope, the all-time head-to-head between the VCS and the LCS is 10-1 in favor of LCS.
Really?
So it's very heavily in favor. VCS has actually historically done a lot better against LEC, which is interesting because we've had our fair share of losses against the smaller leagues, but just often it is not against the VCS. You know, VCS, though, was 6-13 against LEC, so obviously still very heavily favored towards the LEC, but that's more where their upsets have come.
And I think looking more specifically at GAM as well, I mean, everyone sees this as the representative from the VCS. With Palette with a quick trade in the bot side just to kick things off on his Rakan that we've seen so many times already. Is it tangent to tell you that they're 2-4, 1-5, 1-5 in individual years when they've been there in 2017, 2019, and 2022 respectively? There might be the representative, but again, using your NA record, when they go head-to-head with some of these major regions, they tend to struggle. And now 0-2, where they can't drop this best of 3, they can't drop any best of 3. I think it's important to note that they need to start strong.
Yeah, so much pressure. These are the highest pressure games that we have had at Worlds so far because these are elimination ones. These are the first elimination games. And we do see opposite side jungle paths here, so Team Liquid, as we're watching these bottom side trades, also know that Jarvan is coming down. GAM have a ward on the Raptors, so they have perfect timing on Pioshik right now.
And I really want to see, can TL actually get Yeon going in a meaningful way? Because it hasn't felt like he's really had a great time. Even in that T1 game, got behind early, wasn't very relevant, wasn't honestly a huge part of their win. It didn't feel like against Energy either. But he had been such a carry threat for the team in NA, really improved from spring to summer. So I want to see if they can actually get him rolling, build some confidence for Yeon, because if they are to win this series, they are going to have to rely on this AD carry.
Because I think the funny thing is Slater and Pallet started off slow as well, right? The difference was that they were in play-ins and Slater really struggled to get off the ground.
I want to point out something that just happened here. We had a recall from Slater because they did see Jarvan over here through his jungle, so they had perfect timing. They know he's ending down there. He's coming for the gank. So he goes for the early recall, picks up boots in base to walk right back down to lane for Slater here, and will be full HP and have the extra potion still available. So shouldn't be any early action thus far, just an easy trade of those scuttle crabs.
Hang on. You said no early action. This is Gam, though, Kobe. I mean, you're casting the VCS,
You can
brother.
argue with me, but you can't argue with the map, my friend.
All those circles, man. Those were big circles.
It's going to be interesting to see, you know, when that first fight breaks out, if either team is going to be playing heavily, prioritizing that dragon or anything like that. I mean, if I'm TL and I'm playing this comp, I don't feel like I need to really do anything. Like, I think you're going to be happy to sit back, farm it up, try to play to scale here.
Yeah, I think first area to go for is a Maokai flash W angle onto mid lane. If you can flash W onto the Orianna, you're going to, at the worst, trade flashes here with an exceptionally aggressive AD carry mid like Tristana. So that could be one area, and especially since we've had this big target on APA's back.
Yeah.
With Palafox really opening up in the last game.
I mean, it was rough, wasn't it? A Razork on that mid lane. What did he go in the end? Like 0-7, 0-8? APA really struggled, and it was rough to watch for NA fans.
It is, but at the same time, we have to remember, this guy hasn't even spent a full split with his team, right? You know, this is a rookie coming into the LCS, didn't even have a full split with TL. It's his first time in International. And his first game was actually really good against Faker. He went totally even in lane. He was playing the map well, TPing topside to cover dives. We'll see.
Good sidestep from Pallet, not giving the hook out. That was smart against Core. JJ tries to predict, but Core flashes up. There's a summoner down. Goes from Yon to get in lane as well, and Gam strike hard.
Meanwhile, mid lane is going to have those jungle meetups. We saw this deep control ward from Gam did actually spot Pioshik as he goes to answer, as well as the regular ward here in the brush. But yeah, I completely agree. I mean, APA definitely looked good in their first game versus T1, and him and Palafox honestly have a bit of a special relationship. Palafox in North America was basically APA dad, so.
That's nothing nicer than seeing a father and son.
Yeah,
on the
father-son
stage.
bonding on the international stage.
It's a beautiful thing, really.
Shockwave, speak of the devil. Maybe he heard you guys talking. There's a buster shot out as Piozik doesn't have the Cataclysm, but tried to finish the kill.
Critical buster shot there. Otherwise, APA could have gone for a flash follow and gotten that finish. He did actually solo kill on the Orianna. Got solo killed, by the Orianna against Palafox. And we can see up in the top lane, it's actually the early Negatron picked up. So he might just sit on this. It could be an early Abyssal Rush or something like that, but I'm more likely thinking he's just going to sit on this and then build towards Mythic from here.
But let's look towards mid APA. Great lantern out. Core JJ, right where you need him, playing clutch so far.
Yeah, visiting the lanes, keeping them safe over here. APA still with the flash. Let's see if he actually, complete the recall, no problem. Is going to leave Pioshik out to dry a little bit in this river, though, as the mid push will be in favor.
Great. It's the all-out. It's the equalizer down in response. Kiaya flashes, but is matched by Summit. He needs to get the final touch, but saving grace comes through as Levi might turn this situation around, but still the 2v2 continues. The Summit's bar is running through. Piosik's out of there just before the Bramble smash.
Oh, man. I thought Kati was going to come. I thought Kati was going to come up with a Trist, and they were going to be in trouble, but because it's an even 2-on-2, they walk away. Gam will walk away with the Scuttle Crab and a turret plate in mid. So they get the guaranteed money of one turret plate for Kati, but I really thought that Tristana was coming up river. I could see it.
Yeah, we were both looking at it. I think that was so greedy from Kati to go for the plate instead of moving to the play. Like, TL were hard engaging on that. If he moves up, it could have been so much more, but the hook!
The hook's great, you're right. Slater flashes away over the wall. He escapes. His pallet is narrowly doing the same thing. There's another summoner down. Slater now with none.
All right, see what they can do. No AD carry flash here for Slater and constantly getting pushed in. Maybe we have a top side to bottom side clear for Pioshik in the works, and they start to think about some of this dragon control.
But I think so far we can start complimenting the TL bottom lane so far, how they've reacted to the plays. Of course, summoner earlier, his Shockwave is there onto Kati. He'll jump away once again. And APA continues to threaten out with this pick.
Yeah, I really love how APA is actually playing this out. Just using the Shockwave on cooldown really aggressively. There's no sustain on Kati besides just this D-Blade, so he is getting chunked out and being bullied out here by APA, really showing his class in this one.
Yeah, just look at the mini-map right now. I mean, this is a huge difference with mid lane and bottom lane hard pushing. It is open season on that river
Look at
on
the
bottom
guns.
side.
Oh my god, this is horrible because red and white means everything is all right. Yon gets one. Let's add another. This is the classic Aphelios movement where 2 plays have just been given for free.
All right, Pioshik gonna move in. Look to utilize those pushing lanes we were just setting up. Pallet is here, but honestly, he could just be a bystander since Pioshik does have smite.
He would just be annoying, at the very least. Just
He gives him a little love tap there with the lance as well.
Or might change it as
dead.
well. The knockup's there, you're right, the flash. Oh, no way! When the pressure sits hard, you make mistakes.
That would have been a kill. That would have been a kill for sure. There were only a couple.
Oh no, and it's going to bite back in his favor as well. Kati getting engaged on the ignites down. He doesn't have a flash to hit. With the lantern back in, Gravitum slows him down. He knows that he's dead. Yon gets first blood, and Kati may have single-handedly lost this early game.
What a demoralizing sequence of events for Gam here. Kati faceplant into the wall, and then is also punished in getting killed. Beautiful, beautiful stuff there. You have to say in tandem for Yon and QuartJJ, though. Love that play. Yon gets knocked back with the Buster shot, but boom, Lantern is there, Purple Gun Root is there, and he's able to finish off the kill.
This was just troll from Pioshik, though. He was staying so long. And that was so greedy. If Kasi doesn't fail the flash, he kills him and he gets out for free because he gets the reset. He'd be too far from Core, but instead, Purple Gun, Root, into the guaranteed play. I guess Core didn't have Hook because he never used it. He just autos him to death.
And Yon just stays just on the outside of that W knockup range from Pallet. No problem for him.
That one hurts,
easily
man.
spaced with the green gun. It certainly does hurt, that one. You're going to have to recover, though, because as we said, these are elimination games, so you can't let a mistake like that on the world stage completely tilt your whole game. The goal difference is not that big. It's just 1 kill. It's just 1 first blood here acquired by Team Liquid, so Gam need to stay cool and stabilize.
But you know what my problem is? The fact that Yon, outside of that kill and the small gold lead, yes, it's those double turret plates giving him away as well. We've now got the Nude Quiver, we've got the recurve bow in the inventory, a bit of extra stats for Yon. And when we were saying that this bottom lane was so important for TL, I think this is the perfect start to open up this series.
Absolutely. I mean, he's a good 600 gold up on the bot lane. Summon in the top lane has been very stable. We've been seeing APA do great in the mid lane as well. He's chipped away at that turret a little bit. Could get a plate here. Pioshik is behind him.
Like and drags there. APA on top as well. Now ring around the Rosie. How do you get out? The nade just grabs Pioshik. He's going to jump in again, or rather it's QuartJJ. The flash over the wall to get out. Levi's safe, but TL boom in.
Yeah, the shockwave movement then misaligns the death sentence from QuartJJ, so they don't get the combo there, but they still get the flash off of Levi. Maokai now going to have to be a little bit more careful with where he goes, but APA will have to be way careful.
Jump in, yeah. Kati wants the all-in, doesn't find
He wanted the Buster
more.
shot.
Okay.
APA does also still have flash and uses the extra move speed there from the phase rush, so now he can just retreat into bottom where the rest of his team has full priority. Rift Herald is used for some easy plates.
It's engaging.
Blazer's available.
is coming through, as you said. Layer it down the carpets there, but APA burns the flash. Herald also taken out in the end.
Yeah, Gam should have had a couple of these kills, man. I mean, that was a full whiff from Kiaya there, and both teams struggling with a bit with nerves here. The coordination not there. The equalizer comes down. Kati Buster shots him away from it, but I don't even think he got 1 tick of that equalizer. APA should have been dead for sure from that position. If he just laid it vertically on him, 1 or 2 ticks, then the Buster shot comes through, he's dead.
It's rough again. I mean, TL being gifted a bit of the early game. As you said, gold is even, but you know, you guys were talking about this a little bit before, and we've got Aphelios, we've got Orianna on the same team, plus Cassante, of course. We know what this comp's going to do if they get the 5v5s, if they get to scale in this game too. And as TL start looking towards this Dragon, again, another prompt for the early game and how well, or at least well-rounded, it's going in game 1.
Yeah, we've had about 7-8-ish minutes of mid lane and bottom side pushing for Team Liquid. A lot of priority on the bottom half of the map, resulting in that first blood, now resulting in the Dragon as well. And even the island that is top lane up there, Summit finally does get a turret plate as well in response from that Kiaya roam down mid or half roam down mid to get in range for the Rumble ultimate. So Team Liquid very happy with this early game because their comp, this is exactly the type of start you want with this comp that will naturally transition as we get a little close, naturally transition into a very strong front-to-back team fight here with the classic carries of Orion and Aphelios that their only drawback is that they don't have their own dashes and the mobility of those carries. And Gam will have to get very creative there with the Maokai, with the Rakan to ensure that they can kill them off.
And I think coming back to top side and why Gam, you know, aren't winning it more, we're going to see 2v2, of course not. was, Azal, you made a point about that Ignite Rumble in lane. Now I'm looking at APA because I've paused on that point. We can come back and get all in. Finally, Gam! Finally, a play goes well.
There's a lot of attention over towards mid lane. Levi has been there a bunch of times, dropped Herald there, ganked multiple times, and without the flash, APA has no way out. So it's a good kill with the hook.
Looks great. There's a flash from Pallet to move the play over. Yon's out of there thanks to Dark Passage to flash forward, but it's Sephram. He's healed up. Piosik in from the back line, and now we have Chaos, a 1-for-1 so far, but Core JJ doesn't miss the hooks. The all-outs there from TL as Summit joins in the fray. Core JJ, it's so good.
Yeah, the TPs come down from both sides there, and Yon with the red gun ulti. Unfortunately, when Slater flashed forward, he slashed straight in a line, so he still got tagged by that red gun ulti. It meant that Yon lived a lot longer than they would have wanted. Here's that earlier gank.
And we all saw this perfectly. There's nothing APA can do. He doesn't have flash. So what really is important is Kati, look at that turret in mid lane. He has already mined 3 plates off. He mines another turret plate right now while this play is going on.
And I actually really love Palad's response to this. It was a great hook from Core, but he just instantly hard engages onto Yon, pushes him back. That red gun ulti kept him alive for a while though. And with the instant arrival there from both the top laners, Piosik was there as the extra man. That made all the difference. Kiaya TP's down, but it's only to die, unfortunately, for him. So 2-for-1 there for TL. Of course, there was that kill in mid lane for Gam on the other side. So, again, the game very, very even.
Yeah, I want to actually see the individual gold of mid lane. Thank you. I was wondering what it was. I thought it was going to be at least 1,000 gold in the favor of Tristana here, but well over. So we'll see what Kati can do. Kati, traditionally for Gam, he's the go-to guy in the late game. He's the powerhouse to try and get them across the finish line. And this is exactly where they want their gold.
And that's why they put so much pressure towards it. It was APA winning the 1v1 basically all game long, but it was Gam playing so well as a squad, facilitating that advantage for Kati, you know, really putting him in a place to succeed. TL, though, trying to start up this Herald. We'll see if Gam want to do anything about it. Levi is moving up, and both top laners are actually roaming as well because they're missing TP, so I think we're getting a fight.
I feel like at the moment, with that run up, though, it's going to take a while to get there. I mean, Gam getting in position, as you said, as Kiai tries to do some damage on the lead up, but Herald's at 3k. TL 4 members around this, and the eye will be exposed shortly, so feels like a take, but Piosik needs people to hit it. Gam run in, they steal it for 3, and TL are split up. Piosik holding on to the ulti for now. They want to get out with the disengage, and TL will go in different ways.
I think they might be a little lucky not to lose anybody's life in that one, as well as losing the objective here. Kiaya did a great job cutting off Summit as he was trying to get there. Chunked him out low, chunks him out low again, and the turret is gone as well. Gam here, stringing together some objectives. Really good defense. They know that not only because Kiaya was able to chunk out Summit on the way there, but Rumble doesn't have to get as close as the Cassante does to have a real impact.
I mean, TL kind of messed it up because they got the Herald too low, so at a certain health, the eye doesn't spawn anymore, right? It basically got too low, so they couldn't combine, you know, the eye hit with the smite, and it just ended up being a straight up 50-50 instead of having that advantage to actually combo it down. Levi walks in, wins the smite fight, they get it, they get that mid lane turret without even using the Herald. They obviously dropped that earlier one there, so it was softened up, but now they have the potential to open up a bit of more of a lead, as it is the Blade of the Rune King rush on Zeri, this is a new one for me. I'm not...
Did he think he was playing Kalista? What's
that seems terrible.
All right, your job, Kobe.
So, let's see. We could say there are a couple of high health targets on the front line, maybe trying to get some value there with the percentage. But we will see with it. Bottom side dive first.
Yeah, the Cataclysm down, the carpet in, but they ain't matching numbers. Piosik getting burned down, flushes out, but he's still ticking. Kiaya holding on, and he's still at half HP. The Nature's Grasp is the perfect counter underneath, but Summit with the all-out is going to make it a trade, but getting out is a different story. Flashes away from the TP, and there you go with the turret going down, but Pallet is threatening from the side.
Almost a disaster for Team Liquid because they're going to have a Tristana take topside no problem in addition to this. So the turrets are evenly going to be traded, and they lost the kill.
They saw him. It was on vision, I believe, unless that ward's outside the brush. Pallet getting out.
He was kind of, I think, trying to like style on him a little bit, you know, kind of on the loading and stuff, but he ended up losing some health off it. But this is going to be an interesting one. Yeah, Slater going Blade of Rune King, so it's going to be very much about, you know, on-hit damage here, high HP targets. Will he go towards Rage Blade as well then? Like, is this going to be like a, you know, full-on on-hit build? He's definitely cooking. I don't know if it's going to work out.
He's got the BF sword, double longsword.
So it should be Navori still, yeah.
So should be fine there. Honestly, though, that last one turning into just a 1 tower for 1 tower and a 1 kill for one kill doesn't move the needle a lot, but starting to stack dragons for Team Liquid could be an issue. We do see full Gam movement towards this area. Just a little bit later.
500, it's down. There's Pallet for the re-engage up. In fact, TL are split up as APA is the flashing target, but TL threatening to re-engage with that TP right in the middle. Summon, it looked dangerous, but maybe it's a bait in as Levi flashes out and Pyosik over the wall yet again. Flag and drag out of there while TL threaten, and the Dragon is still theirs.
I mean, Gambit's just doing such a good job of getting gold onto their carries. That's the big concern right now for TL, is that, yes, APA was doing great in the 1v1, but he's way down on gold compared to Kati, who's been farming plates, who's been taking towers.
Yep.
Slater got a lot of gold as well, and when we saw that gold on the left side of the screen, it was the 2 carries from Gam up at the top. They have that protection, they have that engage, and they're extending an advantage. So yes, there is that Mountain Soul available that TL can work towards, but Orianna needs farm. Orianna needs gold, and they've been struggling with it.
All right, so this one was a little risky because Pyosik does not actually hit the EQ onto the Rumble, so no damage, no knock-up there, and Kiaya just turns and burns him with the demonic, roasts him down.
And that's the thing, even when you flash out of the equalizer, even when you get out of that, there is a tick or two afterwards as well. You always have to be careful about. But we're back to live. Pyosik looking for Kati.
Circle of Death, he flashes away, just use the rocket jump to get out of there, where we get some flipping down on the bottom side. Still trying to impact the map. Pyosik's tried to be so proactive, but it is also hard when Tristana is the target and he has a lot of escapes.
Yeah, but still, really good job. He doesn't use his flash. He goes up, flag and drag forces the rocket jump. The ulti forces the flash. So getting that off is key. But TL, you know, they're light on guaranteed engage, right? You're playing against Zeri and Tristana, 2 really slippery targets here. So it's going to be up to Core and Pyosik to be on point with those engages. If you miss, you got nothing.
They're trying to set up a trailing play here in the brush.
Okay, APA runs in and the bait's there. Kati gets exposed to a quick how do you do, but the knockup from Pallet may have saved his life. Flash forward, APA's out of range. Maybe Pallet is the hero, but eventually they get into the buster shot. Sends him to his death. Both mid laners go boom.
Pretty funny initiation there. Team Liquid were setting up the trailing play with Pyosik in the brush, but they couldn't quite connect onto Kati for long enough. And then the buster shot means it's another 1-for-1 with mid laners.
Exactly, and there's just the extra members there from Gam. Pallet kind of making the difference as he arrived faster than the TL reinforcement, so it ended up being that 3v2. So I think TL happy to get out with the 1-for-1 in that situation. Now trying to control vision around this top side. But we can watch it one more time. They almost 100% him. They got him so low here early on. The flag drag didn't hit. That's, what is that, like 50 HP maybe?
Something like that.
And barely able to survive. And then even again through the Q from Pyosik, which did land, APA eventually able to chase him down. But as you said, the buster shot into the waiting arms of Levi and Pallet means it's a 1-for-1.
A lot of these trade plays are pretty fun to watch, though. I mean, coming into the tournament, Gam with the highest combined kills per minute in their games
What a
on
surprise!
average.
What a surprise! I mean, the BCS again, that's their namesake, isn't it? I'm sure people have heard it too much as Cuddy is going to be Shockwave back on in. Rocket jump away, he's going to finally find it, but I think APA has just redeemed himself from the other day.
There we go. We had the double KO of mid laners before. They both go down, then they get the rematch one-on-one, and APA with brush advantage gets such an early lead in the trade.
They're going to start pairing now. They're going to start this up. They just want to try to force and see if they can actually draw them in. Potentially, no. They're going to turn. Maybe look for a bit of a pick.
Maybe the gun usage was not great there. Yon only with the red, the purple. I don't know what rhymes with that. Red and purple and everything is...
Not a lot.
Yeah.
We'll go with that.
Yeah,
purple, red, you're dead.
At least we don't have orange cards, but at the very least feels like part of the decision-making is TL going deep, but there is some good defensive vision from Gam to spot them out. Not all due diligence has been done as Pallet is in no man's land trying to find an angle, maybe if this Baron does eventually get started up.
Okay, they definitely know that they've been spotted, so just clear them out, back right off from here. It's not that big of a gap, so popping a couple of these Maokai saplings, though. You have to be a little bit careful as a thresh towards the later stages when you're trying to get vision against this Maokai, because just one of those things getting onto you, even before the demonic is fully completed here from Levi, does sting a bit.
Absolutely. We can just see this one more time. APA have been getting the best of Kati in the 1v1s. Had never been able to actually fully finish off these kills, though. And this time, Kati jumps out before the buster shot is actually, excuse me, before the explosive shot is proc, because he wants to rocket jump, then reset it, then rocket jump again. But that allowed the time for APA to catch up and finish off that kill. And I got to question a little bit Summit going this full force of nature. Maybe he feels like he's going to be in the side lane so often, but it is a double AD carry team. It's going to be a lot of physical damage, and he does need to be able to survive, mostly against Kati and Slater. So it's interesting to me. I thought he was just going to get Merc Treads and sit on a bit of MR from that Negatron, but he elected to go for that full second item.
Yeah, there definitely is a lot of AP on the enemy team that's going to splash around, but, you know, with those nerfs a few patches ago to Force of Nature, it definitely dropped a bit in value. Here we go, though. Summit split pushing top with the teleport ready.
Yep. Feels like something to watch out for. It begins on the bottom side. It'll be a collapse here. Summit with the flash and ulti too. Gam in a choke. Now at this point, I'm worried for Pyosik, APA, what damage they can do to them as the Dragons at half HP.
in an awkward spot.
Look at Pallet, look at Pallet. You said it's awkward, but Pallet's been caught out. They turn on him. He can't flank everything used, but now TL don't have anything left available. Slater with the ulti over the wall as Summit disengages back over towards the Dragon, but even that resets and Pyosik re-engages. But look, Yon has joined back in. Dragon might go over, but Gamma in trouble because Yon has free firing guns available. Running over Slater, he's hitting away at Summit as he's chased over the wall, but Yon's still alive. He's busted shot it away as he flashes back in. It's over. Gam get the ace, and it was just pure chaos.
The ace and the Dragon, that is huge for Gam. The Maokai ultimate rooted APA, so even though they are able to kill off Pallet on the flank, the Maokai ultimate does the engage for them. They don't even need Pallet here because Levi's ultimate just 6 APA on top of the Rumble ultimate, and then they fully engage and kill off the mid laner. So look at that, boom.
I also have to question using the Shockwave to actually kill off Pallet there. Yes, you killed the support, but they used so much to do it, and not having the Shockwave meant there was no threat when they're piling in onto APA. And then from this spot, this Cataclysm really worked against Yon. He was so awkward for him. He got all the Chakrams stacked up, but then they fell as he was walking the long way around. That Cataclysm couldn't really get in, and it's kind of just in this like mishmash of different fights. Did have to flash forward to actually finish off Kati to avoid total disaster, because if Kati doesn't die, maybe they just go straight to Baron, but TL, they got to be sweating now. This is a match that they come into the favorites, and it's Gam who's in the lead.
Pallet with the most worthy sacrifice of all time there.
Yeah.
The distraction recon goes
Y'all
over.
spent too much.
Exactly. Invested too much in that kill. And Gam, let's see what they can do with this newfound priority.
I mean, 3,000 gold lead. As you guys said, the Dragon and the fight on top was just so massive. We're also into 3 item territory coming up as well, with bounties on some of the biggest carries of Gam. Put your eyes towards Kiara in the top side, who's heading towards his third after getting himself the Night Harvester. Third item on the way for Kati as well with the Navori Quick Blades. Double Navori as you guys were pondering through that build on Slater as well. There's a lot of power now in this roster.
Double Demonics on this side. Kiaya with the Night Harvester Demonic Rumble build. As much damage as he can get, as much as they can squeeze out. And there they go.
TL walked into this, but the Nature's Grasp is perfect. Gam might have their ultimate fight as Yon was front-lining. TL as scattered. And when it comes knocking, when Gamma 0-2 down,
that's Baron.
They bring everything up to the table.
APA is looking for a Shockwave, though.
How dangerous. So Core JJ needs the hook to come through, but doesn't connect. As you said, APA with the Shockwave there, but Gam still have their members.
If he uses his mic, he has a second charge, but it is refreshing. He's going to try to see if he can sneak around, but if they stay, they're likely to die and lose the Baron anyway. This is a disaster for TL.
It's just going down so quickly. Thanks, Tristan, and thank you, Zeri, and thank you, Baron. Gam 6,000 gold up with Red Bull Baron power play kicking off, and this first game is a total turnaround.
Impressive stuff from Gam. After an arduous fight through play-ins, qualifying here and having 2 rough games to start it out, they're coming out firing here. And look at the initiation. I mean, Kati gets to start free-firing before it even starts, right into Maokai engage, and immediately they've got Team Liquid scattered here, having to run away across the Rumble ultimate. Yon just got deleted.
I mean, TL's setup for these fights have just not been good. They don't have their battle lines. You know, Yon is walking up to try to clear vision, to try to poke away. He's so far up. Core's not behind him, so the Lantern doesn't even do anything. Orianna's not there to support. Like, they are not organized in these fights whatsoever, and Gam is not to be underestimated. Yes, they're a team that, you know, you were happy to draw, but if you're not playing to your top level, they can crush you, and they're doing it in this first game.
I think historically we know that Gam are always a team throughout many worlds with different formats, of course, that they could always take a team of some of the best right there, the unexpected demons. And I feel like here against TL opening up, TL maybe got a little bit complacent, a little bit comfortable, couple of mistakes burned through the early game, but Gamma now back on top. And with this Baron power play, we're already close to cresting towards the 3,000 mark. Midway pushing in, top side now pressured as well, and Gam waiting for that next misstep from TL in their own jungle to try and seal the deal.
Okay, they're closing in with Baron. Look at Pallet. Pallet's really deep here.
Oh my god, the Nature's Grasp again. Levi's ultis have been huge. The flag and drag out of there from Pyosik, but Pallet rolls in. The man who came in just before playoffs has set up on this Rakan as TL are running away scared. Help me, they say. Somebody, is anybody there? But America's so far away. We're here in Korea, at least closer to Vietnam, as game one will bridge apart. The inhibitor down, the Nexus now open, and game one may have been TL favorites, but Gam came in and said, wait, hold my Red Bull.
Absolute steamroll in those team fights. Beautiful stuff there from Gam in the mid-game to roll it over. They are now at series points here. Team Liquid facing elimination in the consecutive following games.
Yeah, TL going to be up against it. It's going to be a tough one now. You know, they just really were not on the same page in a lot of these fights. They didn't perform well. They didn't set up the team fights well. That to me was the biggest thing, is they never had proper positioning. You draft for full 5v5. Not once did we see them have a fight with the 3 frontliners in front of the 2 carries, you know, playing it out in that setup that you would like. And it was Gam who always pounced if they stepped too far forward. They were the ones starting out the fights, finding those picks, finding those initiations, utilizing the Maokai and the Rakan, and just shredding them. So it didn't matter that TL were in a comfortable position early on.
I mean, guys, it hurt me a little bit. I saw the early game. I saw the mistakes from Gam, but TL are the ones who drop it in.
Yeah, it hurt us a lot.
I had to say it maybe too early, but we're going to throw it back over to the desk before we get into game 2.
Thank you so much. We sprinted a little bit because we were watching it, and then they ended up pushing.
We weren't the only
ones
ones sprinting that game. Gam was sprinting to victory.
There were a couple of people sprinting as well. In any case, though, we talked so much about kind of what this match was going to look like. But the fact that Gam was, in my eyes, very sovereign in their approach once they got the lead is something that impressed me very, very much.
I think that the points that the Costas made at the end was actually the biggest thing to me. It felt like Gam had a much, much better idea of how to just play around objectives and team fights, which is kind of insane, right? And it's not like TL's comp was one that was hard to execute. You have basically as cookie cutter as he gets. You just need to make sure that your backline is protected, and I feel like they were really disjointed.
I think it's hard for them to execute, unfortunately. Dan, just hear me out, hear me out.
Okay.
Team Liquid was the best early game team in the LCS, and they won so many other games by dominating people in the early game. This team composition, to me, was something that is stock standard, and you play it when you think you're better than your opponent. But they were not able to get advantages in lane despite having better teamfighting champions, and teamfighting literally isn't their strength. So it's not like a team comp like the one that KT played yesterday, where you're trying to steamroll your opponent early.
Yeah.
And I think if Team Liquid wants to stay alive at this World Championship, they have to try and smash Gam in the early game.
Is that like an adaptation, or would you have said because if you look at this match before and you think about how strong Team Liquid should be comparatively to Gam?
Sure, is a hard question because for...
No, but we all agreed they were favorites, right?
They are favorites, but for years, I mean, I can remember the first time TSM played against Gam in a play-in best-of-5 at MSI, and TSM had to reverse sweep them.
Yeah.
Like, Gam has been on the precipice of taking down NA for half a decade, but we'll see how this early game played out.
And you also see there, this all starts off, and even though TL, I think, is able to pull it back a little bit, when you see, even though the counterplay is great from Gam, when you see Pioshik making moves like the blue for Flash, let's not forget that even though the man is a world champion, in play-ins was still routinely subbed out for Juhan, and Juhan their sub was one of the reasons why DRX made it out play-ins in the first place, actually getting a lot of credit from his team. And then, you know, these skirmishers, I think that TL was able to get the better hand of their opponents, but it didn't really lead to a whole lot. The gold lead remained pretty decently in favor for Gam. I think they went double call as well as the Tristana picking up an immense amount of structure gold, so that when we got to the team fights, as you already pointed out, not only is it not TL's forte, but also Gam was in a great spot.
Yeah, and you can see the gold at 14 being plus 1k, even though every time you took a look at the mid lane, he was at 10% health because APA had just used a shockwave. But it was fine because he held the CS lead the entire time. He was stacking his call. He was getting plates at the right recall timing. So he actually played the lane phase very well, and he used his health as a resource.
And it helped a lot in those team fights. And let's take a look at the Dragon, for instance, because Jat, you do say, you know, the team fighting, that might be something that for Team Liquid could be problematic. So what is it in this one that, you know?
Well, just the fight lines are all messed up. Look where APA is in this fight. There's no frontline spacing for him. Pioshik is around the back. Summit's down in the river trying to pull off a flank. And then, this is also a classic when TL thinks they have an advantage. Pioshik and Summit always think they can win the fight. But it is literally a 3v4, and your mid laner got one shot. So this was a poor choice to continue the fight. And Gam is definitely not scared of TL in any way. So they're not going to say, just because this world champion's engaging on us, we're not going to fight back.
Yeah, I heard when I talked to Molecule as well, they actually have a very good scrim record versus them. So it was never, I think, for them stepping into this game, an idea of, just to put it bluntly, you're not going up against Genji, right?
Yeah,
you're going
no,
up against a team you actually have relatively good experiences with, even off the Rift. The difference is you have to make it happen on the Rift. And I think for GAM, to sing their praises a little bit, you know, they had a good game plan. They knew that the Tristana was maybe not going to have the best time, but they looked 10 minutes ahead of that, and they approached the objectives in the correct way, and I think that's quite impressive.
It's also, and as we can see here, the Rumble, it didn't go Ignite, so Huni would give it a thumbs down. I'm giving a thumbs up, though. I do think that the Rumble ultimates were absolutely pivotal in allowing GAM to consistently win the fights, and you see as well, they were unfazed, right? In the early game, they were having a little bit of a tough time dealing with some of the skirmishes from TL, but just kept playing their own game, kept looking for openings, and then the moment that people clump up against like Maokai, Rakan, and Rumble, you're not going to have a good time.
It's rough. Team Liquid, they selected the blue side. I believe they were red twice before they got into this match, and now they're going to be on blue for the second time. So what adaptations would you like to see, Jat?
It's hard, but the control mages for APA aren't playing out that well. You saw when we had the 14-minute gold graph pop up, APA was down 1,000 gold. Despite doing pretty well in lane. I want to see him on one of his signature picks. I know Nico and Ziggs are drawing a lot of bans, but find a matchup for Cassiopeia. Play something that is going to make your opponent uncomfortable. Everyone plays Orianna. I don't think he's the best Orianna at the tournament. I just want to see something he's got a ton of games on so they can play around him.
Okay, do you see the GAM run here, the 2-0?
Especially being the team that is not really expected in the larger eyes of the public to make it, having no pressure on you, you know, even if you do go down in the next game, you will get blue side, and blue side advantage has been really big. I think GAM is actually, from this point on...
TL has blue.
Yeah, no, but I mean, in the third game,
maybe.
like, even if you lose here...
You're looking ahead.
Yeah. No, but like, that actually is really big.
I think if TL doesn't have a 2,000 goal lead at 14 minutes, this is their last game at Worlds.
Woof. As we gear up for Game 2, let's have a look at some behind-the-scenes footage, rather, of yesterday's action through the lens of the Oppo cam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Tap, light it, open it, close it, and text it, and send it, snap it. Come on, let's see the brightness and just feel the lightness. So impressive, be expressive. Oh, tap it, tap it, tap it,
guess I'm your type. 누르게 되지 like. 다른 애들은 swipe. Double tap this site.
사랑하지 내게 아트를 준 모든 애들 my friend 걔네기들 상응해줘야 돼 움직여 바삐 double tap 우리 사진 간지 공연 보러 온 누나들의 손가락을 만진다 빼반지 story 올려 되게 성공공 남자애들 껴 만들어 mosh pit 한국에 있는 애들 DM 아직 come to Korea 가자마자 벌려 기대한 것이 발을 뒤져 비껴 나가 내상놀이 피규어처럼 smooth sailing 시대 흐름 우리 신경을 안 써 연어 응원하는 애들 숨죽이지 이제 시간은 금이고 우린 bank ice 다섯 배로 벌려 우리 몸값 21세기 boys 우리 못 가는 데가 없어 목소리를 버텨가지고 worldwide Room is my planet I can go everywhere worldwide internet international to Instagram worldwide double tap worldwide 야 이제 우리는 virtual 가고 싶은 대로
tight 누르게 되지 like 다른 애들은 swipe double tap this site
1300 받지 날기 원하지 나 협찬 날기 오르지 우기는 하이킹 너무 쉽지 마치 사비 스티커 보면 날아 우리 무대 좀 쓸어 담을 거야 진짜 전부 1300 받지 날기 락스타 1300
이제 달라붙어 우리한테 double team 레이블에서 연락 마치 hurricane 무시하던 새끼들은 어디에 얼른 숨어 미리 사나 1plug 이제 우리 노래 어디 가면 들려 몇 년 전에 비웃었지 그래 바로 너 생각보다 우리들의 덩치 너무 커 이제 와서 빨아봤자 아무 기억 어서 움직여 넌 어서 뭐 백날 재미없는 노래 뱉어봤자 wow 사자 새끼 어디서 네 명함 내밀어 너를 퇴치하지 우리들은 let's go on a new level keep it on the low 너가 전화할 때 나는 수신 거부 flow 안 멈추지 마치 Rolex non-stop racks on racks 못 벌면 난 죽어 bounce we got the juice no time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work baby working hard 맨날 twerk bounce we got the juice no time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work baby working hard 맨날 twerk
tight 누르게 되지 like 다른 애들은 swipe
내리 아무것도 없어. 내리. 러블 뒤태. 러블. 없어. 먹어. 나이스. 자.
APA's out of range. Maybe Ballard is the hero, but eventually they get him to pop the shot. These have been huge. The flag and drag out of there from Piosik, but Ballard rolls in. The man who came in just before playoffs has set up on this Rakan as TL are running away scared. Help me, they say. Somebody. Is anybody there? But America's so far away. We're here in Korea, at least closer to Vietnam.
Oh my God! You could see the soul leaving my body.
I'm so sorry. I didn't intentionally. I looked at you guys like, what's happening to America? And I had to look at you guys because
the same thing that was happening to TL. We were dying.
Oh, okay. Well, it makes sense. But look, still,
we got aced.
Hey, it's a BO3 at the very least. You've got another chance. I think more importantly, we know with the way that game played out that it was really anyone's to take bar one fight.
So. This has been a consistent issue with Team Liquid, though. So I'm not even sure if it was anyone's game to take because Team Liquid have a constant issue with their mid and late game team fights where the positioning of their carries is far too exposed. And you saw it in a bunch of these team fights. APA getting hit with the Maokai ultimate, nobody blocks it because everybody's rushing over to kill a Rakan.
Yep.
And then in the bottom side play, Pallet gets an easy access into both carries standing next to each other.
Yep.
In a comp like that with two low mobility carries, you never stand next to each other because you're going to get AoE engaged on. Maokai ultimates, Rakan's follow-up is going to come through. Really need to work on both blocking for those carries, but also the carry positioning in the first place. And this is something that honestly happened a lot to Team Liquid in North America. They would get big early game leads and fail to close the games.
And this time they didn't even have a lead, right? You know, it was just even, right? You could say competitional lead and things like that. But yeah, it's honestly been a story that has followed TL, I would say, since 2020, where, you know, ever since they stopped winning, you know, it's always been that struggle for them where they've often been a really strong early game team in NA, but haven't been able to have, you know, that stability in the mid and late game. But that being said, every time this team goes international, they seem to go 3-3. They seem to take a game off of an LPL or an LCK big dog. They are now 0-3 at Worlds. They almost beat T1, but then, well, I don't know if I want to say almost.
Count,
but I know, but I'm just saying, like, they started with a really good game, but then they got absolutely trashed by Energy. They just had a really bad loss against Scam. If you go out like this, no one's going to remember the T1 or care about the T1 game. That is going to be the blip on the radar, and the consistency is going to be getting slammed.
Maybe he's not good enough, right? And again, the worst year yet when this team goes par for the course. Now facing match point as GAM have a leg up. Let's quickly talk about pick and ban as we're in.
Got to be Rakan here, right? Split up the lovers duo. Palette was amazing with it, and it's just in general one of the best, if not the best, engaged supports in the game right now. So a Syndra. Kati, one of his favorite champions here. That's why I was banned in the previous game. And I expect Rakan split up here. Unless they've got some extra interesting ideas here.
Jungle?
Definitely
I wonder if they go Rumble again.
Okay.
I mean, that was certainly very big for Kiai, but now it would be two really strong APs. And then it becomes a little bit hard to balance.
Oh, they're going to go Renata. They lock it in. So, I mean, you're going to be playing into Rakan, but
pre-counter it, yeah.
Exactly. The idea is, hey, you're going to play dive. You're going to be playing this aggressive stuff with the Rakan, and we're going to bring this out. That being said, it's not like you have to lock in full dive just because you have Xayah Rakan. You can just have one form of engage and have something that's a little bit less committal. So I still think you go Rakan. Nico would be interesting. They just lock it. So this is that other kind of pocket pick that I was talking about from APA. The three that he's kind of known for as the more little off-meta things in Pro is the Ziggs, the Cass, and the Nico, which is now going to be brought out here for playoffs.
This was his
APA,
comfort.
This was his comfort. And he had really good engages in the 5v5s, was able to set up his team well. But I just think more so than anything, Jan needs to step it up. And he's going up against a Draven in the bot lane. Draven Renata, one of the most dominant bot lane duos, because Draven can play so aggressive with the bailout to get those cash outs.
And to the earlier point, you can kind of back out of a Rakan and not go full engage, but you can't back out of a Rakan and a Nico pick and not go full engage now. They are committed. That is full engage into a Renata, into a Syndra scatter of the week, into the stand aside from Draven. So GAM, they definitely see this coming, and they've got quite a lot of counter engage tools already. Now they just need to worry about Pioshik, the one who can really throw a wrench in the game plan here. And so they're taking away the Jarvan, the early ganker. They already kept over their two bans from game number one, his two favorite champions as of now with the Lee Sin and the Viego. So honestly, I think they're checking a lot of boxes here in Champ Select.
I mean, I think the champion pool slimming down massively for both these junglers as well. Wukong now taking off. Like, do we start going through Vi?
Sejuani.
There's a lot of tanks up right now. The Rel is also very, very good, very viable. I would hope that Team Liquid would be able to get it, but you know, Levi could definitely take that as jungle for GAM.
And something else I will say is that, you know, yes, the Nico is dive, but I do like champions that deal lots of AoE damage against Renata, because Renata succeeds so much against single target damage, because you deny that one kill. If you can go in, you have lots of AoE CC, lots of AoE damage, it becomes very difficult to pick and choose who you're going to bail out, similar with Zillion. So it'll be interesting to see where they do want to go with that. Jack's the final ban there. So this does lead me to believe maybe it's just like a Renekton on 4 for Kiaya, and then, you know, trying to ban out some of these kind of consistent matchups that we see into that.
Yeah, get him a strong front line here from Team Liquid. Are we also going to take... Oh, they actually banned the Nocturne. Usually they like to pair it with the Nico for the engages, but they're preemptively taking that from Levi. Obviously, Levi, actually, I would say the most famous Nocturne in the world.
Agreed,
After the original GAM Super Leash level 6 Nocturne that they're so well known for.
It is interesting, though, because he barely played it at all this year. He's 2 games on it, right?
Yeah, you know, play it once, you get Super Leashed once, Azale. You remember that for a lifetime.
Of course. I mean, that's the most famous Nocturne game ever, I would say. But it's not been something that's been, you know, popular in Worlds at all, and there was no dive drafted with it, so, like, I was kind of surprised. I didn't even think that it would really kind of fit into their comp. But it's going to be the Vi as the option here now for Levi. So is going to have some dive. And I have to see what are they going to pair with that, because obviously Vi plus Draven plus Syndra, a lot of upfront burst, a lot of damage to try to get that kill and try to get that cash out.
I kind of like Rel here for Pioshik. Even though Pioshik loves to be early skirmishing, dueling junglers, he likes to have damage, so it'll be interesting to see him on one of the tank options this time around.
But surely that tank option's not going to be the Trundle, right?
So I mean, there's no pure tank on the opponents.
Well, and here's the thing. So Trundle, you know, is one of those champions that you can actually play against people that don't have any dashes like Draven, and you can just pillar him out of every fight. And you can actually go a pillar max build early on, but Kindred, the world champion on his skin.
Use the skin. It's so good.
You have to. You surely have to. I mean, this guy wants to hold on. Like when you're in an elimination match and you're about to be knocked out from Worlds, when you just won last year, this is when you bring it out.
And so this was banned against him basically all year long in NA. I think you have to play it once or twice. That's about it. He was known as a terror with it in scrims. Of course, he won a world championship. Pioshik, if you don't know, it means mark in Korean. So it is actually named for the Kindred. He was a Kindred one trick when he was first coming up. That's his name. He has a world championship skin on it. It doesn't really get any more iconic than this pick.
Ooh, I like the last pick here for Gam. The Kennen for Kiaya.
So good.
He's really, really going to be a big problem for TL to deal with. Both, you know, counter engage for later and having your own ultimate, but also the lane phase here. Kiaya has some extremely good lane phase stats, and as good as Summit was, unless he gets, you know, some jungle attention early, maybe, might be a bit brutal early on.
Because from the side of TL, I kind of want to digress through this comp because we talked about it early. There's a lot of all-in, there's a lot of circles again. I don't know, we're just like circles today. But
League of Legends like circles.
It does, it really does.
They don't use a lot of other shapes. Maybe we need to implement
Where's the
more
triangle
triangles
ultimate?
and squares. Yeah.
Where's the hexagon ultimate, huh?
True. I mean, we're going to open things up a little bit. Next couple of champions, maybe just going to be a wide variety of shapes. But look, I did have a question somewhere in there. I'll get to it eventually. TL, bit of team fighting here. Who wants to start? Who wants to break down TL as their backs are against the wall?
I mean, I think it's going to be really interesting here. You know, a lot of it is going to be about the initial engage. There's low mobility on the carries here, on the Gammon side, right? You have to get on Syndra, you have to get in onto Draven, but at the same time, you have to worry about the hostile takeover coming through from Pallet, the counter engage from the Kennen, so they can't really be too one-dimensional about how they're attacking. I also think that's why they went in towards this Kindred pick here, which is designed to deny a lot of the single target burst that is coming out from Gam, because they want 100 to 0 someone. They have the Vi ultimate coming in, Syndra ult, Draven ult, all over the top. And if you could deny that with that Kindred ult, they do have a lot of DPS here because you are playing a double marksman comp, even though it's one from the jungle.
Well, again, it's his pick. Pioshik last year, the DRX journey we all know and love, we all know so well. He brings it out when they're down match point against Gam, who brought game one here in the 0-2 day. Can they take it to equal footing here? Can they take it to one apiece?
I love it. I think it might actually be so hilarious, though, if Pioshik walks up fully blinged out in his world skin, world champion from last year, and then just goes 0-4 at Worlds and is like, see, I'm going home. Peace. Wearing complete world skins.
It's kind of interesting, too. I mean, I say this non-ironically, though people will kind of take it as flame. I mean, Yon just hasn't had a good tournament so far. You need kind of that secondary marksman. You need damage coming from somewhere. You need to have a consistent source of damage. So it's like maybe it is, you know, hey, we're going to bring in Kindred. We're going to have the DPS coming from there. Obviously, they need to have Yon step up if they want to be able to turn this series around because he has kind of been absent for TL, I feel like, throughout the event.
And I feel like Gam have drafted for that, right? Again, strong 2v2. We already talked about the Draven. Once you cash in and start snowballing in this game, it gets very dangerous for TL. And I feel like Gam have done their research. They know what's been going on in the tournament, but also what happened in that first game. Try and punish that bottom lane a little bit further.
I love it. Pioshik wants to advertise his world skin so he can rake it in. Any more extra purchases, welcome.
It's also worth noting it is Cleanse and Ignite down in the bot lane. So Pallet, you know, he is playing the most common runes, but it's not going to be heal on the Renata as we sometimes do see. So they're going more aggressive. They're looking for those kills. Obviously, anytime you're playing against CC heavy, but also for the exhaust, you need to have the Cleanse on the Draven because it's all about having that burst, having those aggressive trades, and they're stepping forward here.
Already, it's getting that damage down. You can see Slater with a couple of chunks into core JJ. Even Yon at the end doing exactly what the Draven lane does best.
Yeah, they're going to push up, and since you've got a bottom side start for Pioshik, he's not looking like he's coming down here early, so it is going to be Gam moving in onto the turret, trying to make Yon miss CS at turret, try and constantly harass him here, throwing out the Renata harassment under. They do get the handshake as well, try to pull him away. But Pioshik, look at the minimap. He's coming back down. He's crossing after a red side clear. He's going to hop over the back of the dragon and come behind them.
Very sneaky. No ward there to spot him out. Look at where the wave is at. TL will be able to clear some of this. This is about to crash as well. At 2 minutes 50, Pyosik, there's a reason why he's Kindred's feared. QuarJJ with a root, but no! He fails it as he flashes away. It's an early cash, but no, only for Paladin. Pyosik wants to trade this off, flash away from Slater, and he gets one. This might actually be okay for TL, considering that Pallet got the kill.
Yeah, exactly. It's not the end of the world here. And honestly, Slater made it way better for TL than it should have been. He should have just accepted his death. There's no reason to flash away there because now there's the opportunity for the regank. The cleanse was used early on the exhaust, so I think that made sense to get the kill on the core. Okay. But that flash when Pyosik's behind you, you are not getting away.
Also, this could get worse because they know that he started on this bottom side and they counted his jungle camp. So they have to know Pyosik is going topside now, and Levi just finished a full clear down to the bottom side. So it's not going to get any better for Team Liquid. There's no help coming, and their wave naturally will push back out away from them. So this bottom lane, it suddenly becomes more difficult. Sometimes it's the knock-on effects afterwards.
Yeah, they should know that he's down here, though. They did have that ward over in the river, so they spotted him doing it, and Core now going to suss this out. I'm also interested to see Pyosik. You know, he is obviously a Kindred master. You notice how he's not taking the topside scuttle right away? Because the mark was on the bot side scuttle, if you actually wait, you can force spawn it on that topside scuttle. So he's going to delay his scuttle take very likely to try to get that guaranteed first mark, which is one of the tricks you can do as a Kindred player.
First one lost bottom at the very least, but I like the point out there, especially since he's hovering there for now.
There it is. He waits till it spawns, and then he actually just took it. So he was hitting that scuttle until it was 300 HP, and then didn't kill it until it spawned, and now got a free mark.
Just got the smite.
I can see why people like you guys. You're very smart. You know what you're talking about.
It's a little trick, only works for the first one. And he's going to be able to counter jungle Raptors afterwards. But it means bottom lane is still...
They weren't expecting it, were they? Good damage coming through, loyalty program.
They kind of were expecting it, is why he walked up there. Right. Except that by walking up, you then take the Q and you take a bunch of damage anyways, and your wave is still pushing out. This is why I really highlight it as your problem doesn't get any easier for this bottom lane after that play. And a lot of times, it is the next few minutes after that where you really start to pay, because they know Pyosik has to be going to the top side of the map, and the wave control is just not there, and you're into a Draven.
I mean, look at the farm, right? And it's not that, oh, Jan, you're missing CS. It's that he can't walk up to the wave. The wave has been hard frozen on them after that play. So he just has to take the L, take a base, come back with that extra longsword, and hope that they can reset it. This wave will eventually bounce because he is letting it crash. But that being said, when he bases, he's going to have a massively better buy, and I'll be interested to see where he does go. There's a lot of different Draven builds, but I'm seeing a lot of Dravens love to go towards the early serrated Dirk, get that early lethality, and sit on that for a later collector. And we'll see if that's going to be the option, because it gives them so much power. And especially when you're paired with that Renata, you win every 2v2. There's just no way Core and Jan can win a 2v2 against this 2v2.
I mean, again, I love how important it has been in this bottom side as we continue talking about it. As you said, wave reacting now. Pyosik hovering in lane. It looks like Cardi as well is trying to make the move down.
Yeah, seen on a ward here, so it looks like they're brewing their trap of their own. They'll see the recall, and they might even see the Vi if he comes down here, too.
They did. They pinged on the Vi. So they should know, I think, that the Vi is there. So I think Pyosik is just going to be here for a potential counter gank. But if Vi shows mid, then they could actually look for a go.
No flash on Slater.
Not going to pull the trigger. At the very least, still waiting. Pyosik being very, very patient. But the problem is every second he spends here and nothing happens, well, ignore me, because something does. Pallet flashes away, exhaust is down as well, trying to get Jan back with that first kill. Pyosik gets another as well, and this guy well and truly on the board.
Yeah, this is actually really critical. They had to prevent the bounce. Gam desperately wanted to crash the wave, so it would bounce and then come back to them, and they could set up another freeze off of the base. But now, you lose that kill, you lose the flash off Pallet, and Slater can't actually take a base timing there because the wave is crashing on him. So this is really important here for TL. Unfortunately, Jan doesn't get the kill, so Jan is still going to be very far behind in the 1v1, but Pyosik is off to the races.
Yeah, and honestly, what you're talking about earlier with them having a backup AD carry, Jan's actually the backup here. Pyosik is the #1 DPS carry.
Time to learn support, kid.
Exactly. Both kills onto him, and they've got the perfect pairing. We often mention Pyosik and APA and the bond that these two have created, both in and out of the game. You've got the perfect setup. You know, APA is, as much as he's made mistakes elsewhere, he is amazing engaged in setup as a Nico for a big carry jungler like Pyosik on his Kindred.
And I think as well, you know, what we're talking about with the early game so far, the fact that this Kindred now has momentum, now has 2 kills, goes against what GAM are doing with their comp. We know that one item pick potential is huge, right? But still, the fact that this early game is going so well with, as our good mention, second mark coming through, means that TL have a lot more to play with. As Levi's just been spotted out in a missing Herald pit 10 seconds too early. Kiayu with his ulti available so they don't pull it, but TL off on the side. Force the flash. Cardi now poured out. He's got no summoners, and Pyosik says, another one in, but the handshake's so good. Now with the cannon slicing Maelstrom, it's in a great spot for Gam to hit back. It's the first adoration. Cashes in. Oh, TL, it looks so good as the Axes come back. The scat of the week there. Kiayu follows up with a kick ulti from Pyosik as well. Drop the DRX, he lives. But Gam turned that around so suddenly.
Really good kiting by Kati there. Keeps them on the edge, scatters the weak, pushes them away, kind of baits them in even further, and the rest of Gam come to aid him.
Yeah, that was so critical. That scatter was so clutch. Then the handshake from Pallet. Everyone piles in at the last moment there. It looked at first like it was going to be an easy kill onto Kati, but it was not. At the end of the day, getting that cash in on the Draven is huge.
Yeah.
And he did go for this rated Dirk. He did pick up the Sheen. You do sometimes see people go Essence Reaver, but Triforce is very common from this spot, and this is back to that earlier play. They know they need to try to get something going on this bot lane. They force the flash, exhaust the slow, and they're able to chase down.
Yep, nicely done from them. But as we know, there was already a quick rebuttal up here towards the Rift Herald fight. And initially it looked great unless you look at the mini-map. And you see the bottom lane are recalling, and they're coming over to the fight after that bottom side play. So it's kind of a domino effect from the bottom side play, getting the success there with the earlier recalls. It does mean Team Liquid, during this time, they get a turret plate on bottom side, I believe.
2
for Yon.
Okay. So it's something, and at the end of the day, it is just that one kill for Gam as TL kind of narrowly limp their way out. But it does mean there was also Herald taken after that, and it's the cash-in kill, and it is going to be Triforce, so we can see that Hearthstone Axe, I believe it is called, that is picked up. So Slater going to be working towards that, and is still way ahead of where Yon is, but Yon did get those 2 turret plates, so that's basically a kill for himself down in that bot lane, which helps to kind of salvage the situation.
But as you can see with the gold there, I mean, still Slater, we're telling the story of close to that first item. You're both mentioning, I think the biggest thing is so far, it feels like we're going to talk about Pyosik versus Slater.
Found axe, excuse me.
No, you're close enough. Everyone saw the axe and thought, an axe is an axe.
It's a triangle. Oh. More shapes in the game.
Right shape.
There you go. Pyosik currently up on the top side, though. Should be able to clear down through the skull again. But it means Gam going to take the dragon. Kati going to take a turret plate. So Gam again with the early lead this time around. Much better than the start last time. 1,000 gold plus the dragon start. Looks really good for them.
Yeah, they're got to be feeling good about their chances in this game. You know, feeling confident after game number 1. They know that they can out-team fight TL if they're performing like they did in game number 1. And again, they have the gold where they need it. It's on their carries. They have great counter engage. They have great answers to the dive here from TL. And a lot of pressure now on Pyosik. Had that amazing first game, but it's been a lot more quiet since.
So now I think you guys got to tell me a little bit about how TL continue to mitigate, or at least maybe slow the pace down. Is that what we want to see here, Kobe? Like, because Gam, obviously, with what we talked about, with one item, with a comp with a Draven as well, want to speed the game up, right?
Honestly, I just want to see them make use of some of this engage from APA. You know, get creative with this Nico and actually set up more kills for Pyosik and try and snowball this Kindred. He's got another mark. At least he was able to get in there to get mark number 2. But you really want to get to mark number 4 with Kindred so you get the extra range.
Yeah.
Because honestly, yeah, their solo laners don't scale real great for Team Liquid. Definitely will have double 80 carries for later, though, and a lot to make space with.
Question answered. I feel important enough to note that Pyosik has picked up another mark as well. So number 3, 1 off that special amount. As APA going to pop Blossom towards mid. They thought it was a fake, but Pyosik's rolling in. Kati, his flash is about 10 seconds off the cooldown. TL with
waiting for the mark. He's waiting for the mark.
And he was indeed, but Pyosik was out of range.
No, but he should have got it because it applies, and as long as he has the assist tag, let's see if he actually did get it. We can double check.
Yeah, he did.
He did.
Right, he got
and he got a jungle steal, so he has 4 marks. He just actually
good correction.
Just jumped up ahead there. But that was again one of these tricks that you can have as a Kindred player, because when you apply the mark on a new player, it takes some time to arm, for lack of a better term.
Yep.
So he was waiting there. That's why it looks so weird. He's calling out APA, don't kill, don't kill, don't kill. Then when it applies, they get the kill, and now he jumps out of 4 marks. This is so cool to see.
Really huge as well. Let's look topside though, because the roam from APA again with the slicing Maelstrom there. Summit's in danger. Teleport on him. Unleash power. Summit caught napping as the 2v2 in the bottom side opens up. But Pyosik's now here. Now that the ulti's out from Pallet as well, it seems approachable, but Pyosik not pulling the trigger just yet.
Oh, Gam is going to blow up topside here after that kill. Now only APA is around, and Levi's looking for more.
Walking in with no mana, has the flash available. It's
All the route!
Tangle bumped! Oh, APA! I was lured in, I'm so sorry.
All I had to do was ask for it, and APA 2 kills back to back makes them good for Team Liquid. They are still behind. Let that be true. They're definitely still behind here. Gam has the lead, but there's a little bit of life on the Rift.
Yeah, absolutely. These are some confidence-building plays here. APA, a couple good plays in a row. I'm just enjoying this game as a fan of Kindred. This is my most played champion all the time. I love the little intricacies, the details that they're playing around with here. Summit going in aggressive as APA was on the move, but it's Kiaya who arrives first, and APA says, this is a lost fight. I can't actually walk in through the Syndra, so he had to walk the long way around.
Yeah, and then Levi sets it up here from the brush. APA, though,
great flash.
Really good flash into double root under the tower. Thank you very much. Flashes the Gam there as he walks away.
And man, I'll tell you one thing. As you said, it's great to be a fan of this game. There's only a 1K gold lead. Gam with the Dragon. We've got another one in a minute 30, but it's just a quick reminder. After this, you're wondering, there's got to be another game. Our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz is coming up next. D+ Kia versus BDS. That's our next series. So it doesn't just end there. EU are also fighting for their life.
That's exactly what I was thinking, actually.
Yeah?
Oh, there's got to be another game after this, right?
Great timing. People might tune in and be like, this is it? No way. I mean, we're still hoping this might go to the distance, but I mean, TL, regardless, making them work for it as MasterCard's lane economy snapshot says, hail Piosik with his 4 marks and his very fed Kindred.
Yeah, he's in a great spot and does actually secure that as Levi was jumping forward. Jan is in an okay spot now. He does have his Kraken Slayer completed. He has the crit cloak on top, so he's not so far behind the Draven. You know, he is within striking distance. It's about 400 to 500 gold. So they have kind of stemmed the bleeding somewhat, excuse me. And I just really want to see if Jan can have that big fight, because I do think everyone else on TL has kind of had their big moments, but they really need to get Jan involved. They need to have him, you know, performing at that high level as TL are moving up for potential Herald scrap.
Actually, I think they're going to look for a double teleport. They're not teleporting to the same ward, though, so everybody will be here on time.
Can move back towards mid. Herald resets for the time being. Pop Blossom single, but it gets the flash out. Now, flash or Pop Blossom, what's more important in this fight?
I mean, I think in short term, it is actually the Pop Blossom, because playing without ulti for this Nico is really devastating. But we'll have to see, can Core get like an ulti flash onto Kati and you immediately eliminate him? The combat power is just much lower from APA, and Gam aren't willing to risk it. They don't want to give up a kill here.
Yeah, I think they can try and transition down towards this Dragon. It looks like TL going to chase them a little bit, but their bottom lane just goes, or APA used his teleport already.
Oh, he's looking for Kati.
Be a big pick.
Piosik has ult. Kindred ult, great for tower diving.
Oh yeah, and with Herald there as well, you don't have to wait for the minion wave while the rest of the team might be caught out. Jan gets targeted. Kiaya going in. Hang on, this Kennen has an angle with Kati roaming down. He's like, forget the top of TL. We might have a fight. There's the assistant. Rather getting through. Jan flashes out over the wall. CoreJJ's knackered, and he's taken out. It's a bit of a pick from Kati as the rest of TL have to run away.
I mean, Kati just played this so well. They were wrapping around on him, and he just turns it into a pincer move onto Jan. No one was blocking for Jan for a lot of those hits. He got incredibly low, has to blow both summoners. Core dies for free, and then it's a TP down towards bottom, so potentially going to look for this tower as well while TL are striking again top.
Pick off on Kiaya against the wall, 1 versus 2. Slicing Maelstrom used just to help with the wave as well. An easy pick once again.
Waiting for the mark.
Oh, yes, indeed. Number 5, taken away.
Exactly. Again, just playing around these marks so incredibly well. That is the communication between these two players. They have them in a really good spot. And remember, after your first range increase at 4, you only need 3 for the additional range increases. So he is only 2 off that second range increase. That's where I always feel like it really starts to get out of control for Kindred, because you can so safely auto from that point. When you have that additional range, you really can become powerful. But let's watch this again. And to me, it's so much about the move down from Kati, who's coming from that top side. He's being chased by multiple members, but he's the pincer play.
And look at the mini-map. APA stays top to get the local gold for killing that turret because they used the Rift Herald. So that's what turns this play that originally is Team Liquid 2-for-1 on topside trying to make a pincer movement themselves into Gam advantage numbers through the river, Gam pulling out the kill. But then Team Liquid do pick up the extra kill here for Piosik, and Piosik is the carry for this team. Still deathless on that Kindred with a lot of extra damage coming through to here. So should be able to get a little bit more magic resist to deal with all that damage from the Syndra as well as the Kennen. And maybe the world champ on the world championship skin could be what they need to push it to another game.
There's definitely a carry angle here. I mean, they are up in gold. TL's not in a bad spot. You know, likely going to go towards like Wits End second, something along those lines. If you go Wits End Merc Treads, there's a lot of CC and there's a lot of AP over on this side, so that is going to be pretty powerful here as Gam trying to set up a potential angle.
Okay, cease and desist at the flash in. TL group up though. Levi, has he gone too far forward? But hang on a minute, Renata ulti in time. No, it wasn't. Yon dies in the end. Kiaya goes under turret. Gam still have it in them. The fire burns as they're one step away, and they keep the game competitive.
Heartbreaking for Yon. He was just a couple seconds off having his ultimate, just barely didn't have it. So great timing from Gam to be able to find that hard engage. They had that time to the second to have the confidence to go for that.
TL still trying to get something out of it with the trade on top side. APA keeps on pushing here for the Nico. They do get a tier 2. Remember, tier 2's worth 800 gold for your team in the design team attempt to buff split pushing. So definitely a very valuable trade there for Team Liquid.
That's supposed to be top lane gold. What's the mid laner doing stealing that? Give it back!
Well, meanwhile, 1v1 in the bottom side. Kiaya's got his flash available, but Summit also does match it. Come on, Summit! But out of range, Kiaya's out, and that's a very fast little rat.
And I think he would have flashed if he had his E.
Oh! What did I say? Rats can't run!
You just need a little bit of minion wave help from your opponents. He was waiting for the minion line to get here for the slice and dice, and he goes for it.
Crocodile versus the rat. It's really never a fair matchup there.
True. Report Gam minions. They should have stopped.
It's such a big kill, guys. Mid turret opens as well. Gold lead for TL here at 19 minutes of the game as Kanti walking into the brush of death. Guess who hasn't left? It's Summit with Scatter the Weak out, and Cuddy gets burnt down. He just got to the lane.
Lucky, though, that Summit didn't have his ulti, because that could have been him going for an all-in if it was actually up and available.
Yep.
As Jan's just kind of hanging out here around mid lane, has to play safe because Core is on the roam, and Levi trying to set up a potential pick angle here onto APA, but he doesn't win that 1v1, so he would need to wait for an additional member to come before he looks for the engage.
All right, as we transition to 20 minutes here as well, we're going to see them move all the way towards the Baron, of course, but here's the replay that we're going to take a look at first. As the flash initiation, we were talking about the small timing between getting the Xayah ultimate. It is covered by Pyosik pretty well. It's just that Draven ultimate from Slater, nicely timed over the top, an execution for him. He cashes in and is able to make good on that one. And then you know how this 1v1 eventually turns out.
Yeah, just really well played. And the Stridebreaker versus these range matchups can be so powerful. People often just default towards the Gore Drinker, but he has this slice and dice into the Stridebreaker slow there, and then gets back in for the flash Q, Stridebreaker, the W to finish it off. Really well played, clean stuff from Summit.
Yeah, and that Kennen really wants to be using the flash for these team fights, really wants to play with the rest of the team, doesn't want a lot of 1v1 side lane action versus Summit versus Team Liquid. So Team Liquid with their side lanes pushing, they've got the advantage.
Hang on a minute, there's a flash forward. Core JJ's found a pick. Kiaya, as you said, he wants this flash. Well, he wants it to get out of here, that's for sure. Pyosik with another kill. Stop giving the Kindred money.
And this is while they're split pushing.
Don't stop.
While
oh, you want that, yeah.
While they have Summit pushing on bottom side, so they're going to apply pressure to bottom side. After that pick, they can just move on down to the Baron here and keep things rolling. There is a control ward inside, but they've got plenty of damage. 2 carries for themselves. Will burn right through this thing.
Yeah, and this is problematic because they have to send someone to answer Summit. He's still going. He's going to go in towards the inhibitor towers if they don't send someone back. Yaya, remember, has no TP, so he can't even TP to join here. APA is on the flank.
He can try and keep Levi out. He's looking to deny the smite.
Amazing map play, though, to say the least. Either way, it's damage done, but TL have to hold their own in front of this Baron. The steal, Levi's in. Oh! TL, how could you let him do it? He'll sacrifice his life, but can they get anything else? Surely not. This team is Liquid. Sometimes the jump up from APA finds Slater at least some retribution. The ulti used defensively, but Cuddy's found a kill over the wall. Yon and Pyosik just what they were given, which is some money back in this game. 2 kills, make it 3 surely, but with Scatter the Weak, Pyosik is being bailed out in his own unique way. Yon chasing after. TL are getting low. Cuddy has a full mana bar. All it takes is a Scatter the Weak. Oh, guys, you must be on edge. There's the ulti from Pyosik to get the kill finally. The Whirling Death won't get it, but why was that allowed to happen?
That one hurts. There's just no reason that they should just let him walk up bold as you like into the pit like that. They were clearly worried about taking the fight because someone was on the roam trying to join, but...
Well, APA was at the behind the Baron pit, so he was looking for the Vi there, and Vi just walks in through the river instead. Good job from him avoiding the Seek, but Pyosik at Worlds, another Baron stolen away from him. Last time he still won the series, so
true.
That's all I'm saying.
Guma stole a lot of those.
Guma stole a bunch of Barons, and it didn't end up mattering.
That didn't matter,
then.
right? It's totally fine, Kobe.
Here's your cope. I'm delivering
there
it
you go.
live.
Thank you. That's my world champ. Let's go.
Well, Jets, look, are you ready to do it again? Because TL and Gam have forced themselves around the Dragon. Third Dragon for Gam it would be here as they're just waiting. TL are split apart. Look at the map right now. Yon running in. They're not a full unit, but Gam aren't going to pull the trigger. So, first Dragon of the game goes to TL in their own way.
Yep, going to be able to grab that. It is obviously not the best soul, but just denying that soul point from Gam is really important here. TL, you know, despite the Baron guffaw, the Baron mistake, whatever you want to call it, it is going to be still a decent spot for them in this game. They're still, you know, nearly 4,000 ahead. They have a monstrously fed Pyosik here, and no one can really answer someone in the side lanes anymore. You know, he's kind of gotten past that time where Kiaya can do anything to him, so it's going to have to be Kati often answering those waves in the side lanes, but Syndra by herself can really be vulnerable.
Man, this is insane. All right, usually when you have Zai on your team, you want to combo a Blade Caller. Usually you want to combo a Blade Caller to burst down Baron, but he uses his feathers to try and get Vi, but Vi is in there anyway.
I don't know. I just think that's just such an obvious mistake. Like, they saw him coming. It was still at about 2K. Yeah. You can just stop hitting it and just turn on the Vi. There's no need to actually flip that. And the look of total disappointment on Kobe's face is measured by what I feel in my soul.
There were about 6 things they could have done differently here, but
about this one. Well, it's dangerous. Levi with the ulti straight away. All it takes is Scatter the Weak, but early little ulti coming through from the kicker. TL going to try and turn it around. Out it goes, but it's a slicing mouse on the back line. ABM might have brought it back. As you said, he pops, he blossoms. TL are back on in this. Guys, you don't have to be depressed anymore.
They don't need no Baron. They're just going to kill all the champions.
ABA gets into the back line, putting TL on his shoulders in that fight. That was definitely nerve-wracking, but now, could this be the end? It definitely could. They're going to push for it.
You've heard of the legend of Doran not caring about cannon minions. Pyosik will one-up you. Steal as many Barons as you want. He's going to win the game.
On his world champion skin as well. The absolute legend pulls this out. As you said, guys, been banned against him all year for good reason. But TL have still got it. Yeah, there's a couple of mistakes in between. But we go to the game 3 where North America stay alive.
Woo!
Oh my
I always doubted that. that game was something.
Yeah.
It's been a wild ride this series so far. I gotta say though, incredible game from Pyosik. I think how he and APA worked was absolutely amazing. Yeah. Love to see it.
That is hilarious, actually.
Much better game. I mean, APA's been cutting some flack. I feel like Kobe's just done. He's
the camera's on us. I feel better about my Barons getting stolen. From now on in solo queue, that's what I'm going to say.
Oh, really? Well,
Pyosik strat.
I mean, this has to go to a break, surely. Ladies and gentlemen, Game 3's coming up right after the break. You're not going anywhere.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
confidence 발 감히 누가 눈독 들여 우리 돈 우리 문이 소풍 누가 주식까지 bounce back 머리 숙인 후에 누가 move get out the way 다음 생활 놀이 늦게 감리적인 듯해 견제로선 여길 냅다 씹어먹고 법해 내장까지 깔끔하게 마치 순대 씹어 먹어야지 팩맨 딱 몰라 스펙대 올해는 나는 아냐 스루 랩맨 내 말은 듣게 안 들어 맵맨 버리던 냄새 세스코 불러야겠네 너희 따는 것이 오마시면 나 캡맨 Hop in the booth 여긴 없어 네 자리 She make it clap look at me body 내 말이 뚜떠지려도 몰라 니 가랑이 腳바닥에 붙어 뜯은 어떻게 저래 사람이 built-in chopper best-selling motherfucker 하고 다리가 나랑 비비려 해 감히 사이코형 죽일까 차라리 오케이 선배가 선방 칠게 우리 CB는 힘있게 비례 시간라도 바로 가는 여유롭게 What's what? Whistle it 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 Whistle it, 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 yeah. Gotta check my squad 일동대기 시간은 bitch I'm ready 통신의 애들 사이에서 난 예리 갖다 붙여 대 working my studio 한 지출의 지린 the funniest Just gotta beat Millie 고트대 샤프니 baby behavior 나쁜 습관이지 돈을 쓰는 거또한 푼도 너한테 난 쓸 일이 없어 내 손씨가 달라도 우리 같은 DNA 평정심을 유지하고 느낌이 혓바닥이 뜨뜨뜨 어떻게 잘해 사람 나니 겁봐 나한테 말을 가득하지 man lalling like 난 first one 사가리 stupid ass right what 정신 차려 너야들 라산다 계속 뱉다 바라보지 마치 지붕 위에 chicken 단지 깊게 생각할수록 느껴지는 distance 두 번 세 번 더해져 몇 심 fucking another level So check my EP psycho with no peace 손대에 뜨겁지 날아올라 no beef fly hard 태고 나와 아직 적지 놈들 일단 버지 시켜 수준 없이 봐봐 헤이로 근데 태태 붙듯 다음 소리 카부로 따라 하다 캐캐 목공강을 버린 수두로 백백하지 마치 폐업지고 떨이 그래 너지 누구 두리번 거리기는 병 부정적 비백과 비대 세우니 10대 초순력 초순과 텐트 기체 한 길을 돌파 중 easy CC에 버려 나 own Whistle it 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 Whistle it, 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 yeah.
At 2 minutes 50, Piosic. There's a reason why he's Kindred's fear. QuarJJ with a root, but no! He fails it as he flashes away. It's an early catch, but no, only for Paladin. Piosic wants to trade this off, flash away from Slater.
Can an ulti? Can an ulti. 내려볼게. Still up, so 3 seconds. And shut on, boys. Okay, nice.
That's a very fast little rat.
And I think he would have flashed if he had his E.
Oh, he's done! It's a slicing mouse over the back line. ABM might have brought it back. As you said, he pops, he blossoms. TL, I'm back on in this. Guys, you don't have to be depressed anymore.
They don't need no Baron. They're just going to kill all the champions.
Team Liquid is still in this one, and the difference between the shot that I saw of the casters at the end of Game 1 and the one that we're seeing now is just as big as the difference that TL showed us, I think, in the game. Yeah, Piosic with his world's skin, with a lot of skin in the game. He said, I'm gonna go out flashy or I'm gonna stay in this series, and he did, Chad.
He absolutely did. First Blood was a little bit fortunate that it didn't go over to the Draven, instead the Renata, and then Piosic can clean up afterwards. Also gives Jan a little bit of an experience lead in this lane, which allows them to get some repeat ganks since all the summoner spells were burned, and Piosic just kept stacking up his own income there and was able to carry the game.
And I think Kindred in particular is one of those picks where if you do get an early lead, the pick can feel so oppressive. Once you start stacking, you can go for the really aggressive plays. And I do think that even though I was somewhat skeptical as to whether the team comp would work, into like Draven, Vi, these type of picks that are going to always try and play for really aggressive deep dives, the value of a Kindred ult, when used by someone who's very adept at it, can be game-winning. If there were multiple skirmishes and some of the mistakes that were kind of, you know, taken care of by the existence of that Kindred ult.
Yeah, I mean, the Kennen also had a hard time, specifically in the 1v1, of course, but you can't really expect to be making those deep flanks or like the angle to approach the team fight if you're constantly being marked by someone who did a great job.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that went well for TL this game that didn't go well in game one, the Nico being one of those things for APA. And it's not necessarily something that happens from the laning phase. I always like to think of comfort picks as allowing you to play the game after laning phase, because anyone can play 100 solo queue games like APA did of Orianna and Syndra and learn that laning phase well, but it's what comes afterwards, and specifically the highlight plays of right here in the side lane when you don't really have time to think or plan, just knowing how to turn this play around. Flash, double root, gets the kill. The final team fight here as well, where he's just making these really big game-deciding plays in the team fights, are things that just don't happen when he's playing on Syndra or Orianna, but it's because he's not necessarily thinking about how to play the champion, he's just thinking about how to play the game, and that makes the world of difference in these high-pressure situations.
And particularly against any opponent you're going to find on the world main stage, even though GAM obviously is towards the bottom of that end, right? They made it through play-ins. They still beat a lot of teams that have spent their entire year trying to perform here at Worlds. So I think that those couple of split seconds can really be the difference maker. And I hope, for their sake, that they're able to get something similar for APA in the next game.
It's true from the side of GAM. This is a story you've seen a couple of times before, when a team that isn't favored going into the matchup is the underdog. They get a first game win. They're actually competitive in the second, but they don't win. That becomes harder, because then that high you've been riding for the entire day gets slammed into the ground, and you need to get back up.
It also gives you time to think, which is the last thing you want to do when you're the underdog going into these matchups. You're like, oh, we could actually win. Like, what's the... And then, oh, now it matters that we lost, rather than when game one, they kind of came in with nothing to lose.
Oh, maybe it was without outside of our reach, and then you think, no, actually,
now
it's
in
fully
reach,
in our
and
reach.
then it becomes hard.
It is difficult indeed, but you said it right, Jat. You called out the Nico specifically, actually, as something that you wanted to see APA on, and I want to pull up the drafts from the first two games. GAM select blue side, so we'll talk about them with that in mind, going into this deciding game, the game that will decide your world's life.
So on the side of TL, I think that even though I really like specifically the combo of the Jarvan with the Orianna protecting this Aphelios, we saw that it didn't actually end up working, right? I would expect that J4 is going to get off the ban list. GAM is going to go for more bans toward APA instead, because I do think that we've seen other teams go for both the Nico and the ban on the Ziggs instead of just the Ziggs, and that might be a big difference maker, because it does feel to me like APA is kind of the crux of making it work for Liquid.
Yeah, on the side of Team Liquid, I think they're going to be faced with this, I almost want to call it this Orianna problem, because I imagine GAM is going to select blue side since they have choice for the first time in the series, and that really pinches the red side bans for Team Liquid, because it was Maokai, Orianna, and Rumble that they banned here, except then they have the opportunity to first pick the Xayah, which is going to be going over to GAM. So I definitely think GAM is going to be a little bit more draft favored here. And the one player we haven't talked about that much on Team Liquid is Yawn.
Yeah.
He's had a really poor Worlds. He is a rookie. He hasn't been performing that well on stage, and now I feel like he's going to be in a disadvantaged AD carry matchup if the Xayah goes over as a first pick for GAM. So it is nice that they've been able to break the seal, get their first Worlds win, but they need to finish it up here and get the second one.
And social media gold, by the way, the GAM crew. We were talking about it in the the green room we watch as well, Jat, that you kind of take inventory of this Team Liquid lineup and you think, wow, with these super experienced Korean players, with world champions, and you kind of over-focus on it, and you sometimes forget that APA and John are like very new players. They're fresh players to the international stage, and they will be making some more mistakes, and they are allowed, frankly.
They are, and then also the experienced players are experienced mistake makers. Summit and Pyosik, like just literally, they go for the big plays consistently, so it just creates a very inconsistent environment, and that's, I think, the reason that Game 2 worked better than Game 1, because Game 1 was a cookie cutter Jarvan Orianna standard. Game 2 was very much like, a Stride Breaker Renekton with a Nico mid and a Kindred jungle. It's all these Team Liquid character picks that don't actually have good team fight structure, but that's kind of where they thrive. Like, this is not a team that actually is good at team fighting, so just pick really strong individual skirmishers and try and make the best of it.
And Summit, I want to again reiterate, he has been this exact guy for since 2018 Sandbox. Like, he has been the exact same player, someone who's gotten very invested in Sandbox in the past, in these high-pressure games that where we see him sometimes fall back in these kind of situations where, you know, should you really push out an extra wave? But he does. And that is something that I think here he's not going to be allowed to do, because it's up to him and Pioshik to take the rest of the team and say, guys, get it together, we're going to do this.
Team Liquid and GAM on the brink of ending their Worlds run here, or of continuing on and fight another day. Who will it be? Let's head over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Sox, and welcome back for the final game of this series. I'll just tell them a bit about Mount Druitt back home, but that'll come for a little bit later. I'm hysterics. This is Kobe. This is Zale. For those that know,
some of these Australian sayings.
Now you have to say it.
I had to balance it out because, again, what's between Vietnam and America? Naturally, if you know geography, it has to be Australia, which I don't know where geography...
We live in America. We don't know geography.
Oh, you don't?
Well,
Checkmate.
I was going to go Hawaii.
To be fair,
that's in the middle.
My geography just then was about as good as that, so it doesn't matter. Regardless, in-between point seems to be natural because GAM with game one, and it was an early game fumble, but they brought it back in the end. TL made our hearts race with the Baron Steel that they let come through. So it's been really back and forth this series.
Honestly, I think with how chaotic this is, TL should, again, just go with whatever full comfort pick you want personally, like just as an individual, you know?
I think Kindred's getting banned now. Nope, no Nico. No, didn't like that.
They got targets set on APA, and I'm not surprised why. This has worked for a lot of teams to full target on him.
But it means that they're going to be dropping some of their bans, right? They banned out Lee Sin. Do you want to ban out Kindred? Do you ban Lee Sin again? Do you ban the Viego, right? Like, so there's something that's going to be dropped because they're adding in these new bans. And they are going to be on blue side, which has been dominating. Of course, it's a little bit... It's a little bit of a fraudulent stat because the higher seeds are always choosing blue side as well. So that is kind of skewing it. But blue side definitely really strong in this meta. And I'm interested to see what they do elect with this final ban. It's clearly a big discussion. There was no hesitation in game 1 or 2, but now that they've lost, it's a little bit back to the drawing board, and they're not sure.
I certainly think the Rumble ban is a good one here for Team Liquid to take that away. Kiaya had massive, massive damage output with that one and not nearly the impact with the Kennen. So like that, and they did split, so giving at least the one respect ban to Pioshik, banning away the Kindred. That, however, leaves open his two recent favorite champions, which are Viego and Lee Sin, and he might be able to punish with those.
And also there's potential. I was going to say, if they left up Ori, there could be the Xayah-Ori trade. If you ban Ori, it's just such an easy first pick on that Xayah. I don't think TL will give over the Lovers Duo like we saw it happen last time. The GAM elected to actually let that happen because Core is a big fan of that Rakan, and I think Kaisa Rakan is probably the answer that they're going to be grabbing.
Personally, at 2, when you pair with this and you're building out the full team comp, if you go and start with the Kaisa Rakan combination, then you can add in the Rel and have a really big 2-layered engage. So then, even though Xayah is so good at counter engage, you can still get it.
Oh, but as you said, you know, when you want to target Pioshik in another way,
Viego Lee Sin, baby.
What's left open? He's got his choice. Even though the Kai'Sa's not picked in the end, why pick it now? We've already denied the Lovers Duo. You guys hit the nail on the head.
Yeah, and I mean, it is interesting, right? Because if you lock this here, you know, that does kind of protect the pick, but at the same time, maybe they're worried, hey, Levi could take it away. I do think this makes the most sense, though, but Kaisa has not been doing very well at Worlds, has been losing almost all the matchups into the Xayah. Pardon?
Neither has Jan.
True. There you go. Well. It's a match made in heaven. But I want to see where Levi's going to go, and it is going to be the Wukong. So Wukong is really kind of falling out of favor. It's gotten a few picks, but this champion got nerfed a while ago and has really kind of been out of the pro meta mostly since then. But this is a lot of team play, a lot of engage, a lot of burst again.
And if you watch the VCS, this was still one of Levi's most played champions. He is now
most played by a lot.
26-4, I believe, on this. So with a lot of other people dropped Wukong, Kanavi did not really drop it, and Levi certainly did not drop it. This is a huge power pick. He's undefeated so far at Worlds with it as well, with 3 wins in play-ins, I believe.
Yeah, so he has 12 games overall this year, 91.7% win rate on it. Woo! Obviously, they were very dominant in their region. And as far as the career stats, I can check on that for you too.
This is also a pretty comfort pick for APA. He's always been a big fan of the Ahri. Into the Syndra here. Let's see about some early jungle attention. They did end up dropping Piosik's pick, though. Team Liquid, they in favor of getting comfort here for APA. It does come at the cost of possible, what I would assume are Lee Sin Viego bans.
But honestly, like, I don't care. If they ban Lee Sin Viego here, you still would have Jarvan, so Jarvan's going to be banned. If they ban that
wanted
stuff,
my Rel,
then there's
too.
Rel, exactly, right? So I think that there's enough jungle options that you don't have to early pick it unless you're like, I must have this because I'm going to carry on it. So it is going to be interesting. You generally assume that there is going to be kind of those physical damage and point-and-click CC pairings with Ahri. Vi Ahri was always the one that everyone talked about. That was such a common pairing, but it did kind of really fall out of favor. So I'm interested to see if they're going to be banning out just more physical damage junglers here, those pairings alongside what APA is going for.
With the Renekton banned as well, I just want to quickly touch on, because if TL on red side here, if we're expecting to see priority on jungle, is it left to last? Do we get topside counterpick for Summit? Like, what's the play here for TL?
It's
for
fifth
sure
pick for Summit,
top,
100%.
Yeah.
Like, when they're playing red side, it feels like it's almost always that, because this is a guy who's been such a good laner throughout his entire career across multiple leagues. You know, I think Rel works here. I think that there are other options that you could just go Vi. It's probably one of those two in my mind, but Viego also open is a favorite. So I think it's kind of between those three, and it's really just dealer's choice.
Yeah, I mean, that's just general drafting etiquette usually.
Oh, wow.
But they end up going with the Jax first, showing it with full
really
confidence.
Surprising.
And that really is Summit saying, with the Renekton and Rumble banned, I don't care what you play into the Jax. You know, he's okay with a Cassante matchup. He wants the Jax side of it. He wants to carry. That is confidence from Summit, and we've seen that all year from him.
No.
It's just a shout out. It's just a shout out.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad I got you with me, Kobe.
I like this seal though, because I really think the Rakan plus Rel is one of the few combinations for support jungle that guarantees you those engages. So really good steal away here, and it's good for Palette.
Sejuani. Okay, so they're going really just for the top side play. Yeah. You're doing this melee pairing with the Jax, so it is the Sejuani. It's not some of the options that we were talking about. Of course, Sejuani, another popular one. Kind of less the Pyosik flavor, I do feel like, so that's why I was kind of talking about some of these other ones instead. But it is going to be so strong playing towards topside. They should have a heavily winning 2v2. They have hard engage, obviously, with the Rakan, with ultimates from the Sejuani. They have good dive as well with the Ahri as well as the Kai'Sa. So it's really all about going forward and trying to pile in on Kati and Slater, and it's going to be up to the rest of GAM to keep them safe, to buy that space for them to fight.
Yeah, this draft is Summit saying, pass me the ball right now. I will push you across the finish line. The Sejuani pick is a pick for Summit here. Jax plus Sejuani is way lopsided. Really goes to show why they weren't worried about the Cassante matchup, because that gives a big advantage to the Jax side.
Absolutely, and he is a guy that you want to give that ball in the lane phase. It's just a matter of, can he make it work in the team fights? Will he play safely in those side lanes, or will he be able to pick on him?
And the big advantage from Jax Sejuani comes a lot early stages, because Wukong wants to farm to 6. Wukong is a level 6 jungler, really high priority on that. So there should be a lot of early minutes here in lane phase where Team Liquid, Pyosik, Summit, they can look for some top side plays.
Well, we've had back and forth in the top side throughout multiple lanes so far in this series. It is elimination time. Loser of this is going home. One-way ticket, either back to the States or back to Vietnam. And we're going to ask the question, you know, who's more deserving? They both deserve to be here, but winning
Whoever
this
wins.
game, that's right, Azale's answered it. We don't have to wait any longer. We'll get into Summoner's Rift here in the 5th International for GAM and the 5th Worlds for TL.
And I think that's the beauty of this system. It's a best of 3. You can't say, they just cheesed me out. They got one game. They didn't deserve it.
Exactly.
Whoever wins is the deserving team to advance forward in the Swiss. And whoever loses, tough luck. You should have played better. You had the opportunities here. So we're going to see if they can step it up.
Well, it's going to be the engage from QuartJJ. Counter-strike there as well. Bit of damage to be done, but they need Pyosik to be closer than he is. A bit of grasp. Okay, a win for TL, but there is time for Kiaya to go back and reset.
Yeah, he's going to go all the way back to the turret here, make sure there's nobody sneaking around. They don't actually leave behind any deep ward from the side of Team Liquid, and GAM sneak in, and they put the extra one over onto blue buff. Looks like Summit will be the human ward.
Yep, he's waiting over there, so at least I think wants to see if they're going to be starting on this, and may do a really late ward. So we'll have to see if he does end up actually going for that ward, right as the start is happening, just so it lasts a little bit longer. And with his positioning, I'm assuming he's going to ward the blue on spawn.
TL start on their own. Again, vision gathered here by GAM. On the blue side, they're the ones that chose this. I know we talked about statistic before, stronger teams there, but has been successful so far in the tournament.
Absolutely.
Summit in the end, gentlemen, further to your point, ward down quite late to see that crossing all the way over to the top side.
Yeah, exactly. So while TL doesn't have eyes on the jungler, you kind of know what he's doing, right? You have a ward on Raptors, you have a ward on blue, so he's doing red, he's gone to Krugs. That is very easy to kind of figure out unless he's doing something really weird. But with the lane obviously leashing bot, it should be pretty clear where he is going to be. And we'll have to see how TL does want to start this out, because it is a bot to top clear here for Pyosik. Obviously, you want to end on the side of your melee solo laner with that Jax.
Yeah, as we were talking about, the whole reason for the draft up there. And let's see that wave built up here by Summit. Pyosik, how badly he's going to look like he's going to go towards mid instead. But we also had Kati move up and ward Raptors. So seeing that Raptors are still there, going to expect probably Sejuani on bottom side coming through here. Kati needs to play top towards his ward.
Hang on, early gang from Pyosik to get the flash out. It depends. I mean, there'll be a permafrost shortly, but one more auto to get it. Kati just walks it out and graciously holds his summoners.
But I do like this kind of a play. Don't overcommit to it. Don't spend your summoners. Get a little bit of chunk. He didn't spend a lot of time doing it. He's just crossing from bot over towards top, so he'll keep up the farm. We'll be slightly behind for a moment behind Levi, but it's not a big deal. And I do think it's those little pressure moves that can help to give a bit of room for APA to make something happen in mid.
So here in this early game, while we have some time, I want to ask you guys a little bit more about GAM. I know you talked about TL and the top side focus here in the early game. With the Sejuani, we kind of didn't expect for Pyosik, but for GAM, we're seeing Wukong with Syndra. We're seeing big ult buttons here. So I want you guys to walk me through as to what GAM's focus should be here in this early game.
I personally expect them to go heavily towards Kati to play around this Syndra. We saw that from them in their first win, and I think with Kiaya, who to me is their big star, off a carry, I think it is going to be more about playing towards mid, trying to enable this Syndra, trying to get Pallet out of lane. If you get pushed there, move him up, and use that mid lane pressure to then move into Heralds, move into Dragons, and that's kind of what I'm expecting.
And kind of like I referred to earlier, it's going to be a later start for GAM because they've got the Wukong who wants to get to his level 6, whereas Sejuani can make earlier moves. You can just use Permafrost and use these stuns to try and get the Jax going early. It is a pushing wave here towards Summit. So Summit's job now is a little bit of acting.
Oh, and the full commit there as well. We didn't see it, but out of vision, Summit has to flash away. Levi in the right place, right time. Pyosik can't get out and get it likewise.
Advantage for GAM there, but they're going to go back in.
They are. Counter-strikes there. Kiaya flashes away. That's a double stun, but it is a fake clone, ladies and gentlemen, as Pyosik runs back in. This is chaotic. What is happening? Stuns up. GAM like, we'll take it. They get first blood. Pyosik runs in, trades it off, but now Kiaya.
He's got a flash. He's got a flash.
Oh, he ain't cuting anyway. You're right, but the flip back. Kasante with a double.
Double kill for Kiaya there. That's so many games start like that, and Levi on his signature Wukong comes up huge. Even with the blue buff to red buff disadvantage there, really, really good clone from him.
And Nazael, you kept calling it. Where was the flash?
I mean, I think he was trying to wait for the Q3 and then reactively flash it. I just don't think he realized that the W was going to come back up to be able to buffer it. So the W stun came through, guarantees the Q3 lands, and then you're just going to be dead. So that is definitely an unfortunate one, but that was the closest of margins. Summit just took too much damage in that earlier trade because the jump came first from Levi, so it's just really well played by GAM. You're in this disadvantageous 2v2, but because they got the gun, because they got that better poke down, it worked out.
And because Levi just did a regular full clear up to the top side on the Wukong, he can just go for clear number 2 here. Wukong going to be accelerated towards that level 6. Pyosik.
Can he really do anything? Depends on APA who comes in. No Spirit Rush available, excuse me. So Kati just walks it out.
Yeah, I mean, Pyosik, instead of doing the full clear himself, he made 2 visits towards mid lane. Didn't get a flash either time. So definitely going to be a Levi lead.
And it's concerning because we talked about this red side draft being built around Summit, that 2v2 goes bad, and now you are behind. Yes, eventually Jax does outscale, but when he gets 2 early kills and a double buff, you are set so far back. And again, to me, Summit's trying to do a little bit of acting, but this Q3 pushed him really low, and it's a beautiful setup because the Q3 into the W, scoops him into Levi, and gets us down this early chunk. And then it's really kind of just a bit of disrespect from Kiaya, who is that allows Pyosik to go back in. They have this flash away from Kiaya. Summit surviving for a long time. They have the permafrost stack. They look to go for the re-engage, but they just can't quite finish off Levi.
Oh, Levi with the Q flash away. Pyosik tries to follow and does get the 1 kill, but as you know.
So rough. I mean, early game for Gam. It's a 1K gold lead off the back of that as well. Just about. Bounty in the top side. We already talked about the importance of the matchup for top 4 TL. And Levi wasn't even level 6. He is about to get there now. Kati level 6 now as well. This is when we said Gam will start coming online too.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a battle top lane too. Summit had the best top laner stats for lane phase, in the league, in the LCS. Same thing for Kiaya in the VCS.
You know what else Summit had was the lead for isolated deaths, right? You know, that was one of his struggles, is that he was often getting picked off, but it's going to be potentially another jump. Pyosik is spotted, but...
Round 2, brawl in the top lane. Gam might say go.
Yeah, they know.
Waiting for the flip back. Doesn't land. Okay. Summit okay.
Core's here too.
Makes it difficult. Levi going to be spotted out. There's a counter-strike, the Arctic Assault, but Levi is out of there in the nick of time.
Oh, they're actually pulling mid over as well. Ari's even roaming. How bad did TL want this?
They need to just reset the wave at this point, right? I don't think it's about the fight anymore. Core is still around,
Unless they find a pick. Everyone's in. Pallet made the roam up too. Summit's hit back, all out there. Tara Johnny's about to die while Levi deals with the rest. He's now level 6. So a Cyclone's there as Summit dies again. It is about Kiaya in the top side.
Oh, that's 3 for the Kazante. That is a brutal.
No way does Core JJ die. He's got Pyosik nearby. Let's just dance it out, he might say. As
Jan is coming up. Kaisa's walking up.
The new target, if he gets up in time. I mean, no water to spot him out.
Level 6?
Level 6 you mentioned. But will it be the trigger pull? Because it's about Herald now. We just live in topside.
Pyosik is trying to soak XP for 6, I think, here. We'll see if he can get it. He just got 6. That is really big, so that's why he was sitting mid.
Yeah, even with top lane dying, TL are going to make a power push for this Herald. Zaya's going to stay bottom, so we'll keep an eye on Slater and see how many turret plates Slater can get. Now we have Kaisa heading back down to try and deny those turret plates and actually collect the minion wave since it's a large one.
TL getting paid the respect for the time being, but not starting the Herald. Again, balancing between as Slater and Yon stay towards the bottom side. And just a quick note that Pyosik has gone back to farming too. I'm glad we get to have a small breather from that one, gents, because top has just been, I feel like, game-defining, right? That's fair to say with what's been happening in the top side.
Absolutely, and it's just such a massive lead now for Kiaya. He's going to get to that Mythic way faster than Summit. You can see TL wanted to protect Summit, wanted to get the wave in, weren't able to do it, and it ended up being Summit dying again and the kill going to Kiaya, which is just the worst possible situation for them. But now they're setting up on bot side for a potential dive towards Slater or a dragon move here, and we'll see if TL can actually find something.
On the pallet, Arctic Assault doesn't connect. He's going to run, crash down. You're right, but the ulti follows up. TL are going to move all parts in to kill the support, finally get some resources on their side. And they want to give it to APA, but Pyosik takes it on the Sejuani. But at least it's a kill.
You're not on Kindred this game, bud. You're supposed to give those over.
Oh. All right, well, let's see how much damage this Sejuani can do, because it also results in a dragon bottom side for Team Liquid. So while they are significantly behind in gold, still over 1,000.
I don't know if it does.
Oh my goodness, they can't finish.
Levi moving in with ult and lovely counter. I just noticed that, gentlemen. We have a 10-second counter on the ulti. That just shows us that Levi's back up and ready to charge.
That is almost that is 1,000 gold difference just in the top lane, though.
Huge.
So pretty much the whole gold difference up there for Gam. They are able to scare him away. Team Liquid, Pyosik at least gets the Scuttle Crab vision, but the Scuttle Crab vision is just going to watch as they take the objective afterwards. Yeah, we can see you. Great.
Yeah. Yeah, watch,
through
enjoy.
the early game. I mean, 10 minutes in, still that gold lead present. We've always talked about it. I feel like I'm flogging a dead horse at this point, but it's known for VCS. But Gam especially is, all right, well, we're mid-tier right there. Just to show us where Gam's trajectory really are with the way this game's going. Now, another tangent as well. I mean, Kati with a decent-sized CS lead, about 10 in the mid lane. I guess something we can focus on afterwards, isn't it? Because we get to look at top side again.
Yeah, exactly. TL at this point were no longer looking for the fight. They were just looking to reset the wave, but they didn't anticipate the roam here from Pallet. Core was moving down back towards mid, heading down towards bot side. He thought that's where Pallet was, but Pallet shows up and they just preempt the play. They go for the hard engage. So again, Gam outplaying on that top side. They have been the better ones up in that top lane, and it is that massive lead for Kiaya. He's basing now. He has Iceborne for sure. And he does have his TP available, so there's the Mythic. There's him TPing back in, and he TP's on the wave because he knows he's way stronger than Jax. So Jax now, you can see on the minimap, has to back off. He can't crash the wave. Summit just has to give full control until he at least has his Mythic, but he's far away.
What do you do at this point? Kobe, start walking me through how TL can mitigate some of this early game top disadvantage. How do you get yourself back in the game?
You gotta pray. Pioshik said God has abandoned us, so
oh, no.
Pioshik's gonna have to pull it up then, and maybe that's why he's taking the kills on Sejuani. Maybe at least a Bomby Cinder, some little bit of damage there might actually help. But honestly, no. The serious look back into it is that you have to slam some big plays with an Ahri pick. Okay. Top lane is already over 1,000 gold down. That is a really rough one to try and fight, since that 1,000 gold is not just theoretical. That's not just numbers. That's a real Iceborne Gauntlet completed. So you have to make a big play on Ahri. You have to make some picks here.
Like that, I mean, would have been nice. Charm disconnected. Cuddy with some great sidestepping through as flash from Summon in the top side. Kiaya again. He doesn't need any help anymore. He's doing it himself.
And that's the problem with Pallet.
Down he goes. Pallet not finding anything, but a couple of summoners burnt over the wall. APA, Pioshik, everyone is out. Right around this dragon area.
I mean, that's huge because he didn't have to spend his flash. His flash was his top side, so he gets 2 summoners just for the ulti, and they're going to drop Herald. They have very little wave clear here to deal with this. DL just getting ran around the map now. Gam doing such a good job, but Kati does have to be careful. Ult over the wall!
Step too far forward. He's already burned as flash has to go through in the end.
And that's the missing flash and ulti from APA. He couldn't get in range fast enough to follow up with the charm, unfortunately. Sure. Otherwise, that would have been a kill on Kati, but at the very least, they do get a summoner back. But it is, closing in on that 2,000 gold lead here now for Gam.
Gammers, they're so comfortable right now. I mean, Kati on his Syndra, Levi on his Wukong. Massive, massive early game gold lead. Over 2,000 now, but CoreJJ is looking to...
And he's got flash, he's got flash. Quickness is there, you're right, but does he care? With the quickness down, the ignite! Out he goes, smooth criminal, I didn't realize. We had Michael Jackson on Summoner's Rift.
Levi tried to block it there. He W's forward to take the charm, so he's doing everything he can to try and block for Kati, but CoreJJ has the ignite down, finishes it.
Yep, nicely played. They get the kill. He's flashless. Did look risky there. I was pretty nervous to see him go for that. But Levi did not have his ultimate, so that's good tracking, because if he had his ultimate in that situation, I think he can get turned around with that additional CC. But they do get a kill. Unfortunately, it does go over to Core, so it's not really that big a deal. And you can see Summit, when you get behind Cassante, there's just no outplaying Cassante. Like, he just kind of walks at you and hits you. That's the kind of tank experience when you're playing a carry from behind. So Summit just has to kind of mitigate loss, make sure he's keeping up his farm. Hopefully he can get a good fight later or find some towers later or something to kind of claw back towards parity.
And it's even more frustrating than the normal take experience because he rushes Iceborne, so if he hits you once, then he's going to keep hitting you forever. Yeah. So you can't go out into lane or he actually can have kill pressure on you, unlike a lot of other tanks, and Kiaya knows it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, he's just harassing him on every minion, hitting those Qs nonstop. We can see it in the MasterCard lane economy snapshot. The lead really is just top lane. Yep. This is a very close game besides that, so TL can still be confident in the 4v4s if they think they can execute. But when Kiaya gets involved, this guy is going to be a nightmare because he's at that point where he can be soloing out your backliners. He can be tanking up all of the damage. He can kind of be doing it all.
I feel like, I mean, again, Kiaya, star player. It's so funny. Was setting up. This game was going to be about Cardi. This game was going to be about Levi, and their combination is all out in topside again, but under the turret, he's playing so dangerously. Summit is a couple of Natofo strikes away, but Kiaya misses, and now we're playing on the edge. Tiptoe, and Natofo, out he goes. Summit running through his head what he can do, and he'll survive at least for now.
Really well played there by Summit to be able to survive, pick up most of the farm as well. And now Kiaya likely has to base because with Counter-Strike back up, you could go in for the Leaf Strike and the kill. As TL are pushing through mid, that's a big deal because he gets to 11 and he'll have his Mythic on this base. So Summit not dying there is huge.
Yep, that was one of the kill timing windows for Kiaya. Can't complete it, but the rest of the team still going to come through the river, try and get vision control before this dragon arrives on the rift. And after pushing mid, they can slip right back towards Hex.
With that push through, Hex Flash is threatening from Pallet. They're going to find the turret on top of that as well. But TL coming in,
behind them.
Now ready to make his impact in the game. When their backs are against the wall, gentlemen. It's all down to this moment. Teleport in the middle. There we go. CoreJJ. Quickness on everyone. The Magnet Storm, though, could re-engage as Slater's untouched, but Summon is making huge impact. They just need to finish the kills, but they can't. They don't have enough damage, and the circles work out for Gam.
It's 3 for 1 and the Dragon. TL are going to try to retreat up towards the top side and see if they can make something happen over at the Herald. The initial engage and pick was great on Kati, but Levi, Slater were not taken down. They were turning around so much damage, and again, Jan really wasn't that involved. He was kind of just hitting frontline, never found an angle to get into the backline and try to assassinate someone. Watch the charm over the wall from APA. The fight starts out good, it's just not enough.
Yeah, CoreJJ gets the timing here. He locks him up, knocks him up, so he's standing still. They follow through with the charm, and that's one assassinated, but so much damage from Levi, from Slater there. And Kiaya just gets to go wild as well.
And I think APA just got too far ahead of themselves. I think he needed to ult a different angle up into the river, but not over the wall into the meat grinder there, because he just got shredded when he went in from all that CC. TL at least steal away this Herald to try to scrape something back, but this is starting to feel very much like Game 1. It's now a 3,000 gold lead. It is a 2-0 Dragon lead. And TL, that may have been, you know, one of their kind of final moments where they can have a fight on even parity, or at least close to.
It's sad to give them credit, right? Because, I mean, for TL, you look at that fight maybe from an even gold perspective, with everything hitting, maybe it looks more successful. It could actually go towards them. But for Gam, the early game is reigning supreme once again, as you already mentioned. With someone going home here today, I mean, Gam fighting chance right here. So big for the organization that in groups and previously at Worlds has always kind of failed to hit the mark.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to potentially take this best of 3, you know, against TL. That would be huge. It would be the first, you know, best of win against NA from them. Would be really, really big.
Yeah.
And Pioshik trying to threaten, see if he could force out a flash just with that Arctic Assault forward. But this is a team that went through some roster changes. You know, their bot lane is different than the one they had at MSI. You know, some of these changes came out pretty late. And Gam has really been building towards this. They feel confident. They wanted to show what they can get done on the world stage. And thus far, they are the better team than TL.
Yeah. Changing the bottom lane pretty big for them. Slater coming in, then Pallet much later towards playoffs. And the top side core has been so valuable for them. Levi currently the 26-4 record on Wukong, and he's looking pretty close at that 27-4.
That's looking really, really good. And I mean, it's just fun to watch Levi. You know, he came over to NA for a while, was playing at 100 Thieves Academy, and I kind of miss seeing him internationally because he's what I really associate this VCS squad with. As we're going to see that charm miss there from APA, but Levi just has so much history international, and he's been one of those really exciting players that you show up from these regions that maybe you're not expecting to win the tournament, but he can always get cool things done, you know, really showcasing his skill, and going to be able to force out the ulti, and they're going to claim the top line tier 1 off of that. Yes, there's going to be a trade back potentially here in mid as they drop a Herald there, but we'll see what else they can get.
Oh, that's a good question, because at least if the Herald can get a second charge, maybe add more pressure here for TL through mid. But the turret does equalize the gold a partial amount, almost the 2,000 gap that's been brought down to. As Levi continue to be a nuisance here for TL in Piosik's jungle. He'll just back out in the end as well. So, gents, we've got 2 minutes before Dragon, 45 seconds before the Baron spawns up in this game. I think we need to start looking at what this mid-game is going to look like more and more, what side lanes are going to look like more and more, because we were expecting coming into this that TL were going to play through this Jax. He would be unbeatable in sides. But again, 0-3 still trying to grasp at his second item.
Yeah, I mean, we just had our second item completed here for Kiaya with the Abyssal coming in.
Oh, wow.
Tons of magic resist for him, and he's going to be able to shred people for Kati. But it should look like Gam pushing up mid as well as bottom, getting there first, and being able to secure themselves number 3. A minute and a half left on this Mountain Dragon. Usually a minute before, you'll go back and get some control wards, replenish them, move into the river so that you've got the vision. And when you have vision superiority and you're the ones with Wukong and the long-range Sons of Syndra, then it makes it so scary for Team Liquid to even think about coming in there. And I honestly don't think Team Liquid should go for a bottom side play there if they give up the vision, and just give up number 3 and look for a better opportunity.
Well, I mean, that's the biggest inflection point, right? Because if you give up number 3, then one mistake, one pick, one steal means they get soul, that permanent power. So you have to make the judgment call. Can we realistically win this fight? Because if you go to that 3rd dragon and you lose the fight, you're going to lose the dragon, you're likely going to lose the Baron, and that's it. Your Worlds is probably over, barring some crazy turn of events. So TL have really got to be confident. You know, generally at this kind of goal points, you know, I look at item completions, right? And I think they have a better chance of having 2 before game have 3 if they fight at soul point, you know, on that 4th dragon instead of the 3rd. But it's a tough call to make because, again, one mistake means soul if you give up 3 for free.
Your whole year done and dusted, just in that single moment, in this single game. again, for such talented players.
Or JJ's deep here, but it is a Cassante, so...
he's going to take about a year to die.
You say hello, and then you say goodbye.
That's right. And look, he can turn into a champion like Aurelia at any second, too.
And this is clearly the option. They're just going towards topside. They want to try to push down something, but they're not strong enough to threaten Baron. They can't actually bully out Kiaya, so they're just getting nothing here.
They've got a blast cone flank from Levi, too.
I mean, he's going all in.
Someone's
Jan
in
has
trouble.
his summoners. Who is it, though? Cyclone's out. Teleport to match, but running into the Cyclone, not always the best option. Yon ulti's out. Maybe a chance for TL to turn around, but Palace engage. It's huge. Gam will never say die as Kiaya ultis again. Summit getting the League of Legends Summoners Rift experience. As Gam have the pick, and now Baron's on the table.
This is massive for Gam. That could be the final nail in the coffin here. They're going to be starting up this Baron. There is a ward on it, so TL are aware of it, but they've got no summoners. They've got no mid laner. They've got no anything here, but they're going to try to contest it because this is their life on the line right now.
Yes, you're going to have to try. Come on, you're a world champion. Show us what you got. But Baron down even with the miss smite. It doesn't matter. Scatter the weak was enough. And Gam can taste their journey continuing here at Worlds 2023.
All right, maybe Team Liquid rush for a consolation prize Mountain Dragon here for themselves, but even with that, the Baron-empowered recall, Gam are getting out there pretty quick. It's Kai'Sa damage, though.
They got it, but it's just not enough, right? They're falling so far behind, and now you have the Baron buff to deal with, and this is just so tough for TL. And APA in these last couple fights, you know, you're on this Ahri, you have high mobility, but he's just getting knocked up by the Cyclone, pulled in by Pallet's ultimate. He's never really getting much done in these fights, and Yon is getting pressured out. You know, he hasn't been able to find a good angle. We're never seeing what you want from this comp, which is the Plasma on the backline, dive in, assassinate those backliners, put pressure on Kati and Slater. It's always been TL on the back foot because Gam just are engaging and playing better.
Yeah, I mean, that was literally Levi's solo blast cone in there. Being surprised, there's extra people, don't care, has ultimate, big chunk out on the carries, and the rest of Gam following up, they just absolutely murder them. Now, power play on bottom side, 4-1 split push with the Baron.
This Baron power play by Red Bull's already up by 2.3k. The range of this cannon minion, top side looking to be traded by APA, but the problem is, if Gam continues this aggression, APA with no teleport. So he's going to have to walk down, he's going to have to make a play. Let's see what Gam can do in the trade as Inner is already dropping down.
Honestly, they keep the split push up. Team Liquid trying to get something back for themselves.
Yeah, might
APA
engage
does
here.
get it there, but they're going to have to give up a lot. They can't fight this.
It's just, you know, if you don't think you can defend anyway, then you want to get as much gold as you can off the map. But even if you get this second tower, you're giving up a lot on the other side of the map. They have no wave clear. It's not the Jack split pushing, it's the Ahri, who's really some of their only wave clear, and he might have just killed himself.
Spirit Rush is there. Unleash power, not enough orbs, so they sit on the ground in a puddle and just walk away. APA with the ult out as well. And it's still looking great. I mean, the Baron power play is at 3k. It's a decent Baron power play. And we'll look again, guys, because this might be the game-defining, the series-defining play for TL.
Again, this is Levi solo by himself. Blast cones into the back, and he absolutely murders Yon. He forces Yon's ultimate with his own ultimate. He survives with his own clone, and by that time, he's bought enough time for Gam, the rest of the team, to get here. The team that's so far ahead that they push out the rest of TL.
I mean, they get that kill onto APA. It was great positioning from Slater. He was auto-attacking him over the wall while his team is CCing them up. You know, they did get that stopwatch off Kati in the fight, but it doesn't matter. He's got the Zonias completed. The item completions are so much better for Gam, and they have no real answer for Kiaya. No one can actually punch through this guy. They have no threat in side lane. Summit's trying to keep him in that side lane to just make it a 4v4, which is more beneficial for your team, but you're down 6,000 gold.
It's so rough, and I mean, we're still with the rest of the Baron here. It's just going to expire now, but another inner turret getting pressured should be falling down. Kiaya, who can teleport in at any moment as well. Gold given over, 7,000 the lead. It is a slow burn right now for North American fans as they sit here watching TL crumble.
And Gam have the luxury of time here. They can continue to split push. Kia's got teleport, Kati's got teleport, and there's 2 minutes left on the next dragon here, so they don't have to let anything be traded back into the hands of Team Liquid, as long as they are slow and controlled.
So, are you telling me if they're not, that's how TL come back? Because I have to ask you.
TL have to make one of these risky plays. They have to just throw multiple people out of side lane. If you just try and get the minimum here and you just defend all lanes, you're not going to come back in the game. So what you have to do in this case is sacrifice one lane. Okay, fine. Gam, you know, you get mid push or whatever. Throw multiple people from Team Liquid's side to try and attack that split pusher, trailing with extra resources because you're not going to have even fight victories.
One of the biggest problems, though, is that the only person who's exposing himself in the side lane at all is Kiaya. And you're never going to kill him unless you have 3 people, maybe. And then if you overload that side of the map that heavily, Gam is probably taking your base on the other side. You know, Kati sometimes pushes out waves, but he never extends past the river if he doesn't have people behind him, it feels like. So they're just not really getting these opportunities. It's like, great, you see Kiaya again. Who cares? You can't hurt him.
I mean, APA even going to take him on. Look at this damage. It's like hitting a tree with your bare hands. Knuckle back as one more to get out, but APA getting chased down. Solo killed. QuarJJ has to say, what happened to my mid laner? He's flipped back, he quicknesses out, but Kiaya is putting on a clinic. It is the day of Gam here as the support is just trying to survive.
I mean, Kiaya just roasted him, and surprise!
See you later, Gam with another one. It is getting worse as TL, this might be their pick though, onto Levi. They all jump in, but Palace ulti's even better. Double spin to win a scatter the week. TL might be getting close to getting kills, but they're not getting it. Gam are looking to stay alive here at Worlds. The VCS is representing.
I think it just about does it. They are crushing Liquid in this final game. Every mistake TL is making is being punished, and Pioshik likely to be chased down here as well.
He is a legend. He is a world champion from DRX, and right now he is falling to Gam. He is falling to Levi.
He's about to be 300 gold.
He's about to be raw meat on the platter. Guys, I don't know if you had dinner before coming here, but this is getting me hungry for some more. Levi, 6-1-5. It really has been his Wukong game. Now we see why this guy wins on this champ.
I mean, he is just crushing them. It's really all been about the play around the top side. Levi and Kiaya outplaying him. And then again, a solo kill there from Kiaya. APA just really didn't want to commit the ulti. He was trying to greed it out, hoping that he could, and then by the time he did, the buffers from Kiaya interrupting the dashes, falling over the wall was massive, as Core's going to be pushed back. Gom is so strong, they just start up the Baron, they can do whatever they want and just draw TL to them because they know they're going to win every single fight.
Yeah, I mean, the origin of that play with the Ahri, they actually had QuarTFJ looking around for the flank, but because Kiaya is able to push him out, they never even get to join up by the time he's dead. That Baron is down, APA's got to run, and Team Liquid now, all of their hopes for this year, all the work that they put in, they've got to defend at inhibitor turrets with the onslaught that is Gam coming. Here you see it, QuarTFJ down there, they were originally looking to try and have a flank, but then QuarTFJ trying to figure out which way they're going, which wall he's going over. He's like, all right, this play is done. We are out. We can't do anything. And that's all 3 charges as well. Of the Ahri ultimate, you can't get away. Then QuarTFJ has to run the gauntlet, and as you know, everybody goes marching in one by one.
Yeah, I mean, I think basically they were hoping that it was Kati that was going to show up. As soon as they saw that it was Kiaya, I think Core had no intention of ever engaging. He was just going to back it up. And then this is clearly just desperation, right? You know, TL know they've basically already, you know, in such a desperate spot, they're in such a horrible position. They're saying, hey, maybe we can find a pick, maybe we can make something happen, but Pioshik getting caught out again. We just watched him die, and I think we're going to again.
I mean, again, it might be a long chase, but this could lead to the end. Kutsi with another one. I mean, TL, guys, this is the team that always goes par for the course at Worlds. This is the North American team that at least people can rely on. Will go somewhat even in groups, whether or not making out of it. But here, 0-2, about to go 0-3, about to go home early. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but it's their worst result in history. Right now, Gam are pushing into their base.
But on the other end, you know, this is one of the biggest wins for the VCS ever, being able to get a best-of win here. You know, taking down Liquid would be a massive accomplishment for them, and they're trying to put the finishing touches on what has been an amazing game from their top side. Kiaya and Levi, it was all about them. They outplayed TL in that early 2v2. That set the snowball rolling. Great roams from Pallet, helped to hammer that home. And the 5v5s have just been played better by the VCS.
So beautiful to watch as well. Kiaya with another flip back. This top lane has been clutching it out alongside Levi's. Pioshik used that stopwatch to buy himself a bit of time, but dinner is calling here for Gam. 10k gold lead, double inhibitor down, and they're just dotting the I's, crossing the T's, lining up the alphabet in whatever order they want.
Yeah, they do have the luxury of extra time here. 2 minutes again on another Dragon arriving, the possible soul for them, being able to consistently push this lead. Team Liquid, 2 inhibitors down as well. It's so hard to leave your base now at this point that once this Dragon arrives, they're going to be forced to either just sacrifice soul and then fight the mountain soul inside your base with very little defense, or go through Gam Vision and kind of march to your deaths into that meat grinder of a team. And so you kind of are just faced with a lose-lose situation there. They're going to hope for some Fog of War plays during the resets, sometimes during the scramble. You know, it's a similar, like, low percentage play, but you're hoping that there's something out there.
I mean, the most difficult thing for me is you want to say, okay, you win this game through picks. Zhonya's Banshees, stopwatch Maw, stopwatch Maw, and then a full tank, and then a stopwatch on the support as well, right? There's just, Gam is being really intelligent with their itemization. You know, I do think that Slater, he's going for a very defensive build, but he knows he didn't have to be the carry in this game. He just has to not die. And so as long as they're marking the flanks, and as long as TL doesn't get that dream perfect fight, there's just no way for them to win straight up.
So hard to ask for under their last inhibitor turret. They try. There's the ulti from Pyosik, but it drops down anyway. Gam cannot. This minor region running into the major. Here we go. They cannot scatter the weak pallet down, and he jumps down. Another one bites the dust. The world champion from last year is dust as Gam run into the Nexus. Another great stun from the mid laner of the VCS. As Gam have outseeded expectations. They're getting burnt down. At least TL are holding on someone as APA gets rooted up. He's been outclassed again. Kiaya takes him over to Narnia, through the line, through the witch, through the wardrobe, and now the finishing touches.
It's Gam time in Korea!
Well, Kobe couldn't have said it better as the poke comes through, but they're getting low. TL are holding out. They don't want to go home just yet. Gam putting the finishing touches on. Look at the health bars. TL are still trying to keep this going. But every stun, every auto, it goes on somehow. But TL are trying not to get on that plane.
Soul.
Exactly, they're just gonna retreat back to this soul and try to guarantee it. Their health was getting low. One of the only ways you can maybe start a comeback from TL is if they overstay, if they all die in the base, if the soul gets denied. But it's just who else but this topside. Cotty finds the beautiful scatter there, sets it up. Yon is down to 20% HP immediately. Has to use alt flash cleanse, all in retreat, not able to add any damage. And then again, in goes Kiaya, finds that flip here just shortly after this onto APA. As he was trying to get aggressive, Kiaya has been so good for Gam on this Cassante.
Yeah, just pushed around there. Scatter the weak and the Cassante ultimate. Nowhere to run. Now there are no inhibitors down. The Mountain Soul was picked up by Gam during that replay. And now they're coming to do their victory march towards that Nexus.
As you said, I mean, look, Kiaya having a field day, and oh, is that 100%? Can you have 100%? Well, you feel confident. Cutty with the flash scatter the weak. Finish it in style. They blow him up, and Yon is somehow shut down at 0 and 2. Levi spins once again 50 seconds on that 80 carry of Team Liquid, and Gam do their victory march, and boy, do they deserve it. At 0 and 2, they hold on. At 0 and 2, they take down TL. A scatter the week again, a double flip. Kiaya on Cassante, a new bannable offense as Summit got outclassed. We remember hyping this guy up, but this game, he was nothing. As Gam stay alive here at Worlds, they'll send the North American 3rd seed home, and they'll show up big for the VCS.
And boy, do they deserve it. Outplay after outplay after outplay on the top side of the map. Kiaya getting massively fed. Huge performance from Levi on his Wukong again. Talking about comfort picks here, they really made him worth.
I'll tell you one thing, ladies and gentlemen. It was a beautiful series, and of course our analyst desk will react and tell me how good the VCS are as we throw to them.
Thank you so much. I mean, they didn't come into this best of 3 feeling any type of way but confident as they take a bow in front of the crowd in Seoul, who were behind them when they started seeing that Gam played with absolutely no fear of losing. And, you know, I know we want to talk about TL as well, and we should, but I just want to take a minute to celebrate how incredibly huge this is. And the fact that Levi is still part of this. He started this years ago. He made us pay attention. And now he is the team to beat a major region in the LCS over on the world stage.
Absolutely. I think we need to give them their roses. I believe this is the first time the VCS has taken a match against North America on the world stage, so huge congratulations.
Best of first win.
Yeah, massive milestone moment for Gigabyte Marines. I also do want to talk a little bit about TL as well, because they are eliminated. We'll get a chance to talk about GAM in the next round because they're moving on. For Team Liquid, huge disappointment for them obviously right now.
Oh.
You can tell they put their heart and soul into this. And even though it feels absolutely devastating now, this team did come a long way. They were 8th place in the spring split of LCS. They charged all the way to the #3 seed in North America, and unfortunately, the run had to end here.
Yeah, and Pioshik, a player that has known heartbreak in 2021 on DRX, going through some incredibly difficult times, and then in 2022, of course, out of seemingly nowhere, was able, reunited with Deft after 2020 DRX, to win the World Championship. But unfortunately, his chance at defending his title ends here, and Pioshik, when he's happy, it's heartwarming, and when he's sad, it's heartbreaking.
He feels both ends of the spectrum very, very intensely,
yes.
Which is what helps him in moments, but obviously it hits like a truck in moments like this. We do need to crown our Oppo player of the series, and it is Kiaya. We had our eyes on him going into this series to start, and I think when you look at kind of Game 1 specifically, and Game 3 specifically, Maurits,
he was able to consistently output the damage on the Rumble, and even though, you know, we talked about it didn't go Ignite, I think it's fine. This, to me, though, is a stroke of brilliance from GAM. The confidence to go into these early 2v2, because, as mentioned, we were saying it in agreement as well, I've seen this situation a million times. The early 2v2 in these type of all-or-nothing situations is something that Summer generally gravitates towards, and once you win that, as decisive as they did, from that point on, TL are just fighting an uphill battle, trying to deal with the expectations, and going from almost being able to take down T1, or at the very least having a competitive game, to this is heartbreaking.
Absolutely heartbreaking for them.
Oh,
but
the Wukong was 23 wins, 4 losses for Levi. They, in the third game, I think they left some holes that GAM was very happy to take. It's his best champion, and you saw why.
Yeah. I mean, you could see as the World Championship progressed, Team Liquid was having a hard time finding team compositions they were comfortable with.
Yeah.
They were really hamstrung in their ban phase. They really struggled to be able to pick winning lanes across the board. So things are going to creep through at the end of the day. And the top jungle from GAM was really good.
It's a win for Vibes. We saw them dance at the beginning of the day, and GAM turns out
vibe check.
Good vibes.
Yeah, the vibe check it's close to undefeated.
It's good. It's very, very good. So we'll talk about this in cooldown later as well. But first, of course, we have another best of 3 coming your way after the break. It is time for the LEC's Team BDS to grab that much-needed win versus D plus Kia in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
This is what you came for. It's do or die for BDS and D plus Kia in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. In what could be the biggest surprise of the tournament so far, DK sit with a 0-2 record after suffering losses to fierce opponents G2 and KT Rolster.
Finally, they commit onto the Croc, but they don't take out Kellen! They don't have the damage to take him out!
Fans were singing the praises of Worlds poster boy Deft, but he could go from Worlds winner to Swiss stage sinner and get knocked out at the first opportunity. In Worlds history, only 2 Korean teams have failed to advance to the knockout stage. DK does not want to be the third. After a deep run starting in the Worlds qualifying series, BDS have failed to secure a crucial win in the Swiss stage. Even with Adam playing God and carrying BDS through play-ins, his unconventional picks are being banned away, leading to the question, what is BDS's identity without Adam carrying from the top lane?
Mr. Q coming back up quickness though. Oh, but he channeled it just in time. The buffer is beautiful from Adam as he looks for a little bit more as well, and he still lives on!
BDS's underdog story was one for the ages, but their fairy tale could be in its final chapter as they face off against D plus Kia in a battle for survival.
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena, the realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love, aka the Cisco Network.
Unlock extra loot with the Worlds Event Pass. Every Event Pass purchase will add to the prize pool for Worlds 2023. There's a lot to celebrate at this time of year.
Huh? What is this?
Time left to pack it up. On the brink of a brand new age, better buckle up. Hey, oh, let's go, have you had enough? It's coming like the fire and rain. When it's over, they will know my name. I'm alive. Then I let it go. Light it up loud, come and get the smoke. It's system overload. Flying way too high like an overdose. Time to lock and load. It's all systems go. Pressure breaking down the nearest number with a flow. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive.
What's your play?
Welcome back, everyone, to Worlds 2023. We said goodbye to our first team in the Swiss stage. Unfortunately for Team Liquid, the road ends here, and I want to pull up the bracket because we are very celebratory of GAM, as we should, but they only move on from 0-2 to 1-2, though, Jad. So the road is still steep ahead.
And the most exciting part of this day is actually the draw. So stick around until the end of the next series because we're going to draw 12 teams into 6 matchups for the next round. It's going to be amazing.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I can't wait. I think that I always like the organic storylines that pop up during Worlds, and the ref is probably my favorite one of the year thus far. And I hope we can continue making memes of what he's able to do here. What we see, though, is I do think that particularly with Liquid losing now to GAM, other teams in that pool really should be careful to not make the same mistakes. Yes. And if you do draw them, underestimate this team, because evidently that's right where they want to be.
Yep, indeed. We are moving on to a team that also can't underestimate their opponents. D+ Kia is up versus Team BDS, and it is time for a Draw My LEC Live Worlds Edition. Team BDS, thank you so much to Emily for providing our drawings. Now, BDS is a Swiss organization originally in the LFL, and Team BDS joined the LEC for the 2022 season after acquiring the spot of FC Schalke 04 Esports. Throughout 2022, BDS only won 7 total LEC games, the worst record in recent LEC history. Now, even with multiple roster changes this offseason, expectations for BDS going into 2023 were very, very low. This roster of Adam, Sheo, Nuke, Crowny, and Lebrov shocked everyone, making it to the LEC Spring Finals before unfortunately losing to the Mad Lions 2-3. After being 1 win away from MSI, BDS finished summer as the LEC 4th seed and swept NA's Golden Guardians to qualify for the World's plans. Now qualified to the 2023 World Swiss stage after reverse sweeping PSG Talon, BDS went from LEC 10th to Worlds in a little over a year. That's the story of BDS so far, and they have been dealt a heavy hand, I think, ever since getting out of the play-ins, and now it's not getting any easier because they're up against D+ Kia.
Yeah, and excuse me, I really think that BDS, similar to what we were talking about earlier with GAM, just looking if they are unable to take down D+ today, for me, this team should still consider themselves a huge success. The development that these players have made over the course of the year and the fact that they were able to keep their mental, particularly for a team that I think a lot of LEC teams felt like they were easy to kind of figure out, against PSG was really impressive.
I agree. I don't like doing that before they've even taken to the Rift, but I agree. We should celebrate the year they have had, but it is going to be difficult for them. D+ Kia, though, has not been doing well at all.
No, and I think part of it is the P word, their potential hasn't necessarily been reached, because you look at the names on this roster, defending world champion Deft, they have Showmaker, Canyon. It really is an all-star roster, but the entire year has been pretty disappointing.
It really has been. I pulled up some stats. So D+ against teams that are rated lower than them, 25% win rate. And at the beginning of the year, teams in the LCK were asked, who do you think is going to be the top dog? Ironically, the only one who got it right was Faker, who picked Gen G, and no one else had them on their radar. But that, to me, is a really big indicator of really what I think D+ themselves also expected to be this year.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when they have that level of name, and the win rate stats you have are just so incredible in terms of beating teams that they're expected to and losing to teams
90%
that they would be expected to. So in that case, that could give them confidence. I think part of that is through their play style, and specifically Canyon. He has just over-farmed this year, in my opinion. But you can get away with that when the laners aren't pressuring you as hard as, let's say, Zeus and Gumayushi are for the side lanes from T1. So I think they should be fairly comfortable going into this matchup, but comfort in an elimination match is a dangerous thing.
Yes, it can go out the window. Now, it's a very special day for more reasons than one. It is Deft celebrating his 27th birthday, and last year he had a very special day.
This is TP. Deft TP's in the top lane. They've got to get back to the base. They've got to answer him. Double TP. They're going. They send more. Sounds get the stop. But inside the pit, they're still playing for Baron. It's secured with Deft. Kills turret. He's got it. He kills turret number 2. And the Nexus is in his eye. And he's going to get the inhibitor. The inhibitor is back up. What? Viper attack. Stays alive. Double stun. Deft will not fall. Seka will not allow it. Going with the quadra kill. 2,942 days ago, Deft won a world quarterfinal. And today, thanks to Seka, he does it again.
Deft, it's been 2,942 days since you made the last semifinal. What does it mean to finally be back? What a wonderful occasion for Deft last year, and he's hoping to repeat that this year because they do, or he rather, finds himself in a similar position that he was in last year, down 0-2 versus EDG, and now he is 0-2 in the Swiss stage of Worlds with D+K.
And Deft has been such a large part of why the players of DRX said that they were able to maintain their mental, right? There was a lot of team struggle, and he was the consistent factor. And even though we don't see it on the Rift, the players of D+ have specifically mentioned numerous times how big they feel like the impact of Deft is. He's such a special player, and the fact that he's up here for elimination in the first place is mind-blowing, even given the inconsistencies of D+ throughout this year.
Yeah, last year he won as the 4th seed. No one had ever done that before. This year, if he wants to win Worlds and defend his title, they have to win 6 consecutive best-of series, starting with this one. 3 best-of-3s to make it to the bracket stage, and then 3 best-of-5s to get to the World Championship.
He's like, do you think that was the greatest story in LoL Esports history last year? Hang on.
There's no way. But that's what I said last year, and I was
way?
very, very wrong. I do think that they should still be favored in this specific matchup. As mentioned, D+, playing against teams stronger than them, look completely out of sorts. Against teams weaker than them, again, 90% win rate in series over the year against any team that was ranked below them. And I do think head-to-head, everyone besides genuinely Labrov, I think, is going to struggle. Kalin has had a really tough tournament. I do think we need to talk about it because this was a player that last year at Worlds was perfectly capable, almost got to semis in the best-of-5 against Gen G.
Yeah, but in terms of the vibe check, BDS passed it by reverse sweeping their way from the play-in stage to here, by sweeping their way in the World's qualifying series to get to the play-in stage in the first place, and by playing Garen.
That's a good point.
Darius, Olaf, there's a special flair.
Also, they're the only Swiss organization in the Swiss stage.
Hey, there we go.
That's got to count for something, right?
Yeah.
I do think that one of the things that I need to see out of D+ today specifically, and then going into the game, I won't be too worried, is their tendency to feel like their opponents throw stuff at them that they're able to deal with. Because they're a very creative team themselves, even though we haven't really seen that this Worlds. They love doing flex picks. Nico jungle, we've seen from them. Talia flex was a favorite of them even before it was in the meta. And specifically against Adam, Kana loves Renekton. It's been by far one of his most successful champions. And I really hope that they don't fall into that trap against Adam, because I think that is genuinely the biggest shot that BDS have, is if Kana blinds Renekton, think he's going to be fine, they fall behind early, and then they have to fight their way back out of a deficit.
Yeah, and I also want to see Showmaker show a little bit of confidence. For those of you who haven't been following, he definitely had a big lacking of confidence throughout the later parts of the summer split, specifically when he said, when I'm playing against, quote, a good mid laner, but that would be Chovy, Faker, a lot of the top tier LCK mid laners. Well, we'll see, because Nuke did have exceptional play-in. He obviously hasn't had the strongest 2 games so far in Swiss stage, but again, we're only on the 5th day of Swiss stage, so there is so much that can still change.
Exactly. I do like that you brought that up, though, because for, you know, Showmaker, and I think also if you look at the duo of Showmaker and Canyon and just how strong they were at their peak, nobody could beat them. We got all the memes then as well, of course. But it has been documented that it is something that has been difficult. And you can imagine that. You are on top of the world quite literally, and then you get into a position where everything turns into a struggle.
Yeah, it's literally gone as bad as that. He's saying, like, if I win, I don't feel anything. If I don't win, I feel horrible, right? And that is such a tough position to play from, because Showmaker, as you mentioned, at his best, and this goes way back to even before they were like on the world stage, 2018, 2019, when D+, back then Damwon, was already known as Scrim Gods. They were consistently able to just go for these insane plays, and Showmaker just hasn't really been able to replicate that. There
was a sign from a Korean fan, but it was a BDS sign. It said, no Renekton, no Talia, no Ezreal, please BDS. I mean, yeah. The Ezreal meme, I mean, not the meme, the fact that particularly our European bot laners have not been faring too well, it's apparently pretty important.
No Renekton, no, please, no Ezreal.
Or maybe that means they're scared of Crownie's Ezreal? Is the glass half full?
I mean, legitimately, Crownie's Ezreal is okay. I do want to talk a little bit more about why D+, or actually I want to ask you, Chronicler, why you feel like D+ was the 4 seed, because we have a little bit of a delay on stage, so we have a little bit of time to talk, instead of a top 1 or 2, like maybe the top 3 things for why they couldn't reach their potential?
It is genuinely, and we haven't really talked about Canyon that much yet. Canyon this year was almost the highest in terms of puck points within the league, right? So player of the game. He would farm those. I think it was like a couple of 100 points off of the top. But in the games where he wouldn't get pog, he would like just die like 2-3 times, right? And he would just wouldn't look like he was in sync with the rest of his team. And then we mentioned Kellen's individual performance, which hasn't been great. They've also been trying to swap around with Bible, who was their Challengers player. That didn't really end up working out, and it also kind of hamstrung the Challengers team, which I personally was very invested in. And today, if Kellen has another game like he's had thus far, I wouldn't be surprised if they just go for the Hail Mary. Yeah. I don't think that Bible is a better player than Kellen, but right now, he might be.
It's about, is your head screwed on in the right way at the right time when you need it. We also have an update that it's an issue with Deft's keyboard. Tournament officials are swapping it out now, so hopefully that should be swift. Hope nobody brought him like a birthday cake and then some of it got into the keyboard under the keys and then that's unplayable. So tilting when that happens all the time.
To me,
it's a very common occurrence.
Yeah.
The most unfortunate thing about Deft's keyboard issues is it's delaying our draw show.
Jack,
you're all in on the draw, right?
I'm all in on the draw. I want to pull up the bracket again if we have it.
Yeah, we can.
That would be amazing because we have 11 of the 12 teams that are going to be drawn already decided. The winner of this will obviously be the 12th. Everyone in the 2-1 pool can get drawn against everyone else in the 2-1 pool, and likewise for the 1-2 pool. And we did this at the start of the day, but we probably have a bunch of new viewers here.
Sure we do.
What is the most interesting matchup from the 2-1 pool?
Personally, I would love to see T1 face off against BLG again, because I think that match at MSI was really cool. T1 were the clear favorites. BLG really swept them away. Shun, in particular, to me, having an incredible series consistently punishing Guma and Keria and Owner's Pathing. So I would love a rematch of that. And it also, hopefully, would then mean that we get LNG versus KT, which I think is a matchup that I would love to see personally, and something that we haven't seen before yet either.
It would also give us G2 energy.
I kind of gloss over that.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Do you now?
Yeah, how do you feel about that?
I would not. So originally I was thinking G2 energy would be a great matchup, but I think Shox's point, when she actually wanted G2 to play LNG.
Or, yeah.
Earlier in the day, I think I want energy to play against LNG.
Here we go. Why?
Yeah. I'm not 100% sure, but I heard...
It's just a feeling.
Yeah,
it's a vibe.
A little birdie told me that energy is going to have a little bit of confidence against that team. And I don't think they're going to have that much confidence against G2. I also kept thinking of what
Why wouldn't they? They just beat Mad.
I just kept thinking of what G2 has done against NA in the past, like, ever. And it's good. It was the 3-0 against Team Liquid, obviously. But then, like, EG last year, I think they beat them, like, 7 times in a row to start the year.
But that's not, this NRG, this is your #1 seed, and I think we've seen positive things from them, enough to trust in them, for sure.
I think I'll take them against LNG. I think that's actually now my preferred choice.
You stole my choice from earlier?
I can actually see it, because I think that LNG also is going to be the team that makes you feel like things might be okay.
Yeah.
Because if you play against BLG, right, and like L gets a doubles, well, or Bin gets a counter matchup, gets fed, I think BLG is a very, very aggressive team that will just then immediately stomp you into the ground.
But hey, to be clear, we're not undervaluing LNG at all.
No. I'm not saying you're winning. Don't get me. I'm saying it will feel better.
Yeah.
Because they're a bit more moderately paced, which I personally appreciate.
Perhaps.
So it feels like just for a second there.
Hey, but Maurits, here's the question: if D+ win this one, do you think they do the whole run and get into the quarterfinals?
I do think that if they win here, they will go to 2-2. Them actually making it out would require them to solve the issues that they've been dealing with for literally the entire year, right? And we had this running gag in the LCK as well with Beryl. He was going to somehow make it anyway just because of the power of Beryl. And then, you know, eventually they just lost the final qualification match and they weren't able to actually make it. And for D+, we know this team is good enough. It's not about that. It's just about, can they break through the barriers that they've set up around their own mental, particularly, again, for Kenyon and Showmaker.
Okay, I believe our casters are ready to take over, so Kobe, Azale, and Hysterics, take it away.
Thank you very much, and welcome to Pick Band. Straight into it for our second elimination series of the night, or the day, depending on where you're coming from. 4th seed of Korea,
or the
4th seed LEC. That's right. Azale, thank you so much. I'm alongside Kobe as well. Hey guys, how do you like spelling gods today?
Darius right off the bat, so there you go. Gonna have to find a different D if you want to. Honestly, Crowny also has had a lot to be desired this tournament, and they're gonna double ban the 2 premier AD carries, so I think it's a good move from BDS here. Take this away from the birthday boy, from Deft, and make them dig a little bit deeper here. Garen, I still feel like, has been so big for Adam, though, and he actually already blind picked it. So these are some of the drafts that can go really weird.
Huh. Oh, Nico first pick getting locked in. They talked about it on the desk. This has been a flex pick for them. It has gone over to jungle. You know, it can go mid lane. You know, they are a very creative team. Instant answer of Lee Sin LeBlanc. This feels like
what year?
Are we back in like season 6?
What
like,
patch are we on, baby? I mean, this is a duo, a mid jungle duo that's famed for its dueling abilities and its skirmish early on.
You hit the chain, they hit the Sonic Wave.
It has not been present in so long because LeBlanc got targeted with a lot of the static shiv aggro from designers. And it really got hit.
I mean, LeBlanc has been super.
We're
getting now we're just going fully back in time.
Lux,
dude. We are literally going back in patches, aren't we, guys? I mean, Blitzcrank as well.
Why not?
What are we going to get next?
Timo, lock it in.
Top. BDS are going full aggro. They're going to go for kills everywhere. They've got the LeBlanc Lee Sin dueling mid. They've got the Blitzcrank try and counter the Caitlyn Lux down bottom side. They're going to look for kills everywhere. And you know Adam's going to also pick a crazy matchup in top lane. Right. So this will be action-packed.
This is going to be so exciting right out the gate. And to me, Deft, his most iconic champion, I always think is the Caitlyn. This is what I associate with him.
Video?
I did see the music video. He had to kill Keria. Why would he do that?
That was tragic,
That was his best friend. How could he?
Oh my goodness.
Now I'm just sad again, but it was a good champion.
Oh, we've already been through enough today.
How could you, Kobe? I already had to watch TL.
I'm sorry.
Come on, bro. You're supposed to be on my side.
I mean, Keria had to die twice in that. Anyways, back into this one. The Garen is off the table too, so they're really taking shots at Gods here.
Yep.
Fully embracing the music video this time around. Okay, but back to the comps. With these early picks, now, there's so much action towards mid, but really, it's going to be about how can it bleed towards bottom. Caitlyn Lux, you always have to push up against the tower, harass them under the tower. So honestly, I feel like even top lane picks should be targeted towards this. We have not seen a Gangplank really kind of take over, but people are thinking with the Gangplank plus to the ultimate, that's even another possible way to play towards bottom side. So maybe even something like that comes out. We're going all crazy here.
This is brilliant. We got Darius, Orianna, Garens. We got Dog, and then the Dog Champ, Malphite, getting banned out.
And we've also got the Kai'Sa locked in as well. We're talking about it today. It wasn't as prioritized, wasn't as popular, but this is what got them through in Game 5 against PSG Talon, right? The reverse sweep for BDS.
And I think it makes sense along the lines of the style of composition that you do have. I do like Rumble. If you're playing blind, there's just not a lot that beats Rumble. That's why it's so annoying. It's like, I'm going to go 5th pick, red pick. I'm going to counter pick you. I lock in Rumble.
Oh, yeah. Yes, please. Volley Bear.
Yes.
Yes, it's a top Volley Bear, but still, it is a Volley Bear at Worlds, baby. Volley Bear. I wonder if he goes to AP.
Yeah, Riftmaker build is actually really good.
We'll see what build he goes for here for Adam. I definitely expect it to be the AP version, but I'm so excited. I have been doing nothing but spamming Volley Bear for the last like 4 months. Oh my goodness, Adam, this is another lane priority. Bully lane though. Volley Bear has a massive lane phase here. We'll see it into Rumble though, because that could be a hard one. He'll definitely take some magic resistance shards up there and try and go aggressive early on. This is definitely looking, and Volley Bear is a demigod, okay? So that's technically a god champion.
We'll give it to him. We're making the official ruling.
Yeah, not in name, but in lore. So
it's the gods.
Yeah, the gods.
It was a silent V. You couldn't hear it in the video.
Call back to God V.
Moments away. I'm like, dude, my LPL roots.
Whoa.
It's crazy. I need someone to explain to me. I mean, you guys have hit moments of this. Where would you like to start in this draft? Because we have gone a complete right turn from, I think, what everyone will remember of the meta.
So the Volley Bear that kind of got super famous for topside is AP Volley Bear with lethal tempo, and you can harass them by autoing the wave with your passive. Volley Bear's passive is one of the strongest parts of the kit, and you can constantly go for kill threat on this champion. So I want to see junglers. We've got a Lee Sin, so that works with with AP Volibear top as well. Definitely a lot of options for Sheo.
I mean, there's so many options. You have LeBlanc Lee Sin as your mid-jungle duo. You can go top with an easy setup with the stun from Volibear, and you have Blitzcrank bot lane, right? So there's a lot that could go right for BDS, but there's also a lot that could go wrong, and this could go off the rails quick.
I can't wait for this game to explode. You can hear the Korean crowd coming out for this because not only do they love BDS, thanks to the personality of Adam, but it's also their 4th seed in D+ Kia playing for their life. Legends like Showmaker, Canyon, and of course, Deft on his birthday, the world champion from last year, as I need to remind you, to earn exclusive Worlds drops by watching on LoLesports.com.
Get your drops, baby, because this game is going to be hot. I'm really, really curious. Sheo could go for a dive. Volibear top also can set up dives really well. Drop your E and then flash your Q stun onto them. He also perma pushes with the passive.
Yep.
You want to stack up your lethal tempo, get that extra range on him, get that extra attack speed. I'm so excited. And it's with DK having the Caitlyn Lux bottom lane, the hard push here, so let's see it.
And to bring out the Caitlyn on your birthday, though, I think that's another exciting point. I know we're talking about the Volibear top, but just a quick reminder, I mean, we've seen Caitlyn Lux throughout previous Worlds MSIs. We know Game 5, Caitlyn last year on DRX, in the World Championship final. This is what helped get them over the line. It's one of Def's favorites.
Absolutely. And when you're playing against Kai'Sa Blitz, you are going to have free shove. The only way this lane can compete at all is if they can get all ins, right? Otherwise, you're just getting poked down, you're getting pushed in. So Sheo has a lot of ganking options, but he also has a lot of ganking responsibility because he's going to have to help out these lanes. And if they get free shove on bot side, one of the difficulties is that they can then get access into the river, they can deep ward, they can track that jungler. And also, while Volibear, AP Volley is a really strong laner, you know, if you can actually hit the E, like that is the big difference. If you hit the Sky Splitter and you get the shield for yourself and the damage on your opponent, it's so hard to outduel you. But at the same time, this is an Ignite Comet Rumble, which is going to be so difficult to deal with. And with these melee champions, when you get double Harpoon, the slow stacks. So you can kite out with the Scrap Shield, with the double Harpoon, and you can try to really make it difficult for Adam to get value out of this lethal tempo.
And again, just insane to see already the trading coming through. I'm kind of curious about the last Volibear top we've seen. It was apparently at Worlds 2020.
Probably Bwipo?
That was years ago, Azal, your brain astounds me.
Well, I could be wrong, but that's one of the guys that I really do associate Volley with is Bwipo. You know, he plays it a lot in solo queue, does play it, you know, occasionally was bringing it out in Worlds as well. And you also have to remember, Volley, with that ultimate, turn off the tower, you can set up dives, you can go for those aggressive plays, but look at Lavrov. This is the problem. When you get low on Blitz, and he's already used both his potions, now you can't even look for hooks, or you'll just die.
All right, Sheo, with all the options in the world, looking towards Showmaker pushing mid lane here.
Nuke flashes, change. Wow, it connects as well. Onto Showmaker, he's low. Sonic Wave. BDS's play is beautiful.
The LeBlanc Lee Sin, a duo as old as time, finds it again. Really good early flash there from Nuke. Ensures the chain is going to hit. That allows Lee Sin the guaranteed follow-up, and they get first blood.
Yeah, that is massive. And now Sheo trying to move down towards this bot side. You can see Canyon, though, in the river, you know, is going to be trying to ward that off. And I did get confirmation it was actually Bwipo who played it at Worlds in that year. There were other people, I think one other person that did play it as well, but Bwipo, one of them. So kind of a callback to that, you know, great European top laner, Bwipo, who has been a part of a lot of international success for you.
But again, 3 years, been a while. Adam so far on that top side, getting pushed in a little bit here against Kana. So that Ignite Rumble still pouncing in that matchup once that level 1 is passed and done and dusted. And therefore the lanes, apart from the mid lane after the gank we saw, are doing pretty well for DK as you'd expect.
Adam going with the E-Max first on the Volibear, uses his teleport to get back the lane with the Boots Crystal by here. And I want to see Sheo remain active on the map, go for a flash kill. When Volibear has flash, he's very, very dangerous. You have to be so respectful as Rumble. If he puts the Sky Splitter, the E, on you, then you have to worry, is he going to Q flash on me? Because if Lee Sin follows that, it's a huge, huge burst of damage. And they're at the tower. Sheo's currently on his Krugs, and they do have a ward towards that Tri-Bush. So maybe we'll look towards bottom side as Crowny's having a difficult time here, dodging all the harassment from the Caitlyn Lux.
I mean, it's just so brutal, right? Because you're basically 1v2 in this lane as Crowny. You know, your Blitz, if he can't hit a hook, he's not adding any presence, right? He steps forward, he gets poked. You're just giving them Spell Thief stacks, which is that really tough part. Showmaker, though, getting a pretty nice setup there as Adam Does have the Sky Splitter coming down, but this is what I'm talking about. Kana's just trying to space him, and he hits the double harpoon, and now you're slowed, and you're in trouble, potentially.
And with a Flame Spitter as well, that's a bit of burst, or at least a bit of slow burn, I should say. And Kana as well, look at the wave state, guys, just rolling slowly into him.
All right, I guess we're going to take another look at this. We saw the whole thing on screen, though, so we don't really have to go over exactly how they pulled it off, because, you know, it's double flashes burn there. It does mean that Showmaker is now, for the next few minutes, going to be very vulnerable. Doesn't have his own flash, but looks like we're going to get a little party in bottom side that's seen by a ward.
Yeah, I mean, Kana, you know, hadn't even based yet. They need to get this reset for Adam because he's getting chunked down and the Ignite is still available. So that's why it's the roam squad up here from BDS. But Kana's trying to thin out the wave enough to potentially hold it. Doesn't elect to, as he's obviously going to need to take a base here pretty soon himself. But nice move from BDS. You know, in these difficult matchups, you do need help resetting those waves, getting bailed out.
We can hit an E from
Oh, there you go, the Stormbringer down as well. Let's remember what this god can do, but it's burning. Kana takes him down, and gods can bleed.
Oh, it's a god to Kana as he flashes away with the Ignite there. That last tick, I thought he had lost because he overheated before getting the Equalizer down. He mismanaged the heat slightly, but the overheat auto attacks did so much damage, and Adam couldn't take him down.
Turns out Kana's a non-believer, and he burns Adam to the ground. All right, there we go. Shao's at it again. No, more action.
Maybe going to come into use here. Hooked out with the minion in the way. And the turnabout hurts so much. He flashes out, but Canyon is on the warpath. He's got flash himself, but no ulti. Q, flash, heal, movement speed.
Oh.
Canyon, what are you doing?
That wasn't even close.
I mean, if you feel it, take it.
No, don't do that.
That was his end.
Flash is very important for Vi ganks. Okay, anyways, quite a roller coaster we are in here, boys. Quite a roller coaster. I mean, you can get more range if you actually do the flash first and then do a full Q, but then it's easier to react to. So, yeah, they definitely should have let him go on that one. But look how close this is. Kana's going to be able to burn him down with the last little bits of the Flame Spitter, but Adam gets everything. You cast your E from the brush so they can't react to it, but then, yeah, Burn still finishes him off. Kana, nicely done by him.
I guess that's what Ignite Rumble can do top as well, you know, to cast our mind back on the last series. A lot of kill threat, and we're already seeing the lane go so well up there for Kana too. Look at that. First blood comes through. There's the blasting wand as well. CS lead. This Volibear top hasn't had the best start to the game.
No, it hasn't. But we'll see what Adam can get done because he's one of those guys who's so good at getting out on the map, on making things happen. It's kind of funny, though, because when he plays TP, he tends to just roam a lot less. You know, when he is playing Ignite, when he is playing those styles, I feel like maybe he feels the kind of importance of, I got to get to my team. I can't just be sitting in sides. So I want to see, you know, is he just going to stick more in lane? Is he going to be moving around the map, trying to make things happen with a squad? Because it is Canyon starting up that Herald on top side. I think they're aware of it. So Shao hunting down around bot, but there's not going to be any angle for a dive, so it will likely just be a red buff, potentially Dragon after.
Starting that now, at least there is some trade of some sort. I mean, I think Shao in the previous game, we remember, up against Mad Lions, had no impact whatsoever. So the fact that this early game came through mid, he was able to do something, is at least a better start. However, Canyon on the top side is going to get the Herald, get a steal of his own, and DK remain 1K up here in this early game.
I just feel so bad for Adam. I'm a huge Volibear enjoyer, and he wanted that second W. There's massive missing health healing on the second W. Another reason why the Ignite is so powerful here in the matchup. Man. All right, but now he's going to have a difficult time here. Kana constantly going to push him under tower and harass him, and the turret plates are even getting whittled down here. So Canyon counter jungling the Krugs away ensures that Kana knows he's got the extra power up here, freely push away, increase that gold lead.
I mean, Rumble is strong at most levels, honestly, in lane, but the difficult part is it gets worse up towards level 9 because once he gets the max on Flame Spitter, basically in these melee versus melee matchups against Rumble, all that happens is he gets free push, and every single time you're trying to farm one of those range minions at your tower, he is just on hold position with his Q up, he's spamming out harpoons, so you either just have to give up that farm or you get chunked down too low and then you have to base, so it's kind of a lose-lose, and from this spot, he's probably going to need a lot of help from Shao to try to turn something around.
As
Lavrov in trouble, tries the Hex Flash over, does get over to his credit, but
nicely done.
Kellen almost catching him out.
That's exactly the reasons why I was hoping that Sheo would get there earlier, because now, honestly, it's almost past the time where you can actually do that. If you call for your jungle early on and you play off the kill pressure of the flashes with the stun setup, then you can try and snowball it in your favor. But it's really difficult to try and play from the back foot because then Rumble, with access to ultimate, can look for double kills and everything. So looks like we are going to get the Herald charge down here on the low health turret, and this thing, Labrov's going to go for a Hex play.
Or not.
I mean, that's 4 plates here at 10 minutes in. Deft and Kellen doing work, farming it up down on that bot side. So I want to know, as the Volibear enjoyer here yourself, Kobe, from this spot, you're already behind. You know, yes, I know you know to play jungle, not top. Do you go tank, or do you still think you're going in towards AP? Yeah, that's how I feel.
I think that he's still going to go
AP.
Well, he does have a Kindle gem here, so that should be an Iceborne Gauntlet. So I think he'll go Iceborne Gauntlet.
Canyon might be caught out, cease and desist, but they turn it around. Canyon's still alive, kicked away. Trying to be finished off by Sheo. It's a trade, but look at his health bar. Deft going forward. He's got some of that birthday magic. Sheo manages to make way, but Crowny already burning the flash. He's out too. It's DK with the pick in front of the Dragon. It's a trade in the long-standing end.
It is a trade, but they force out multiple flashes after that. They push them out of the river. They have control of this bot side when they do want to go for it. And with that overheat, Rumble actually does real damage to those towers, so it gets a bit of a chip. But remember, that is the TP advantage that Adam does have. He's down 2 levels currently, should hit 9 pretty soon. So now just down that 1 level, but it is still an entire level. And we can go back to this fight on bot side.
Yeah, it's going to be brutal for him, but here it is, another look at it. Canyon with the ultimate onto Lavrov, and they get the early kill. Trying to answer back as they're burning down, though. Really, really good job by DK, pushing up through the river, establishing their control, making use of this Caitlyn Lux, whereas, you know, BDS in Champ Select, they're trying to put all these crazy matchups in their solo lanes to try and play off of expected constant pushing on bottom side. Looks like DK get their full value.
And I will say, at least from the back of that replay, Crowny is the one to pick up the kill on that Kai'Sa. So even though you're getting what you expect out of Deft on this Caitlyn, at least this Kai'Sa's able to catch up a bit and get enough gold for the Umbral.
And he's going for that bursty, the lethality build for the Kai'Sa, so you kind of have those Q bombs. It is something that does spike early. It's not going to, you know, it's not great for killing tanks, but there are no tanks in this game, so I actually like it. You know, it's the bursty Kai'Sa build. It does get a little bit of flack, but that's usually when there are tanks in the game, and Canyon's going to be the only kind of tank.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically 5 relatively squishy. Yeah, you can say, there's a little bit HP on Canyon, and it's going to be Demonic Rush for Kana, so there's a little bit HP there, but there's not armor that's going to be stacked by any means, so the lethality build, I think, is great. But you have to play this build really aggressively. You have to get in the backline, find those isolated Qs. That's where you can really dominate. Kellen, potential.
Oh, going somewhere else. Okay, Lavrov at least trying, but zoning them out as the Dragon goes down. BDS open up this game 1 with 1, but how comes the fight? All in from Canyon, starts it off, but Showmaker! Once more he pops, he blossoms, he makes them scream.
Showmaker, playmaker, he's gutting off in this game. He's playing such a good start to this one. Already great TP there, you know, was doing well in the 1v1 in mid lane, and people really want to see Showmaker kind of return to form. He had a bit of a down year.
Yeah.
You know, hadn't been playing at that top level, and then they had a really tough draw throughout the Swiss stage so far. So getting him that confidence, I think, really is what he needs to get back to the level we all know he can be at.
Yeah, and even in their last game here at Worlds, like his Azir was the one part where I was like, you know, Showmaker's trying really, really hard here.
He was good.
Even though they got the loss, he was still good. I'd say more recently, people are looking at Kellen as the imposter on this D+ squad. So yeah. I'm happy personally for Kellen, you know, playing with obviously the very famous Deft Caitlyn here, but Kellen on the Lux being the counterpart to that. And having a good opening start where this is back-to-back plays where it's the Caitlyn Lux pushing bottom lane up into the river that makes the start of the play here for D+ a possibility. I'm pretty happy for him because he was definitely catching a lot of flack. And it's everybody knows about Deft's Caitlyn already. They made a movie about it.
There you go. But Kellen hit the binding to set it up on Blitz, then hit a binding on Crowny, forced out the cleanse, and then there's just no way out for Crowny, obviously. And you can see in the MasterCard lane economy snapshot, it is all blue, and blue is DK. 41 gold. Not a big lead for Showmaker, but he'll still take it.
But hey, overall, 3K gold lead. I mean, DK have come out of the laning phase exactly how you want with the Caitlyn composition, but more importantly, how DK want to play. I feel like Again, talking about Showmaker, talking about these individual parts working well. When you have 3 world champions in the roster, you want this team to come together when it matters most. And here in the elimination match, they've done that as Nuke with the 1v1. Might go double chain here onto Showmaker, but he doesn't have enough damage yet.
Yeah, not quite. He is going for that AP style, so it is Ludens. If that W hit, maybe could have been a bit of an angle, but Kellen, I'll stop on my point.
Light Binding doesn't connect, but Labrov does. There's the equalizer though. Look at the zone as Def picks up the kill. Light flies across as the volley bear is out of contention. Look at Def running in, just free firing. A double for Canna. He's burnt them to a crisp. Europe, you're on fire.
Oh, BDS sent everything just to kill Kellen, just to kill the support Lux. That's going to be a Herald. That's going to be some mid push. That's going to be some top push. D+, massive, massive lead here.
And that's going to be a 4v5 because Showmaker was bot lane the entire time. They commit so much to killing Kellen. Adam flashes over the wall before he even finishes him off, and then Crowny says, well, someone's got to do it. He goes in, gets bound up though, and DK lose their support in a 4v5 for 5 kills.
Deft on his world skin, trying to start our Worlds run this year similarly to how they started it last year, having to run the gauntlet, starting out 0-2 on his birthday. And this looks like a pretty good start to me.
No kidding. And it's been really interesting because DK obviously had a really tough draw. So you can kind of, forgive their position, in the tournament thus far. Yeah. But this is one of the teams that a lot of analysts I was talking to were really excited about. Everyone was talking about, okay, yeah, it's JDG, it's Shenji, it's LNG. But then people were saying Dark Horse to win the tournament. Maybe DK could do it because we have seen such incredible levels from these players when they're at their highest highs with the hook.
Let's pause though, BDS not out of the woods yet. Sonic Wave to find a big wave.
Oh, they were trying to give the kill.
It's a shutdown.
They were trying to give the kill to Crowny, but they let their support die. It's not worth it.
It's really not. I mean, gold over, but look at mid, look at top side. 2 Defs, 2 Caitlins. What?
I mean, Kana has been absolutely roasting BDS this entire game. In the isolated top lane, coming down to the river fight. Deft constantly pushing, never lets up the pressure. They've got mid and top side pushing, but Nuke.
They're all on in. BDS need a pick. They find another one. That's the second shutdown for Crowny. I think this is a big deal.
He just got paid. He's still 700 behind Deft, but he just got so much gold. He's way out ahead of everyone else on his team. The lone hope right now is going to be Crowny.
But look at these towers. D+ have absolutely annihilated BDS towers. Right. 2 off the top side, 2 off the mid lane, 1 off the bottom side. Here's another look at it. BDS have 4 members down here to take Kana, and Kana says, I'm good for 1. Takes down Labrov as he dies. But then Nuke says, all right, time to make a play here. Goes in again for one of these chain plays. This is an extendo chain, just barely is able to clip.
A what? An extendo chain.
Yeah, extendo chain. Pretty long there. Does not break at the very edge of it. BDS though, objective bounty shut down.
I mean, they're still way down, but they got 2 objective bounties. They got the one off the bot lane tier 1. They got the one off the dragon. They got 2 massive bounties on a Crowny as well.
Yep.
So he does have his 2 items. Yes, they're cheaper items than Deft. Yes, he's still behind in gold, but there's at least a little bit of hope, right? There's someone to play around now because that's what BDS didn't really have until these last couple minutes. You're kind of hoping that you can find those isolated picks, that you can really burst someone down quickly and then maybe alleviate some of the issues that you have.
Yeah, you're looking for some hopium, then you want more fireworks. More burst kills, more picks, and more dragons. BDS, even though they're so far behind in gold, being able to pick that one up, get an objective bounty shut down, as well as dragon number 2, and a brush play. Here we go.
I mean, Kana has no flash. They know this great time from BDS. They full commit. Silence if it's time being equalized down, but Crowny gets it again. Is that cash money going to stay with him, though, as Canyon launches on in, and Showmaker returns just when you want to say, go EU. You're back to praising D+ Kia.
The 4-man Pop Blossom Showmaker again with the TPs is killing BDS in this first game.
I'll tell you one thing, the crowd loves BDS, but they love DK more. This early game, this gold lead has expanded 7,000, moving now. Another turret going down just when you give hope to BDS. DK come right back in.
Birthday boy Deft is going to clean up the rift here. Another tower down. That's 6 in favor of Dominant. While Kana is dead here, at what cost? Because the rest of DK are coming down, and really it turns when Showmaker gets in there.
Oh my God.
Oh. Pop Blossom indeed. All of BDS are going pop here. Canyon got in there to start it out, but Showmaker knocks them all down. And then Deft comes over to clean up the towers.
It's just beautiful stuff. And DK were already on the way down towards that bot side. You know, if you take a look at the minimap, it's all about these wards on the bottom side. Everywhere in that area is completely lit up. You know, and they were heading down already to support this play that they were expecting to happen on Kana.
Because they know. D-Plus are looking at this comp from BDS and like, this does one thing. This literally does one thing. Yeah. It picks people, it bursts down people. So even if someone gets picked, that's okay because now the rest of the team can go clean them up. And DK do just that. All right, with objective bounties up here, BDS have to stay with the same game plan because, again, yeah, it only does one thing, but maybe they can do it well. That's their hope. Try and pick somebody off and get more objective bounty shutdowns.
I mean, I like the optimism. I believe in Labrov being a standout member so far. His Deft is taking damage to Nuke, so there is also that. But how much copium is there right now for BDS? Again, 2 items, moving on to 3 for the majority of D+. It's a big, big jungle for them right now, and they own the majority.
Yeah, it's really terrifying. I mean, they're losing full control of their own jungle, and this is where it gets so hard. You're going to have Adam step up for that vision control, but like, look at the damage onto Adam. Look at the damage onto Nuke. You expose yourself for a second, and now they're just going to start the Baron because they got such big chunks.
Rob trying to walk on into Fog of War, but look who's waiting. It's Showmaker again, phoning out that he is somebody else, but that ain't Canyon. The burst onto Adam is there as well from over the wall. BDS walking into what could be their demise at 4K, going down to 3. Showmaker waits in without summoners as Nuke's coming in. Everfrost not connecting. This mid laner caught out, destroyed. Canyon gets the kill, and they move off Baron easily as they look for even more onto Labrov.
That's so good from D+. They pull off the Baron. They collect their kills.
He's absolutely dead. Canyon with another. I mean, seeing Showmaker and Canyon both work so well hand in hand, it's giving me old school vibes.
They're playing it really well. Kellen, even with the binding predict on Nuke as he W'd back to the distortion clone, was able to land that, get the kill. They got the earlier chunk, and now this Baron should be pretty much guaranteed. Sheo is going to try to get over there, but he's spotted, and he knows it. It'll be impossible for him to fight through Kana.
Yuck. Crowd is just getting taken down with a couple of autos. Kana overheats, and there's the Baron, a 10K gold lead, and the beginning of something special here in game 1 by D+.
All right, quick huddle up. BDS, let's ban Rumble next time.
Okay, what else?
For sure. That's what we're going to start with.
Okay.
Nuke goes right in, though. He tries to juke a little bit, but D+, happy to turn off of the Baron and burst him down. Then follow up here onto Labrov. You mentioned already the binding. At this point, D+ pathway to the Nexus is pretty clear with the Baron buff, with the Dragon about to arrive. They can pick that one up and then march on forward. They've already dealt with all of the outer turrets here. They can just go straight up to inhibitors.
Guys, just come in here. Just
huddle up.
Okay. You've got to give them more win conditions, right? What else? Like, what else are we banning away? Surely there's more.
We're banning Deft.
If we lie, then everyone will know.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you one thing. We can at least be truthful that the early game had some optimism for BDS. Through mid, right? That was a great game. Everything landed. But then every other lane is melting. Top melted, bot was melting. It's like putting a grilled cheese in the microwave, but you've also got something on the stove. You got to put the dishwasher on. What do?
Well, apparently you lose the game is what happens.
Sounds like you're bad at cooking. I don't know.
Can't multitask. Well, it's rough to be in the kitchen at this point for BDS, but hopefully they can regain ground moving into game number 2, because right now with the Baron buff, look at the base just disintegrate at 23 minutes.
You know what the most tragic part about this is? I'm not going to get any more Volibear games at Worlds, probably.
Maybe. Let's see if DK pull it out next game as BDS with a chance through mid, but the light binding again comes from downtown, from Kellen, from inside their own base. BDS running away. Kobe's upset because the Bear's getting chased down, ready to get mounted on a wall as DK look for another. It's Deft's birthday punch. He's picked up a triple. Surely this man deserves a penta today.
Happy birthday to Deft. He gets a dominating game 1 as the beginning of his present. They crush through BDS. Really impressive performance here to start off the best of 3.
I mean, it's so dominant, isn't it? 24 minutes in. DK with an insurmountable gold lead with everything you could ask for. The LCK's 4th seed didn't come around here to muck around. BDS don't know what hit them. And Korea can feel the presence of these once legends.
It was a fun draft. But the only problem here for BDS is that at the beginning of the game, every single lane is saying, please gank now.
Yeah.
Sheo, where are you? Please gank now. I need gank. Need gank now. We've got a blitz bottom lane. We have a LeBlanc mid and a volley bear top. You can't gank everything at once.
No, it's too hard to ask for, but ladies and gentlemen, it's only game one. There's always a chance of BDS doing another reverse sweep here at Worlds for day 5. We're going to take a break, then return with BDS vs DK for game 2.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Time left to pack it up. On the brink of a brand new age, better buckle up. Hey, oh, let's go, have you had enough? It's coming like the fire and rain. When it's over, they will know my name. I'm an ocean, like a grenade. You can't hold it, no. I'm leaving ashes wherever I go. I strike matches, and just to see the smoke, I let go, try and lose. You better run when I'm lighting the fuse. I'm all in, I can't lose. I'm about to catch fire. Close to the sun, when you're a renegade, up on the run. 'Cause there's victory in the palm of my hand, and I'll be the last one to stand in the end. It's getting dark now, so I'm gonna let the spark out. Let go, try and lose. You better run when I'm lighting the fuse. I'm all in, I can't lose. I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to catch fire.
towards Showmaker pushing mid lane here.
Nuke flashes chains well and connects as well onto Showmaker. He's low. Sonic Wave. BDS's play is beautiful.
We can hit an E from.
Oh, there you go. The Stormbringer down as well. Let's remember what this god can do, but he's burning. All in from Canyon starts it off, but Showmaker once more he pops. He blossoms. Light Binding does connect, but Labrov does this equalizer though. Look at the zone as Def picks up the kill. Light flies across as the Volley Bear is out of contention. Look at Def running in, just free firing.
Outside of that initial kill by Nuke, unfortunately not much better for BDS. It was a clean win for D+ in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. We've got the Rumble check first up.
Yeah.
When is it a thumbs up by Huni?
So there are, you can never back down, and you go Ignite. And you go in and you win lane, and then you carry the game from there.
Otherwise,
then you get the. Otherwise, if you fail at any of those steps, no Huni thumbs up.
Oh, that looks good.
It's so funny because Canyon shows zero emotion at it.
Even when getting an awesome
No, never.
No.
It doesn't do it.
So let's talk about this game then. Like, we expected it to be, I want to say lopsided going in and a difficult one for BDS.
Yeah.
But this was, you know, a very prime example of why.
It also reminds me of an ancient Korean proverb, which is, please don't give Deft Caitlyn because you will not have a good time in the lane or outside of the lane. This man is fair.
How do you say that in Korean?
I have no idea. My Korean isn't good enough. But this is what I've been told. You can believe me on that.
I believe you.
It's tough. I mean, I'm looking at what BDS tried to pull out here on the red side, and I actually can't be that mad about it for what they're attempting to do because they know they're overmatched by D+. So what you do, in my opinion, if you're overmatched, is you play 3 lanes and you try to get prio or an advantage in all of them.
Yeah. Because
it's unlikely that you're going to get it 100% of the time if you're playing like a more standard draft. And like that's what the Volibear is for. We saw that all in nearly work. The LeBlanc Lee Sin, very gankable lane for the Nico, which they executed properly, and then Blitzcrank Kai'Sa, which even though they're getting shoved in, they can still have kill threats. So ideally, you know, you can get shoved in the bot lane, but there's only so many things you can do. That's why I actually think the Caitlyn Rumble is so good, because that's 2 naturally pushing lanes for Damwon, which just takes away the ability for BDS to make plays.
And as you said, it does have to work out then, and every second counts. And thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Kana survives the top lane 1v1 with a sliver of HP versus Adam's Volibear. Was this game going to look completely different, Mo?
I don't know. I don't know if it would have been enough, but I do actually love this play from Adam. I think this is 100% the right call. Also, Kana actually had his ultimate here, but purposefully went for the max overheat flame spitter instead. Yeah. And yeah, a couple of punches. I think that against D+, you have to take those type of risks. I actually, you know, it doesn't end up working out, but if you don't, as we saw, you're going to get outmatched in a lot of the lanes. Yeah. And particularly for game number 1 in a best of 3, I really like this approach.
For sure. Let's talk about the bot lane. You talked already about the Caitlyn. We had Kellen on Lux, and that was really scary. That's such an annoying lane to start with. But hey, Kellen, looking good on that Lux.
Thank God. Like, Kellen has been having some really rough games, and if there is a way that this team is going to make bracket stage, Kellen has to play well, and I think he can build off the momentum of this game. He played extremely well on Lux. There was the Blitzcrank trying to get him the whole game. He was consistently finding the right ways to land bindings and never really getting hooked at that bad of a time. Like, look at how long he lasts in this fight. By the time he dies, 4 members of BDS have already died and they can pick up the ace. So Kellen, even though it is in tandem with Def's Caitlyn, really played a good game.
And it's also, Kellen, I think his best pick, where he looked the best, even arguably within the LCK, was the Renata back in the day. And I gotta say, the Lux guy in the LCK is Carrier. You know, that's the one that always, at every opportunity, if he sees an angle for it, will pick it up. But Kellen having a game like this, not only important for the specific best of, but also for the entire tournament of D+.
And I think we do have to look at it a little bit in that light as well. We see this as possibly the start of something for D+. And then you're looking at a lot of confidence building for the side of Kellen, but the same also in the mid lane for Showmaker. He had his Nico first pick, wanting to make those moves, and he had fantastic engage after engage or Pop Blossom after Pop Blossom, I want to say, and that feels good.
Absolutely. I think this is a confidence-building game for D+. The task ahead of them, Shocks, that you mentioned, 6 best-of wins if they want to win the World Championship.
And one more game versus BDS.
Which will translate to 14 more wins. It's a long road, but right now, it's just one more. Because they need to win one of the next 2, and they move on to the next phase.
Are they actually the best team to be in this situation in terms of if you see how many games they would still have to play, how good they could be at the other end?
Think of the growth.
Yeah.
So guys, you're preaching to the choir here, but I've gone through this exact journey throughout this year in the LCK like 5 times. Okay, so I have to see it before I believe it. Yeah. I do think though that this is a D+ that we have also seen all year. They're just such a binary team. When they're against a team where they're like, hey, we're better, we can take control early. Once they have a good grip on the game, particularly if the enemy isn't really able to match their team fight, which isn't that great, they can look so dominant. But I think that they're looking forward, but that can also be a trap, particularly now that they will, I assume, move over to the red side.
Yeah, we'll see the draw later if it happens, but it's not all done and dusted yet. BDS, they have a side selection, and they have selected the blue side.
Yeah, I think that's...
No counterpick.
Literally everyone is going to be picking blue side unless you're getting a ton of success playing with every OP up.
Yeah.
I wonder how they can get Prio bot lane. I think they're going to be banning Caitlyn. I think they're probably going to leave control mages up as much as possible, threaten a first pick Orianna. And I think they should be getting rid of Rumble as well, because I really want... Yeah, so Rumble and Caitlyn should definitely be 2 of their bans.
And I really like the Orianna, because I think after game 1 doesn't work out, you do the opposite. The way that teams like KT, for example, have dealt with D+ is the early game, they can be extremely dominant. But when it comes to mid-game, some of their objective setup, some of their fights really aren't that clean compared to a lot of the other top-tier teams in the LCK. So maybe you go all in on team fight, right? The lane priority thing didn't work, go completely the opposite direction. And, you know, relying on your opponent to make a mistake generally isn't great, but D+ have shown a pattern of doing so.
There has been a BDS time also in the LEC this year where they had a little bit of trouble setting up neutral objectives, but that's no longer here nor there. I'm sure they'll have fight left in them, BDS, as we go into our second game versus D+.
Maybe, I don't know. DK looked pretty good in game number 1. I don't have EU casters next to me. I have NA guys, and they experienced TL. They were good sports. We talked up GAM. They came so close. I had to rub it in a little bit.
Betty wanted to be here, but he's sick right now, so I know he's cheering BDS on.
Yeah.
Hearts in the chat for
Betty.
Betty.
He had to sub me in to make me watch that TL series. So really, no hearts for you, Betty. That's kind of messed up.
I got your heart.
I'm so sorry. I walked us into this hoping to just, you know, throw a little bit of jazz their way instead. We're just going for Betty. It's going for EU. They are 0-1 down, but again, they've already gone against a reverse sweep before in PSG Talent. That's how they got here.
That's true. And while I may not be an EU caster, I definitely am happy to adopt BDS because they have been such a fun team to watch.
Yeah.
They have been so explosive. Even in this game, obviously the draft didn't work out, but it's so cool to see them really throwing out these picks that you can see the theory behind it. You can see how it could work out. DK are just such a good team that, you know, there's always going to be people saying, well, it was the draft, it was this, it was that. The reality is DK is going to look good on almost any pick. It's going to be very difficult to pin them down.
And especially against teams that are not as great as them, right? Or against teams that people would realistically benchmark. They always look good against the teams below them, as Chronicler was saying on Death. As we get back into pick and ban, guys, what do we expect for this one? Because game 1 was absolutely wild.
I mean, from the last game, I really felt like Rumble is such an issue for any of Adam's champions. You know, the way that Adam likes to play, they leave it up again, but we'll see if there are any tweaks on the side of Damwon this time around. They could just keep it the same.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising because Adam never plays Rumble, right? So unless I don't think they're going to first pick the Rumble themselves, you're probably going to go towards Orianna or something along those lines. But that does mean that you would be giving over a free Rumble to Kana again, who I think is just going to insta-lock it. So Orianna's even going to get banned. And now I'm kind of like, where do you go with your first pick? Kai'Sa first pick feels so underwhelming to me. Like, it's tough, right?
I mean, yeah, I personally really like Azir. And I'm looking at Nuka as the biggest carry for this team that I can really rely on. And Azir is perfect. So, and Orion is already banned. So that's kind of where my feelings were for it. But we'll let them cook because BDS cook up some of the tastiest meals, even if they don't always work out.
They look really tasty until they burn.
Okay.
Right. Again,
but sometimes they're delicious.
Do they know what they're doing in the kitchen today? We're going to ask the question. Alistar are good engaged to them, especially when it's a takeaway from Labrov, one of his best champions in this tournament. Also want to mention on that Azir note, I mean, Showmaker's Azir has been pretty clean, and against KT was the shining light.
He does the Hail of Blades Azir, too. He likes that lane power Azir, so they very well could take it away, but Alistar definitely like that one. the Rumble was a no-brainer. If it's not banned, I think it deals with everything that Adam and BDS really want to do, and that's a core part of the identity of this team.
I really wonder, does he just run it back on the volley and say, I shouldn't have taken that all in that situation. You know, it's already a little bit low. It's not the fault of the pick, it's the fault of the play. You know, try to make it happen.
If they did, I would say mandatory early gank top.
Yeah.
Mandatory.
You must.
Yes. Yeah. I'm only picking this if you're
I've tried that with my junglers in solo queue.
Yeah,
they
no
don't
deal.
top. No deal.
I wonder why, man.
It was only mandatory from my point of view.
I'll
I
do
guess.
it with you. I got
Okay,
you. I
okay,
got you.
okay.
And I'm going to be playing Volibear, so
let's go.
I'll flash on him.
Well, looking forward to that. Hey, standard picks instead, guys. We're not getting the volley yet. Nico actually taken this time for nuke through mid. And we get the Rakan for Labrov, so a bit of engage tools added in.
Okay. Into Showmaker. Interesting. Blind the Nico into Showmaker, and they actually feel comfortable dropping mid-pick in favor of a Canyon Lee Sin. We are going to be treated to a Canyon Lee Sin, though. I will make that deal any day of the week.
Yeah, this is just such a fun pick to watch him play on. Oh my God, it's 3-12 at Worlds. Lee Sin is not doing so hot, but that is not Canyon Lee Sin.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
true. That's other Lee Sins, and Canyon definitely one of the best Lee Sins in the whole world. If he's not the best. I mean, this guy has just been so insane, especially at his peak. For me, I really was knowing him for the Lee Sin, for the Graves. You know, those are the picks I kind of associate with him most.
And I think, especially with Canyon, you know, you think about how strong this guy is, an individual player, how he can control terrain in the jungle. Lee Sin, the perfect pick for him to try and get it over the finish line, get them their first win here at Swiss, and keep safe from elimination. Garen is the respect ban, though, against Adam. Once again, an addition that needs to be respected too.
Yep. No respect required for the Volibear, sadly.
I'm just so curious, like, where is Adam going to go here? Because Renekton is his most played. Renekton is a horrible matchup into Ignite Rumble, so you don't want to play that. A couple of his other picks are already banned out. Like, Olaf is up, but I would think Olaf would struggle so hard into Rumble. Yeah. So it's like, maybe you go back to volley. The only other thing he really played in the LEC was like, it was like a couple games of tanks. But as you say, Kobe, it just feels like it answers an entire champion pool. So I'm kind of scared for what BDS is trying to do.
You and me both, buddy. All right, the double protection bans for the Nico, though, from BDS, trying to make sure Showmaker doesn't style too hard. They're going to keep Showmaker's pick even further a secret here as they lock in the Aphelios. That Aphelios is a little bit of a bold Aphelios because you're staring down the barrel of Rakan Nico engage, so gonna have to have some fancy footwork there for him. Deft, maybe Kellen picks him up a Thresh or something else that will help him escape, but the Wukong.
Yeah, he does it anyway. Azal, you had questions about this?
Yeah, I mean, I just think that, yes, there is potential that you could get an all-in, but the problem is, Rumble has such good poke. If you can't find that all-in really early, I just don't think you're ever going to be healthy enough to look for it. That's kind of my concern in this matchup. I don't have a tremendous amount of experience with Olaf into the Rumble, but it's going to be tough. Like, if you do get ahead, though, I will say this is something that could be really problematic for the Rumble, because then you can build the Hex Drinker, you can start winning these one-on-ones. But I don't know, we'll see.
What I want to see for sure with that pick, Olaf guarantees you, Olaf plus Nico is an amazing early level 1 invade.
Yep.
Plus you have Rakan. Labrov can do W's over the back of Dragon Pit. You can get really creative with some of the angles for level 1s. I think it's a must-have level 1 for BDS to try and get a flash blown somewhere. You know, maybe they target topside Kana, try and get some summer spells or some area for Adam to work with, because you can you know, start to snowball that pressure for Adam. He has been very good at knowing the thresholds for those all-ins.
Absolutely, and one thing I will say is that you have to be really careful in these long lanes. When you're a champion that has push into Olaf, he's going to play Ghost. Guaranteed he's going to play Ghost, right? And you can get ran down in those situations. So if Adam can stay healthy, maybe Sheo makes a trip up towards top lane, Kana's trying to bounce a wave, and you can pop the Ghost, look for that chase down, maybe get him ahead, and then maybe go crazy in the rest of the game.
I will say, when you're trying to plan your level 1 right now, even though you have so many good tools on the side of BDS, you do have to be a little bit worried about the counter kind of brush camp with an Alistar on the other side. Those can be devastating if there's really good like counter intelligence done by D+, and they set it up. So really looking forward to the opener of this one.
I actually love this. Kana went phase rush Rumble. That is actually so smart in this situation, because that is denying the ability for you to chase him down. It's the slow resistance, it's a slow removal, and I think that is going to make Adam's job so hard.
I mean, again, it comes down to this pick. One of the gods' pick has come when they're back against the wall here in this best of 3, in this elimination game for BDS. They're out here for DK, but they love BDS as well.
All right,
And
show
why
me the
shouldn't
invade.
they?
Show me the invade. All right, they're going to try bottom side instead. Looks like pretty shallow from D+ though, and I don't think they're going to catch anything.
Rakan could wrap around. They're going to commit to this. I think he's gonna go over, and then they could try to have
Def could just
where they invade in, and then. Well, I was thinking that they're thinking someone's in this area, right?
Yeah.
To the left of where Labrav is. They're thinking someone's there, and then they come up, and then he wraps around behind him. But they're playing so respectful to this potential invade. Like, look where Deft and Kellen are starting. They're so far back. And now...
No one's there. As you said, DK all the way back. Just a quick reminder before we get into it, there's no invade-only award. Don't forget to connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming and grab the exclusive experimentation emote. That's what both these teams did in the first game. And now
Experiment?
They did exactly that. I mean, those were wild
I mean,
drafts.
What was the hypothesis?
D+ didn't really have to experiment too much. D+ were like, oh, we made a music video on Def's Caitlyn. Let's go. Win the game. Hey, kind of burns them all down. Honestly, I do like that BDS were going to go for the level 1, but I guess it was just too telegraphed.
Yep.
And D+ played so nicely and cautiously around it that the only reward is knowing Canyon is starting off on Blue's buff up on that bottom side. But you're kind of going to surmise that anyway since it's an Adam Olaf top lane. So I hope that it gets nice and spicy up there.
And I'm just so interested to watch the top lane early on. You know, I would love to actually see, how that laning is going to go, because I think it's going to dictate so much of the game. Olaf from behind is one of the worst champions in the game.
True.
It feels like there's not a lot you can really offer. So it's so important that he has a good time.
So is it top or bust? Is that just the simplest way to put this game out? Because we know what the 2v2 is bot. We know what Azir and Nico, their role in this game. Does it simply come down to who wins top, and that could just decide everything?
I mean, BDS have a lot of explosive possibility for making team fight plays later too. I mean, it's not just that. BDS a lot of the times, does swing with Adam, but sometimes Adam will just leave top lane. You're like, okay, top lane busted, fine, I'm leaving. I'm literally walking mid. I'm literally walking bottom. He'll give up minion waves and walk to the rest of the team so that Crowny and Nuke can carry.
And I think what we've already seen throughout play-ins, throughout Swiss as well, they'll get really aggressive, like this for Sheo right now, trying to get in the enemy jungle.
And he's doing this because he's got that pushing Olaf top. He's got Adam already shoving in, and there you see him enter the screen. God champion.
Oh, it's an Olaf. No way do you get near that. And under token X, and you get run down. Adam going to do the full run down, and Sheo picks up the red buff. Good invade.
So it's a little bit different of a top lane. Oh, never mind. Gonna get a little burn damage.
Electro Harpoon, overheat as well. That auto attack damage is massive. Ignites down too. DK have countered this onto the Olaf. Oh no, Sonic Wave. You flashed in a straight line, but Olaf into the Conqueror needs a bit of help. Canyon almost goes down, but he holds his ground. First blood to the legendary jungler.
DK playing it out so
and then he misses the grab.
Great timing. Gods can't bleed, apparently.
It's evasive.
That's my goat! That's my jungle goat!
He really like me for real, for real.
Yeah, hell yeah!
Just like me.
Canyon's so relatable. Honestly, though, so that was a different, jungler top lane bargain. He's like, I'm going to be... Oh, he's not done.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Missed this one.
That was the bargain where Adam's like, hey, I will...
Oh, he hit it. Tempest, cripple, flash, matches Sheo one more.
That's it. Go, go, go!
You know what? He hits the Q when it matters, Kobe.
Forget the gods, because we got the goats.
Oh, okay.
And all in. Nuke's going to run away. Nothing there, but oh man, this lease in early. I mean, that win rate is going down the tube this game, it feels like.
Yeah, they're not going to care about the win rate because it's looking like a dub early on here. We'll see, though. He kind of just played that out so well, waiting in Tri-Brush, kiting it out, using that phase rush proc to then pull back when he was low HP. And notice his buy. It's the Swifties rush. It's all just the anti-Olaf tech, which is so smart. Phase rush Swifties, you're going to get kited. It's going to be horrible because it's so reliant on sticking to your target as Olaf. When you pop the ult, you need to be meleeing constantly to keep that up or it expires, and then you just look like a fool against Rumble, who's going to be kiting back and forth, going to be able to auto-space you out and take you down, and this is just beautiful stuff.
Yeah, so we're now going to see the painful part of it, but I still agree with the original play from BDS. It's just they have to be more cautious and respectful when getting Adam back to lane.
Yeah.
Him having the big push onto Olaf, going in, invading the red buff is good, but then you have to respect that Rumble damage. We saw it set up early on. Cannon, of course, he was just calibrating his aim on the Scuttle Crab so that he could hit the monkey instead.
Exactly. And honestly, Sheo saw him. It was pretty greedy to try to do the wolves in his face when you're down at 30% HP. You know, maybe feeling a little bit frustrated. The play didn't go your way. We've all been there. We're like, oh, well, I really need this. I can't give this up too.
and you feel like you can do it. Just, you know, this camp's okay. I think more importantly, though, we've seen what happens when Sheo falls behind in the early game, right? It was against Mad El Yoya on the Velvet, took over the game, and Sheo on his Vi never really got to have an impact in the game. Here again, yes, it's only one death, but still behind the curve as LeBron tries to change it up. Canna with a clean sidestep and just looks at LeBron. What are you going to do, bruh?
Yeah, I mean, it's the Swifties move speed, beautiful sidestep, and then he's just ult the wave to push it in. And will take the base here, wants to be safe about it. His heat management has been really, really good. Yep. And even just to touch back on the tri-brush play, he had the perfect amount of heat to get every spell out and then overheat immediately on his scrap shield, right? And that is exactly what you want to see from these top-level Rumble players. It is terrifying when they can do it this well.
Yeah, I mean, he did everything good. He also ignited the Wukong early, so he's going to have vision on the Wukong after he W's away, so they know we can just chase down Adam here. That allows Canyon to go follow it up. He hits the Q. They find the kill. Again, though, it was a good original plan to go for the invade with the extra pressure. All just went so horribly wrong afterwards.
I mean, even now, the trading, right, guys? The summoners were down. Khan's going to deal with the Ghost soon, but still abusing that lane. And as you mentioned, Azal, the Swifties making it so easy. And that's the funny thing. It's not the only lane doing well. I mean, even bot side's doing well. Mid's trading up as well. DK are 1,000 gold up at 7 minutes.
I mean, they're looking really, really good. And they have incredible scaling. You know, it's been about the top side, but you look down, Azir's farming well, Aphelios is farming well. It's a huge concern here for BDS. And I think Adam's time in the lane is already over, to be honest. As long as Kana doesn't misplay, you just can't actually stick to this guy ever when it's early Swifties and that phase rush. He's just really made smart itemization choices here.
I still love that Adam is just stuck to his style and his identity here at Worlds, and him giving his interviews afterwards talking about, I will never be afraid. I don't care, you know, what happens. I'm still going to go as hard as I can with my style, with my champions. And of course, it's going to be hard with to control the minion waves now because it's really scary as far as jungle pressure up on top side too. So you saw him leave early, and that is a very big stacked up one up on top side. So maybe he does his patented Adam move and runs somewhere else.
Definitely could. He does have the Hex Drinker. He's walking out towards mid, so maybe an angle there.
Grabbing him down bot side though. Here's the ulti for DK. It extends past top into the bot lane, and Deft and Kellen put them to school.
Nicely done there. Deft and Kellen getting an easy kill
by Nuke
down on the bot side, and Nuke isn't going to find anything. You know, Adam looked for a play around mid, but saw nothing there, so he's just going to head back up towards top side. And yeah, it's been so fun watching Adam. You know, this was the first time we'd ever seen Garen, I believe, at Worlds. In LCK, if I recall correctly, it was the only champion in excuse me.
Yeah. we had the old reckless bottom with Yubi incident.
I hated that.
In LCK, I think Garen was the only champion in League that has never been picked in the history of the LCK.
Really?
So it's really cool seeing someone bring this out, and now people are kind of getting used to it. It's like, oh yeah, it's a Garen. Of course, he's gonna pick the Garen.
Yeah.
No one else is doing this. No one else has ever really done this, and I think that's kind of the cool thing about it. Because to me, one of my pet peeves with pro play is I always feel like people just kind of autopilot towards the meta picks, and they don't explore some of these picks that can work so incredibly well. So I don't want people to be like, well, it didn't work against DK, so it's not good. Well, it worked against a lot of great players, and he's had incredible games, and players need to keep digging for these things that can give them an advantage.
And I think early game, if it went differently, we could be saying a different story as we look at the bot lane replay.
Yeah, this was a big one from DK. Started out, nicely done there by Kellen. Uses the Q and then saves the headbutt into the wall, make sure they have it. Deft with the ultimate. Burst damage there, no problem. It's
not again.
Gonna get painful.
Oh, Sheo, level disadvantage. That's a fake. Sonic Wave into the clone, but blue buff is now being heightened rather. Canyon's just going to take this away. Sheo forced out of his own jungle second time.
And all Canyon has to do now is, hey, play around this Rumble topside. Keep invading on topside. Keep on pressuring this Wukong out. As long as you keep any other factors away, the Rumble has all of the speed and all of the slow neutralization in the phase rush and the move speed boots to be able to deal with it. So really good stuff from them. They're just kind of cushioning and padding their way to victory. Plus, that bottom lane is getting their own 2v2 kills. So.
Exactly. It's basically just that battle ward style. You know, you heavily invade, you track the jungler, you know that you win that 1v1, and all your lanes are in such a good spot. The only way they can lose is by getting ganked. So if you're in the Wukong's face, if you're warding up his camps, if you're tracking around the map, there's not really a lot of recourse for BDS. So they need to find some sort of a big play, some sort of an angle to make something happen here, because this is just going more and more in the favor of DK, and it's now an over 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, it just makes it so easy to control neutral objectives in the whole map as jungle too. This is the prime situation you love to be in. He takes up Rift Herald before Dragon is able to spawn onto the Rift, is going to get down there with the Rift Herald, as well as Dragon number 2 spawning up shortly. And DK can just kind of play it by the book, unless BDS pull out a surprise play here. They do have Nico. Maybe if Nuke gets a little creative here and they can surprise someone. Plenty of follow-up from a Rakan and Wukong, but Kellen's not going to let them get anywhere near his mid laner. They've sniffed him out.
Yeah, also painful as always. A note on that, Crowny, the jumping in element, has his item, Umbral Glaive Lethality here, so there is a maybe, of course, with no hard tank apart from Kellen at this point, but it is an Alistar in the early game. At the very least, Dragon spawns, no one taking a serious look just yet. Vision control set up as BDS get the push in bot side and see what they can do with Sheo to get this game back into a bit of a grasp.
They really want to try to find some sort of a play. I mean, Death had his mythic completed before he even cashed out his call, so with that, he's now a good 600 gold ahead, but it's DK going in.
All in, but it's Labrov on a Rakan. Kellen trying to follow this one up, looking for Crowny, but his flash is now gone. Def with a nice sidestep as Canyon joins in on the fun as well. Sonic Wave hits Crowny behind. He finds the Sheo, gets autoed a couple of times, and his health bar moves to 3/4. No way. Take it, Lee Syndrome. Everybody loves it.
Whoa. He's going to let that one go. He's got a bigger fish under the tower, maybe. Rift Herald here ready to activate and feed Deft. It's his birthday, so Canyon brought a birthday present.
That's the cake.
There you
Eat
go.
up, plates for dinner.
If BDS can cut this one, though, Sheo waiting behind with the Cyclone available. Sonic Wave is there, but as you said, birthdays don't get really out of hand until later into the night. So we'll wait on that one as the goal is spread.
No karaoke yet.
That's right. We're not at that point yet. BDS have to win a game first before any of that conversation comes out.
It's a classy birthday party. You know, he's not getting sloppy. He's keeping it classy here. But Canyon definitely making a mess of things for BDS. He is now 1,500 gold ahead in the individual matchup. Massive CS advantage. Has that Gorgerger completed for a while now. Takes the Dragon, takes the Herald. He's moving around the map, and he could just go wherever he wants. BDS have got to try to find some sort of aggressive play, but they're just being tracked everywhere by DK.
The ulti, okay, maybe a counterplay from BDS, but Cyclone's in. There's a knock-up onto Labrov. The kick away as well. Canyon with the Sonic Wave won't be followed up. Sheo's ulti's down, the quickness is down as well, and that just opens up because there's no bottom laners there. BDS had to move to the scene of the crime.
This is when Canyon is at his best, when he gets to constantly re-invade, harass you, force you off things. They do get the Ignite, some Summoner spells burn there. Nobody goes down, though, except maybe the tower.
Honestly, it's kind of just reminding me of how he played when they won their world championship, where he's always in the face of the enemy jungle. He's always farming away camps, tracking them, limiting their plays, limiting their options. And yes, it is BDS. It is not the top level LCK or LPL team that they're playing up against yet. But people want to see this. They want to see this matchup that gives them hope from DK, because they have so many fans, so many people cheering that they can make this improbable run of 3 straight best-of-3 wins to get it out to the Swiss stage.
Exactly. At the very least, they need to start here, because in the LCK this year, they pretty much always beat teams, any team that was below them, and really struggled to beat any teams that were above them. They were kind of the line here. So starting here, they got to start moving that line up as they get harder and harder opponents coming through.
And I think to counter that with BDS in their year, as we get the MasterCard late economy snapshot, I'm about to talk up BDS.
Close your eyes, EU fans.
Yeah, I'll look the other way. And I'll tell you a little bit about their story, because I think the important thing to note is that for BDS, like, they had such a big year as well, right? Mad in the spring finals. It was reverse swept, unfortunately. Didn't make MSI. It's been such a big run to get here, and then they've drawn DK when they've got this elimination matchup.
Look at the pings. Instantly pings.
And I mean, look how hard it is to make a play. Kana just sitting there laughing. He knows. And so, again, that's why this is so hard for BDS.
If you're playing against a Nico and they are roaming from mid lane, like your mid laner calls they're missing, you should always just keep spamming tab, and you'll be able to see the highlight or count the minions. Canyon?
Teleport coming through, kicked away. You're not going anywhere, Nuke. Oh, the problem mode's out as well. DK getting cocky.
That's the Azale emote. Shiny head.
I'll take that. Bro's a badass.
Well,
I might need to hit the gym a little bit before I look exactly like Bro.
No, don't be mad.
You got him.
Azale, you are shredded. All right?
True. This doesn't show, you know.
That's right. And it is in mind and in body as the turret goes down to the bottom side. I mean, look, at this point, you'd be smiling like Brom with a 7K gold lead, with 2 dragons, with all the side lane control you want in the world. What more do you say?
Exactly. It's really tough now, you know, and Adam has gone a build, I think that makes a lot of sense for the 1v1, you know, with this mob, but if you can't find those fights against Kana, he's going to show up to a 5v5, and he's going to get 2 hit by Deft.
Yep.
He's going to have no HP, no armor.
But he's going to kill Deft. Then he only has to worry about a Rumble in his ear.
True.
And Canyon. Yeah, Canyon will be somewhere else.
I like this. Okay, I'm gonna call that optimism.
I like how optimistic you're like. He's only gonna have to deal with the Rumble in his ear, who are incredibly fed after he one-shots the Deft.
Nice.
Yeah.
Perfect. Easy. All right, solved.
Let's not just look at this play then. Canyon forcing them off. Just a side note, Crownie used the Ghost through mid simply because Canyon decided to move towards that lane. As second Herald's up and BDS, I mean, can they even approach this?
They're going to try. I mean, you've already lost the game if you play too slow. So I think they're saying, you know what? It's not going to get better. We're just going to fight. And if we win this fight, maybe we can come back. If you don't, well, you were losing anyway.
At the very least, at half HP now, it's going to be an objective bounty if they find it, but mid in the turret's going down. DK with numbers disadvantages, hanging around looking for the steal. Canyon doesn't get it. And in the end, that's some good gold for BDS, but mid lane is melting. The kitchen's on fire again.
Yeah, the front door is open and DK are walking straight through it here. Deft and Showmaker say, fine, we will go right towards the base.
It's 17 minutes and there's no inhibitor turret mid.
It's no 1647.
I was looking at everyone else. Who's going to say it?
Oh, God.
Honestly, though, if I'm BDS, I kind of like it. I want the big objective bounty shutdown on the Rift Trail. The outer towers are only 250 base, and then you get increased by how far you're behind. The Rift Trail starts at the 500. So it's a big cash-in, and you kind of look at it like, we were probably going to lose a lot of those turrets anyways.
Yep. We don't need those things. They were sure to die.
Yeah, exactly. Let's get some gold now, and then make some crazy play.
It's just such a hard ask, isn't it?
Waiting on the crazy play. I think that's the thing.
Yep.
So the strat right now is like step 1, make a crazy play. Then step 2, question mark, and hope there's profit at the end.
Step 3, profit. The problem is DK are refusing to opt into any of the crazy plays. Like, you're going to send 5 there? We're just going to take your couple towers. We don't really care. They're only going to fight on their terms. And look at Showmaker. He's just going to push in bot. They're taking the dragon. Yeah. Yes, you're going to get a tower on top side, but DK are always pushing for more. They're not going to be baited into a fight because a bad fight is the only possible way BDS are going to come back. So DK are just tracking and playing towards their opponent's win conditions and not giving it to them.
All I'm saying, objective bounty shutdowns were added to the game for this reason.
Okay.
BDS now got 2 of them. You get one off the Rift Herald, then get one off of using the Rift Herald for the top tower.
True.
So they're playing the game as intended. It is now Dragon number 3 and Soul's coming up pretty quickly, and Dom won't have a giant lead, but you know.
I'm with you. When I'm in a game and we're getting pounded, I just start clicking bounties. I'm like, guys, it's fine.
We got all this.
This guy has a bounty. That guy has a bounty. We can take that tower.
Mark the next bounty. Honestly, I think Canyon's a little too hard to go after, so let's go after these towers that don't move around. How about that?
True.
Exactly. Towers can't ward hop, and that's the important thing to remember here.
They don't have Gore Drinker healing. Way easier.
And you got outers, mid, bot, so if there is one successful play, at least they're easy to access here in this game as well. 6,000 just about, a little bit less with the objective bounties you mentioned that have been taken so far. But the problem is right now that BDS in these extended lanes, Adam has to fear for his life, even with the ulti, a lot of burst damage available. Kellen is always on the move. And in 4 minutes time, I mean, with some of these lanes, if there's a pick-off by DK, it's the Dragon. It's probably an inhibitor as well. There's so much more they can get it. Is at least Nuke is sitting in this turret by himself. You guys were on it. This turret doesn't move at all.
Love it, all according to game plan. I mean, look at the top side of the map. Damwon are invading, they're getting deep vision. You saw Kellen walk all the way up towards Wolves to get this ward, and I think BDS are gonna take it, baby. Another objective bounty shutdown.
Okay.
E+, now we're gonna see their top side influence, but Nuke has a teleport. Is this the crazy play? When will they pull the trigger for the snapshot?
Next dragon. I mean, that's kind of the deadline, right?
Yeah.
You have to fight at that next dragon, and I think BDS is going to try to get as strong as they possibly can. If I'm BDS, I'm buying stopwatches, I'm buying elixirs, I'm spending everything because this is your last fight. Going to be potentially at that dragon, but DK say, nah, we don't need to wait. Time for Baron.
Go for the Baron as well. Look at the green and white. It's not 5, but it's probably that everything's going to be all right as Lebrov approaches. sees it, but the turret doing its own work is through the Hex Gate. Hang on, Sheo goes invisible for the steal to stay in the tournament at Worlds. No, he's taken out, but the Pop Blossom is huge. However, how far behind are they? BDS are trying with their hearts.
I told you he'd kill Deft! I told you he'd kill Deft!
Absolute obliteration from the 4th seed of the LCK.
They're crushing it. DK are cruising. 20-minute Baron on spawn in the face of BDS. That is domination. Adam gets one back, but DK have all but wrapped this one up. They're going to be able to balloon the gold lead even further. And then it's going to be soul time in just 2 minutes.
And you can see the poise on stage for Dom1. They immediately stop damage on Baron, and they focus immediately on Sheo. They're like, the only way we possibly even lose this game is if we let Wukong get in here for a smite fight. So they stop damage on Baron immediately.
Really not.
Sheo tries to get in there. He flashes it, and it even gets really low, too. Almost in range, but Canyon gives him a little kick, and then they pick up their extra kills. Good focus there by DK. Telling you, Adam will still get his kill, though.
He did get his kill. Now he just has to deal with the Rumble and he is here, like you said.
All the other ones.
Yeah.
I mean, guys,
shutdown.
We're going to be optimistic, at least in some regard. I mean, BDS now 8,000. Now the Red Bull Baron power play at 2.5K to start off. Lebrov is like, hey, where can I go? Happy birthday to Deft once more as Adam's about to get chased down. And this is sending the 4th seed of EU out of Worlds to their grave. And the 4th seed of the LCK giving us a surprise, or at least a solid surprise once again.
They're looking really, really good and just trying to put the finishing touches on this one. It's been an impressive series from them, but it's only going to get harder from here for DK. You know, I think that the main team that they would want to try to avoid, assuming they close this out in the 1-2, is Weibo. That's really kind of the scary one there. But it's that 2-2 round that I'm really going to have my eyes on, because there's going to be so many strong teams in that 2-2 round. That is going to be probably the biggest challenge for everyone here. And Sheo on that long potential flank, but there's no ulti for Adam. There's not really any angle for Lebrov to look for an engage. He's got no flash, and they haven't fully spotted. So DK just pushing him in, taking down those inhibitors for free. And if they want, they can always retreat back to the Soul, but they may not even have to.
Just so strong, aren't they? With the Baron minions pushing in slowly but surely. It feels like this game will end, and BDS, who made that reverse sweep against PSG Talon, will be at their death knell. They've worked so hard to get here, both in spring, in finals to almost make MSI, both in summer to make it as the 4th seed as the LEC. But D+ came in so big, and I feel it's fair to say, with one Nexus turret down, with Canyon looking for another angle, that the jungle Grand Canyon seems to be back. Do not give him Lee Sin, I think it's fair to say as well.
Baron buff is about to time out here, though, so BDS have actually stalled.
Oh, no. Have they, though? I mean, Lebrov on the edge looks so difficult in Deft's 100th game at Worlds. Looking to finish this out in a clean 2-0. Waiting for the minions to come through. Showmaker is sick of waiting.
He has wanted to end this game from minute 10 here, just running down the lanes.
I mean, they've stalled a bit, but they lost all their inhibitors. They're losing their Nexus towers. There's a deep TP, but the game may be over.
The Nexus is exposed. DK, it's going to be Kana's flash here, but look for him behind. Showmaker says no. Nuke doesn't get his dream engaged. Sonic Wave finishes and seals the deal. 4-0-2 might not be the biggest scoreline, but it's clean as all hell. DK from the depth of 2-0-2 despair. Bring it back here at Worlds. They will not say die. They will not let the European 4th seed stand in their way. They'll even add more kills to the stats as the shutdown is something. Now they have to get serious, though. They got more opponents in front of them as they knock down BDS.
And Deft's story of the unbreakable spirit Season 2 begins. Last year was Season 1. They made it all the way to the World Finals. How far can they go this year?
First episode looking pretty nice. I'm going to tune in.
It was definitely a good one.
The pilot has got me. I'm hooked.
Honestly, yeah, D+, really, really impressive stuff from them this time around. But we did kind of allude to it in the LCK this year. They also had a very, very good record versus all the teams below them.
Yep.
The expected kind of wins, and then struggled to punch above themselves. We will see. Can they really climb this ladder? Because they have a lot of best of 3s ahead of them.
They do.
To make it all the way out. Starting out with the 0-2 start there does mean you have a long road.
look, they're used to this already as we must say goodbye to BDS. A quick reminder of how far they've come through play-ins.
So much personality, so much passion here, staying true to themselves.
That's right, Adam didn't change, was saying it on the cast. Adam has been himself from minute one, and this team just had so many fun dynamics to play through.
They'll be back, and I hope that they do leave that lasting legacy. You know, maybe some new top laners will be bringing in these picks. I think people have got to be practicing up because they look good.
There's some baby Garen players right now.
Well, an absolute pleasure to cast with you, gentlemen, to run you through the first round of Swiss as we end the 0-2s, as we say goodbye, unfortunately, to GAM, to not GAM, I'm used to that, sorry, I'm with North American casters, to TL.
You just had to twist the knife.
I really did. We're going to throw it to World's cooldown before I get killed.
Oh, hysterics. Yeah, he had to twist the knife. Quite a funny slip of the tongue there. Nice that BDS got the crowd to cheer as well. I think they made a couple of fans, especially with the gods meme, etc., staying true to themselves. But at the end of the day, it was D plus Kia. It was going to be a skewed matchup no matter what, but it was very heavily skewed towards D plus. They came to make a statement.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the draw gods were not friendly to BDS.
No.
JDG immediately after going to play-ins, then against Mad, who they didn't beat domestically, and then against defending world champion Plot Armor Deft on his birthday. Like, what are they really going to do?
Was he ever going to lose? No, of course not.
No, and in particular, this is where you're already worried that that Huni picture we showed was because of the Rumble, because I do actually think, as the cast has pointed out, the tech of the phase rush being big, but Canyon was the big difference maker in this one. And there is absolutely, and I want to reiterate this, no shame in the way that I think BDS performed today. The main thing why people are so excited about D+ is when they look good, this is how they look.
Yeah.
At no point after that level 3 did it feel like BDS had any chance.
No.
Right? Like, and this type of extremely oppressive gameplay is apparently something that they've been able to replicate behind the scenes throughout the entirety of the year. But then when it comes to actually consistently performing it on stage, they're only able to do it against the weaker teams in the LCK. But weaker teams in the LCK, globally, are still pretty damn good.
Yeah, well, it was interesting, too. I mean, this was a stomp with 8 kills for the winning team.
That's crazy.
They just...
So clean.
They didn't need to take any risks.
Just close the door.
Yeah, the main thing for me was when they were going for Herald, and then Showmaker were like, okay, we get an inhib turret at 16 and a half minutes.
Trade.
They didn't care, right? Only playing for objectives.
Exactly. It was super, super clean. Also, it was Deft's 100th game at a World Championship. Only Faker has more at 118. So if he wants to make that run through the best of 3s.
And Faker's never won a Worlds game on his birthday. So,
there we go.
Yep.
He's got that up on him. So we do have an interview in the bank from earlier. We didn't get to speak to GAM. Well, we did, but you didn't get to see it because it took a while to get to it. But I'd love to take a look at that because they made history by eliminating Team Liquid, and I'm sure they're really happy about that.
It is a great day to be a VCS fan as GAM brings the upset victory against Team Liquid today, and I have Kiaya with me to talk about this one. Thank you so much for joining me and congratulations for taking them down. Tell me about the preparation coming in today and what allowed you guys to bounce back after game 2?
Thì điều chuẩn bị thì bản thân mình em nghĩ là bọn em đã chuẩn bị được tinh thần tốt cũng như là một cái không khí tốt và tự tin. Thì em nghĩ bọn em đã làm được điều đó. Còn về sự chuẩn bị thì bọn em đã chuẩn bị được rất là nhiều cái trong 2 ngày qua rồi, nên là em nghĩ là bạn tự tin đánh bại Liquid hôm nay.
We were really mentally prepared and full of confidence stepping into the game. And in the last 2 days, we've prepared a lot for Team Liquid. And that's how we got this victory.
And it really showed on stage today, and you got the player of the series on our broadcast. So talk me about this confidence and what allowed you to be that confident into this matchup on top lane.
Thì em nghĩ là hôm nay bản thân em cũng như cả đội đều có một tinh thần tốt á, và không khí của đội rất là thoải mái cũng như là tự tin. Thì điều đó cũng khiến cho em hôm nay có phong độ tốt nữa. Vì em nghĩ là em và đồng đội đã làm được điều đó, và cho nên là đó lý do hôm nay em thi đấu nó tốt. Em nghĩ đó là do đồng đội thôi.
I played pretty well today because my teammates were full of confidence, and their confidence gave me a confidence boost.
I love the energy around this GAM team, honestly, and I think it's especially impressive the way you guys managed to bounce back after a disappointing run at MSI. Coming into today, every time we see videos of you, Kaya, you're always smiling. You said that you wanted to have fun here at Worlds. How much does it mean to you to grab this victory today for you and for the VCS, of course?
Thì em nghĩ là ý nghĩa lớn nhất em nghĩ là để mà hôm nay có được kết quả tốt trước trận Liquid đó, là để mà đi được tới ngày hôm nay thì em nghĩ là bọn em đã rất là tự hào và vui và hạnh phúc khi mà quãng thời gian vừa qua bọn em đã rất là khó khăn và em đã không ngừng luyện tập cũng như là cố gắng và nỗ lực hết mình để mà có được ngày hôm nay. Thì em rất là vui vì quãng thời gian qua mình đã cố gắng để mà có được kết quả này và hôm nay bọn em đã làm được và em rất là vui vì đó.
We feel really happy to have got this victory. We've went through some pretty tough times after the losses, and through the tough times, we've tried our best. We've been trying non-stop and practice non-stop to get this result.
It's absolutely inspiring to see you guys thrive like this. And
Player of the series.
Yay! GAM CEO, ladies and gentlemen, Kiaya, thank you so much for the interview.
GAM time!
Thank you so much as well for the translation.
I love you.
And guys, back to you.
Yay! I love you too.
Oh my God. I should have gone to the
Oh my God, I love it. Coming in with you're the player of the series as well, dude. Oh, amazing. What a beautiful moment. I'm sorry we didn't catch it live, but it's cool because I'm sorry if you just woke up and you're from NA.
Oh, no. Don't tell them.
No, they checked Twitter and they didn't tune in the stream.
Yeah, for sure. Welcome, Hysterics, by the way. Thank you for joining us. We thought we'd add also an LPL representative because we are going into the draw in just a little bit. But yeah, in terms of the matches today, I think that one did... Okay, this is hard because when you saw the match, you saw that it was actually a lot closer than people would have thought before seeing Team Liquid GAM, right?
The Team Liquid GAM game being closer than we thought.
Yeah.
I mean, I was definitely thinking it was going to be a competitive series. I think Team Liquid was definitely favored going into that one. So that is likely the biggest upset we've seen so far at the World Championship. And I think this is a general statement across both Team Liquid and BDS, the two teams that we saw eliminated from Swiss stage today. Even though it's always going to be heartbreaking to be eliminated at the World Championship, Team Liquid was an 8th place finisher in spring. BDS has taken their org from 10th place all the way to Worlds, as well as knocking out Golden Guardians 3-0 and making it through the play-in. So there are accomplishments for both of these teams that 3 months from now, they'll look back and say, yeah, we did do a lot of growth this year.
Yeah.
But right now, it's going to feel like garbage.
That is a good point, I think, for BDS as the silver lining as well.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. I think just coming back on the TL, like, I would be giga disappointed. I know you're talking about optimism.
Oh, for sure.
But I think their growth and what we saw in the early game versus T1, I know there's no silver linings as, well, you didn't find the game win itself. You still look at the growth there and you go, well, you know, we held out against T1's early game. We at least put GAM, you know, under the scope today, under the microscope, and still played well in that second game. But yeah, ultimately, I'd still be proud, you know, just to be like, oh, dude, we beat a major region in GAM itself.
Yeah, exactly. So we are getting closer to the draw. One more thing, though. On the stage interview, Deft got a birthday cake again. I think we got it on tape as well. It's going to be tradition because it's always his birthday during Worlds, just that he doesn't always qualify.
Yeah, I just want to say, Deft hasn't lost a match on his birthday with this little alpaca here on the desk.
Is that really true?
This was given to me by Lyric. None other.
Was that there last time as well?
That was there when they reverse swept EDG.
Really?
I'm not kidding, yeah. That was there right from the get-go.
Maybe you should show him that next time.
Yeah.
I mean,
let him know.
Deft is 13 wins away from second World Championship.
You're just going to keep counting down? That's your thing now?
I absolutely think every team should be doing this. You got everything, write it on the wall, cross off one every time you take a win.
Hey, do we want to grab the Telestrator and run through some
We're gonna do it?
possibilities?
All right, well, this is not the official draw, but this is what we'll be drawing for.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Pop it up.
Do you have any wishes? Hysterics.
You know,
it all depends on Weibo.
What if we all get one?
Yeah.
Okay.
You start, Hysterics.
Yeah.
The Weibo with a matchup that looks like an absolute dub, like 100% dub.
Okay, so?
That's none of them, though.
No, hang on. Hang on a minute.
GAM. You're going to do Weibo GAM.
No.
Let's call a spade a spade. Like, we can be honest. Yes, they won today. Yes, they're on a high, but they're
like
still going to be what everyone wants to play.
That's the one?
Do some circling for me.
All right, Hysterics. There you go.
I like it. Okay. That's mine. I only get one, right?
Chat.
So one of these teams needs to take on DK now at a C9 Fnatic.
Yeah, someone's going to have a bad time.
This is a fake draw, by the way. We're
having fun.
For the memes, that's what I want.
For the memes, exactly.
C9 Mad?
And then
Rematch.
Fnatic DK.
Okay.
Sure.
So we're not doing like what has to happen. We each get one. So
yeah.
Now you get to pick the one you want.
What would I love to have happen?
Yeah. And then Shocks will get the final circle.
I think we're going to be at the draw. You know, the ref is already on stage.
I know.
He's not moving and not blinking.
Okay, I'm gonna lock it in. I would love a rematch between T1 and BLG.
Look at him.
I think that was a really cool series.
Stone Cold.
At MSI. And for T1, I also think that outside of Gen G, they haven't really been tested. Obviously, came off of a really dominant win. And if they want to still be considered tournament contenders, this is the type of challenge that I think you got to take.
And Shocks, what do you want to see?
Well, this is what I did this morning. And, you know, because...
Same principle.
Okay. Same principle. It's about
that
beating a nemesis in an LPL foe, right, for the European teams in general.
Yeah.
And also, not kind of the matchup that everyone wants in the NA versus EU, because I do think that our teams sometimes play to the level of their opponent. And that's not always a good thing.
True.
Yeah.
So, we're going to get into the draw in just a second. Sung Boshim, that is the name of our head referee, who has been doing so well. And there will be a total of 12 teams competing in the 4th round, consisting of 6 teams with 2 wins and 1 loss, and 6 teams with 1 win and 2 losses. All 6 matches will be played in a best of 3, and 1 and 2 teams will be drawn first, and then the 2 and 1 teams. So, for context, the 1 and 2 teams, you will be now drawn against your possible last opponent at Worlds, the match that you absolutely have to win, as we get one more look at the bracket. And it's so exciting.
Exactly. A couple notes about the bracket already. JDG and Gen G have already advanced, but not only have they advanced, they've advanced as the number 1 and 2 seed, basically indistinguishable from each other because they will be drawn against 6, 7, 8 when it actually is finished. So they're going to have the top seed. They can't play each other until finals.
It's so like, both pools are spicy, but the 2 and 1 pool, it just gets harder and harder, you know. Every time you go down, you think, oh, maybe I'm going to get a slightly more comfortable opponent. But the fact is that the World Championship is so stacked that that's almost never the case.
All that I ask for is let's avoid the dreaded LNG BLG.
Yes.
T1 KT. Because I love T1 KT, okay? Every single series between those 2 teams this year has been amazing, but I've seen it enough.
Oh, the slow pan.
There he is.
There. He's an absolute legend.
Ice cold.
I love that pan.
No emotion as well. I just love it. This guy's becoming a celebrity.
Let's go. Reaction cams are back as well. Here we go. He's warming up his wrist.
Please, good for Weber.
Good form.
Please.
Okay, so it's the 1 and 2 teams first, the elimination draws.
Yes, I think that was a...
Yeah, that's what you said, and that's what it looks like he's drawing.
Oh, he's so slow.
Cloud9, straight out of it.
Please.
Got a couple of options. 2 EU options, actually.
Gam, Fnatic, Mad, Weibo,
D+.
D+.
Yeah, there's
2 Eastern
that
teams,
probably
3
teams
teams that they're probably fingers crossing for.
Come on, Weibo, please.
My heart is going
you
so
want
fast.
Weibo?
No,
No.
I don't care.
No,
That's
cut
fine.
away.
Oh,
What is it?
Anticipation, we'll never know.
No, he's already pulled it.
It's
He
Fnatic,
has.
I think.
It's Fnatic?
It does.
It looks...
No shot. We
How
don't know.
far?
I
good
couldn't
you-
We missed
see
it.
it from
I think
here.
it's Fnatic.
I'm 99% sure.
It was Fnatic. Fnatic C9.
Oh my
We got
God.
him.
Oh my God, no
That's
way.
You guys get a classic.
No way.
That'd be a good match.
Right from the get-go. He's starting off strong.
Oh, please.
D plus Kia.
He's going to draw Weibo, isn't he?
No.
He
Jack,
just
no,
drew
Jack,
EU
no.
versus NA. He just drew EU
this,
versus NA.
you see this D+ fan? She's saying, no Weibo, no Weibo, no Weibo,
There's
no
no
Weibo,
way he
no
does it.
Weibo. He's got it, right?
No, he doesn't.
He can do the funniest thing ever.
No, he
Mad,
doesn't.
Weibo. Gam, Mad,
Please.
Weibo. Those are the 3.
Please, no, please,
What's
no.
it-
Don't do
what's
it.
it gonna be? What's it gonna be? What's it
Don't
gonna
do
be?
it. Oh.
Oh my God, the KBS arena erupts.
D+ deserves it because they had to play a really tough bracket to get to this spot. They already played G2 and KT before this
So
one.
Mad gets Weibo.
Mad gets Weibo. That's not as good.
No, that's
suboptimal. Weibo. Are you happy with that, Hysteria?
I think I am because I know how Mad play against teams outside of Europe.
Yes.
So that gives me some hope, but like,
Do you ever fully trust Weibo? Right? That's
No.
my question to you, Esther.
You know, Mad did stop LNG from advancing from the 2021 World
I don't like this desk.
Mad Lions up versus Weibo.
This is a great draw.
It's a fun draw.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't complain about any of these things.
It's very competitive.
Right, DK gets a break.
C9
Obviously,
Fnatic.
I'm going to love it.
By the way, C9 Fnatic is such a historical Worlds matchup as well.
Oh no, the last time Worlds was in Korea, the semifinal was C9 versus Fnatic.
Oh, in Busan, it wasn't pretty.
But they don't have caps anymore, so I'm way more comfortable.
Oh my gosh, I love it. Yeah, pretty happy with that.
That's great.
I'm sure you are.
Well, obviously I am.
All right, on to the 2-1 pool. Here's where, I'm looking at G2. Who are they going to get? Because it's not getting any easier. KT.
Okay. So all I ask,
Watch it be KT T1.
No T1.
Watch it.
I love the telecom word, but please, not another.
I agree, but something has to go wrong today,
KT
surely.
has had such hard opponents to get to 2-1.
They wouldn't. He wouldn't. Right? Right?
There's no way.
LNG!
That's a banger.
That's
wow.
really... KT does not have it easy, but that is such a fun matchup.
Draw.
That's going to be an exciting
KT has
matchup.
already had to play BLG, then D+, then Weibo, now LNG. Those are 4 really hard opponents.
Yep.
Okay.
You know what my gut tells me?
T1,
T2's
T2.
getting draw next.
That's a classic.
Well, we have energy as well.
Yeah.
If T1 actually makes it by losing to Gen G and beating every other NA team,
The crowd is shouting energy. They reckon they could take him or what?
Whoa! Which means we get another EU versus NA. No shot.
Oh my God.
That's crazy.
Oh my God.
That is crazy.
Oh.
and that means that guaranteed one of Weibo and D+ are expected to make it all the way
one
through.
of Energy of G2 makes it into the quarterfinals.
We are guaranteed to get a Western team to quarterfinals. And it is a high likelihood that it is a 2-syllable tri-code.
You know what? I saw GAMTL. I'm not making any bold
But we'll
statements.
see. It is non-rational gaming.
It is.
They play better against teams when they are the underdogs.
Yeah, so G2
That
is
is
in
a
trouble.
fact.
G2 is in trouble, actually.
Wow. This was...
That was a wild draw.
This was fortunate for entertainment value.
So KT, when it comes to draws, they're really unlucky. But I do think those matchups are going to be, every single one of them is going to be so hype.
How nice is it we don't have any inter-regional rivalries here, right?
That's the main thing.
Again, I know you didn't want KT versus T1. Obviously, I didn't want LNG BLG.
Yeah, I'm buzzing. That's
one of the best draws I think we've
he
ever
had us in the first half, the first draw he did.
Yeah, he got him out of the way.
He's like, no, guys, watch me.
Crazy.
He pulled it back.
I'm gonna leave us a little bit of time to think about our thoughts, because we do still owe you one interview, because Laura has been standing by with our birthday boy, Deft. So let's take a look.
Happy birthday, Deft.
Happy birthday.
And welcome back to the interview zone for the Verizon post-game interview here with birthday boy Deft. 생일 축하합니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you so much for joining me. It feels like it's been an amazing day for you, Deft. 100 world game. You got to play Caitlyn. It was your birthday as well. Tell me about today and how special it was for you.
오늘 정말 기분 좋은 하루였을 것 같습니다. 월즈 100전에 또 케이틀린도 픽할 수 있게 되었고 생일날 이제 승리까지 얻으셨는데 오늘 어땠나요?
사실 이제 생일날 대회하는 게 좀 작년 전까지는 되게 안 좋은 느낌이었는데 이제 작년을 기점으로 뭔가 좋은 기운이 생긴 것 같아서 오늘도 경기하는데 되게 재밌었던 것 같고, 또 이제 100전을 달성했는데 이제 원래는 좀 작년이 마지막일 줄 알고 좀 그런 생각이 없었는데 이제 올해 또 이렇게 다시 오게 돼서 100전도 하고 또 그것도 되게 좋은 것 같고요. 그리고 마지막으로 케이틀린을 플레이하게 됐던 거는 사실 저번 경기에서도 이제 벤이 풀려서 할 수 있었는데 이제 저희가 픽을 안 해가지고 못했는데 이제 오늘은 다행히 픽하게 돼서
게임하는데 되게 재밌었던 것 같습니다.
So first off, I used to not really like having birthday on the match day, but starting last year, I started to feel like maybe this is a good luck for me. I started liking, having birthday on the game day, so it's amazing. And also playing my 100th Worlds game, yeah, it means a lot to me. Well, last year, I thought this could be my last year performing professionally, so I've never even thought about it. But this year, I made it back to Worlds, and I have, made a lot of milestones. It means a lot to me, so I'm really grateful. And about Caitlyn, the last time, well, she was not banned also, but we did not pick it. But this time, well, thankfully, we decided to lock her in, so I was having a lot of fun today.
Good luck pick, and yeah, indeed, it was an amazing day for you. You were talking about you returning this year, the run you had last year, and we're having the draw right now, so it's hard to focus. And with the difficulty you had with D+, qualifying at the last moment after a difficult run in the LCK, you were saying now on stage that even though you're 1 and 2, you are looking to improve, you want to get better. What are you working on specifically to get ready for the next games?
사실은 이렇게 월즈에 다시 오기까지도 쉽지 않았습니다. LCK에서도 고전을 많이 했고 월즈 막차를 탈 수 있었는데 이번 월즈에 와서도 지금 1승 2패인 상황이고 많이 개선해서 더 좋은 모습 보여주고 싶다라고 말씀하셨는데 어떤 점을 가장 집중해서 좀 고치고 싶으신가요?
사실 뭐 뱀픽의 방향성은 저희가 되게 연습하는 기간이 길었다 보니까 좀 여러 가지 방안들이 있었는데 이제 그 중에서 좀 맞다고 생각한 방향으로 뱀픽을 했었는데 그게 좀 많이 틀렸던 것 같아서 이제 그 부분을 최대한 고치고 있고 그래도 뭔가 다양한 연습을 했다 보니까 뭔가 연습량이 부족하거나 이런 건 없어서 그냥 방향성만 잘 잡으면 다시 잘할 수 있을 것 같아요.
Because we had a long time to prepare for Worlds, we had like multiple approach, to meta and our strategy. And we thought, we decided to pull off the strategy that we thought was right, but I guess it was really wrong. So we'll have to fix our direction, playing the game. But what is good is actually that I don't think our preparation was not enough. So we just have to change or adjust our direction and it will be all okay.
Even just hearing this for me speaks to the amazing work ethic that you have. And this is also why you got to play a 100 Worlds game today, Deft, and winning World Championship last year and coming back after so many difficulties. How do you reflect on your achievements?
정말 데프트 선수 올해 이렇게 월즈 100전도 치르시고 작년에 월즈 우승도 하시고 또 올해 산전수전을 겪었지만 결국 월즈에 다시 복귀하는 그런 업적도 이루셨는데 소회가 어떠신가요?
사실 저보다 훨씬 더 저희 팀만 해도 저보다 훨씬 더 뛰어난 선수들이 많다고 생각해서 그거에 대해서 막 특별한 감정은 없는 것 같고 그냥 그 선수들을 상대로 이기고 싶다. 네, 그런 생각이 제일 큰 것 같아요.
I mean, just looking at my team, looking at our lineup, I think there are even greater, even more excellent players on my team. So I don't think those achievements makes me any special, or I don't feel any special. I just want to, keep working hard until I can maybe surpass them.
Humble and inspiring as always. We just got your opponent now, Deft. Will be my last questions. What do you think of GAM and facing them in the next match?
방금 막 대진이 추첨됐습니다. 감 e스포츠가 뽑혔는데 어떻게 생각하시나요?
우선 좀 원래 이제 좀 뭔가 작년이나 재작년에 베트남은 그래도 좀 상대할 때 뭔가 메타픽을 잘 안 한다 약간 이런 느낌이 있었어서 좀 전투만 조심하면 되는 느낌이었는데 올해는 좀 메타픽들도 잘 다루는 것 같아서 좀 잘 준비해야 될 것 같아요.
Well, over the course of 2 years, I think VCS don't really pick meta. They will just go for the picks they're comfortable with. They will just go for their comfort pick and fight a lot. But I think this year, they are really good at picking meta champs and still play really well. So I think they are also having a huge potential.
It will be an interesting matchup, of course. 축하드립니다. 인터뷰 감사합니다. Deft and Jason, thank you so much for the help and translation. And Sharks, back to you.
Thank you so much. Finding out live that he's playing GAM, of course, not going to underestimate them. Why would you? Did you come up with any new thoughts about the draw? Let's pull up the bracket.
I would like to start. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here when BLG plays G2. We don't know when that's going to be yet. It's either on the 27th or the 28th.
BLG plays G2. What?
Or sorry, when Energy plays G2.
Hey, we were theory crafting for context, and we're like, this could have happened with Weibo beating G2, and this could have happened. So naturally, behind the scenes, we're like, man, think of all the spicy matchups. Why not? Why do you want to be here?
It's too stressful. Like, it's just so hard.
I don't know what you're talking about. Personally, I'm never stressed when my teams face their equal numbered seeds.
No, you're not going to be stressed for LNGKT.
So, no, not even. I'm never stressed for KTT.
The fact
have you
that I have
seen
to
how
go
consistent
back,
they are?
The fact that I have to go back 7 years for the last time CLG beat G2 and MSI.
Wait, but Jack,
MSI and
the
Worlds.
first matches are the 1-2 matches, so actually C9 Fnatic is going to be first for you to stress over. But do you think that's going to be stressful?
I mean, I'll be very stressed during that game, but less stressed because I think that's actually more of a 50-50.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's way more of a competitive matchup. I think the G2 Energy one's like a 25-75.
Yeah.
You reckon?
20-80? 30-70?
I think that's reasonable.
Who knows?
I don't know. For NRG, right?
Okay, call one upset out of those 6 matches, each of you.
So the first 2 in the upper bracket, there's no upsets.
Oh yeah, we're picking our most likely upset. It doesn't even have to happen.
It doesn't have to happen,
Is
of course.
BLG beating T1 an upset or not?
No.
For T1
I think that's a
fans,
50-50
because they're both second seeds of the respective regions.
Yeah, but
right?
I guess it's what power you believe. Like, people put BLG.
Sure.
Maybe LNGKT, but still,
I mean,
also
literally,
not,
the
yeah.
memes would be out of control if this happened.
That's what I'm like. Is
This would be
that the one?
Oh, Cage would literally have to move out of Europe.
That is an upset.
Like,
I think he's already got his bags packed with the run they
Yeah,
can have.
It's that or energy.
Obviously, this would be considered a very big upset because of what G2 did to North America last year, beating EG basically every single time. This is the one that I think the fans here are going to be most invested in. Like, even though KTLNG is going to be possibly equally as close, like BOG, at least to me, if JDG didn't exist, would be considered the second best, would be considered the best team in the world right now because I think they'd be the MSI champions, and I think they would have won both splits of the LPL.
Swiss stage is the gift that keeps on giving.
It's the best draw I think we've ever
Unless
had.
you're TL.
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah,
unless you're TL
of the
BDS.
three,
Or BDS.
of the 3 draws, this is the best draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think we can agree on that. We're looking forward to it. We will continue, or we will be back rather, in a day or two, the 26th of October, for our teams in a 1 and 2 pool. So the best of 3 to decide if you're going home or if you are staying at Worlds. So good night. Have some rest. Stay safe, and we'll see you in 2 days.
I think NA got really lucky.
True.
But we'll see if they can take advantage. We'll see.
내리 아무것도 없어. 내리 러블 뒤에 러블 러블 있어. 없어. 먹어. 나이스.
Forward. APA's out of range. Maybe Ballard is the hero, but eventually they get him with the monster shot. The man who came in just before playoffs has set up on this Rakan as TL are running away scared. Help me, they say. Somebody. Is anybody there? But America's so far away. We're here in Korea. There's a reason why he's Kindred's being QuarJJ with a root, but no. He fails it as he flashes away. It's an early catch, but no, only for Paladin. Piosik wants to trade this off, flash away from Slater.
캐논 ulti? 캐논 ulti. 때려볼게. 스턴 없어. 3 seconds. 노플. Okay, nice.
And I think he would have flashed if he had his E.
Oh,
he's done! It's a slicing mouse over the back line. APA might have brought it back. As you said, he pops, he blossoms. TL, I'm back on in this. Guys, you don't have to be depressed anymore. They don't need no Baron. They're just going to kill all the champions. So a Cyclone there as Summer dies again. It is about Kia in the top side. Teleport in the middle. There we go. QuarJJ. Quickness on everyone. The Magnet Storm, though, could re-engage as Slater's untouched, but it is getting worse as TL. This might be their pick, though, onto Levi. They all jump in, but Pallet's ulti's even better. Double spin to win a Scatter the Week. TL might be getting close to getting kills, but they're not getting it. GAM are looking to stay alive here at Worlds. The VCS is representing. Oh, there you go, the Stormbringer down as well. Let's remember what this god can do, but he's burning. All in from Canyon starts it off, but Showmaker once more he pops. However, how far behind are they? BDS are trying with their hearts. I told you he'd kill Deft! I told you he'd kill Deft!
What's your play, God? What's your play, God? They gotta crumble one by one. Then we go right into the sun like it's the day my kingdom come. Baby,
phenomenal, awakening, the animal, unshakable, optimal, it's happening, can't control, feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it.